A man stands before the vast ranks of the demon army with a trembling girl at his side, addressing her as Nene and commanding her to retreat to the castle while he alone will buy them time. And though Nene protests in terror that Takumi, as she calls him, remains only level 1 and cannot shoulder such a burden, Takumi reassures her with calm conviction that he will manage because of a certain skill. And as he steadies his resolve, he reflects upon his full name, Takumi Saiki, recalling the moment of awakening in this strange world when a magician welcomed them as summoned heroes and saviors of the kingdom. He recollects further that his 60th year has arrived, that he is a retired, unemployed man who only last month traveled to Europe to mark the end of his career. So at first he wonders if this bizarre scene is a dream before conceding otherwise. And in his memory, the image forms of the magician standing before a king enthroned in grandeur who proclaimed that the kingdom of Caldesanita suffers invasion by humanity's ancient enemy, the demon lord's army, and that in desperation a secret ritual had been performed to summon heroes from another realm. And Takumi, seeing himself surrounded by 2 boys and a girl, considers that the talk of a demon lord resembles the fabric of a game or anime, though such things remain foreign to his life. As the king pleads for their power and salvation, Takumi clenches his fists, reflecting bitterly that the monarch expects him to play savior while his aged body requires aid instead. While beside him, one boy calls the situation amusing, and the bespectacled youth remarks that challenging a demon lord appears intriguing, their enthusiasm exposing their youth. Takumi muses that he has no wife, no children, and no living parents, dwelling alone by his own rules. Unwilling to help and unsure of his worth, the palace magician identifies himself as Augustus and requests their names for assessment, whereupon the boy declares himself Aiki Tanaka, 16 and in 10th grade. The bespectacled youth announces himself as Kenji Takochi, 23 and a private investor, and the girl timidly offers her name as Nene Kurosaki, 21, a college junior in search of work, and when Takumi states simply that he is Takumi Saiki, 60 and unemployed. The younger 3 recoil in disbelief, mockery, and shock, while Augustus chastises him sternly for jesting before the king. Augustus commands them to reveal their status displays, and while Kenji mutters about the oddity and Nene panics at the sudden manifestation, Augustus explains with composure that the magic reveals their abilities, and Takumi recalls with dry humor how once he had been mocked for calling his smartphone a magical box, and now recognizes the parallel as his own window opens. Whereupon Aiki jubilantly proclaims himself a level 42 hero to the applause of the crowd. Kenji reveals himself a level 40 sage to equal excitement, and Nene tremulously discloses that she is a level 52 priestess, eliciting fervent cheers at the notion of a holy war led by divine grace. Pressed by Augustus, Takumi scans his own display and finds his occupation marked as God. Puzzling over the oddity since hero and sage resemble classes while God appears altogether different, so he cautiously names himself a godly priest. But when asked for his skills, he perceives only one written clearly, creator of all things, and admits that this lone skill is his only gift, which sends Augustus into astonishment. Yet when Takumi, feeling the need to clarify, apologetically confesses that his level is merely 1. The words escape unbidden and ignite murmurs of disbelief among the crowd. Augustus declares curtly that only heroes belong on the podium and any mistaken summon must be removed. And Kenji sneers at the pitiful old man dragged into another world without power, while Nene speculates softly that Takumi might be an entangled summon mistakenly pulled in, and Takumi ponders this possibility himself. The king raises his voice to proclaim that these 3 heroes have been given to them, and that humanity's triumph is assured, declaring boldly that even if the demon lord's army descends upon them tomorrow, victory shall follow, while Takumi steps down from the dais to blend into the people, troubled by the monarch's words of an imminent invasion. And when he questions a man by tapping his shoulder, the man rebuffs him irritably before recognizing him as the mistaken summon and sneering. But when pressed, the man confirms that the enemy is already at the gates and will attack by tomorrow, their numbers tenfold greater than the kingdom, and though nervous laughter accompanies his admission that he would gladly have fled, he expresses relief that the summoned heroes will shield them. Leaving Takumi stunned by the imbalance and bitter that the youths have been conscripted as soldiers against a host beyond measure, anger rises as the man derides him as a child unfit to fight, and Takumi snaps that he is over 60, only for the man to remark that he appears youthful, perhaps aged differently by this world, which leads Takumi to realize that his body is lighter, his chronic pains vanished, his reflection unlined and vibrant with youth. a discovery that fills him with reluctant joy though disbelief still gnaws, and he observes that the other summoned remain unchanged, deepening his suspicion that he alone is the mistaken anomaly. The heroes are then lavished with a feast by the head chef who praises them as saviors, prompting Aiki's gleeful admiration, Kenji's cultured analysis of the food's elegance, and Nene's shy remark on its aroma, while Takumi sits apart, disheartened by the sharp divide in treatment, reminding himself that an army 10 times larger closes in and that no experience favors the children, so the true soldiers must defend. Yet Aiki mocks his caution with arrogance, and Kenji assures confidence in their strength. While Takumi mutters with fatigue that this remains no game, Nene lowers her head, admits fear but pledges to aid, only for Takumi to interject with fierce insistence that she must not throw away her young life, reasoning aloud that the death of an old man means little but the loss of a young woman is unforgivable. And when she questions his address of her as girly, he stammers an apology and suggests she could be his granddaughter, then checks himself as the revelation of his true age and altered form might complicate matters. Augustus arrives to summon them to a preparatory lecture, and to their chambers, and the eager youths follow with bright excitement for magic and tactics, while Nene thanks Takumi softly and departs, leaving him frustrated, after which a maid shows him to a back room prepared for his rest, and he lies down wearing a bitter smile as elsewhere a soldier seeks Augustus' counsel about the extraneous off-worlder, and Augustus orders that Takumi remain confined until the battle ends so that his absence causes no alarm, with instructions to cast him into the wild thereafter to test whether a level 1 can survive, and the soldier agrees. Takumi examines his status again, reflecting that Augustus said the window reveals strength, attack, and defense, and he estimates from rumor that a soldier averages 20 while monsters bear 70, which suggests grim odds, and he resigns himself to being the mistake mocked by soldiers, eventually drifting into uneasy slumber. But a sudden blast and the clamor of war rouses him, and when he rushes to the window, he beholds the tide of darkness that is the demon lord's army advancing. So he dashes outside to find the grounds deserted as all flee indoors, sprinting to the curtain wall to gain vantage, where he joins soldiers atop the ramparts who cheer the 3 champions as Aiki roars with joy while cleaving enemies. Kenji conjures crimson flames with exultant laughter, and Nene pledges her protection, leaving Takumi bewildered that soldiers merely spectate until one explains that royal command ordered them to stand down. Disbelief grips him as his gaze rises to the distant tower where the king watches, and finding a ladder that leads there he ascends, driven by indignation. And upon reaching the tower, he overhears the king praising the strength of the youths and Augustus affirming it, while revealing coldly that they have taught the hero, and sage a self-destruction magic meant to annihilate half the demon host and force retreat, founded on the lie that resurrection exists. And the king with a cruel smile declares that their deaths will be commemorated as heroic sacrifice, at which Takumi bursts forth in fury, denouncing the scheme and pleading for the lives of the young. Augustus demands his identity while the king derides him as the mistaken summon. Yet Takumi bows with dignity and implores that the children be spared because their futures matter while his aged life may be offered, urging that the army be sent instead. But the king rejects the plea coldly. Augustus accuses Takumi of rebellion, and the monarch decrees with malicious certainty that the summoned shall die as heroes, adding mockingly that Takumi will be remembered among them as the lowest ranked. And in that moment arrows fly suddenly and strike Takumi down. Aiki shouts that the monsters refuse to cease attacking, counting each slain foe with growing frustration as his sword shatters and a monster lunges at him, which he repels with a punch while asserting his status as a hero. Then calls Kenji the sage to unleash the meteor crash magic previously employed, to which Kenji protests that such major magic cannot be invoked repeatedly and angrily insists that Aiki stop calling him Kenjian, while Aiki cheerfully defends the nickname and Kenji scowls, counterattacking a monster with precise magic while feeling his energy drain rapidly, realizing he must resort to smaller magic combos temporarily and doubts his endurance, as Nene motivates them from behind to persevere for reinforcements from the castle and to maintain focus while she herself struggles as her holy defense barrier drains her, leaving her HP at 40% and MP at 20%. Aiki falters and collapses, prompting Kenji and Nene to shout in alarm, with Kenji recalling Augusta's warning that exhaustion of MP leads to unconsciousness and eventual death, compelling him to prepare a secret self-destruction spell, revealing that Augusta ensured off-worlders can be resurrected. explaining that they are chosen and referencing his past exploits in online games where such resurrections were commonplace. Then raising his hand and initiating the self-destruction while inviting the monsters to confront his hidden magic, astounding Nene. Takumi intervenes from behind, striking Kenji to halt the spell and expressing relief that all are safe, while Nene questions Takumi's sudden appearance amidst the encircling monsters, noting that his undamaged state despite arrows striking him remains a mystery. And Takumi, recalling his fall from the fortress, realizes he must prevent the hero's self-destruction at any cost, improvising by hurling rocks with precise control, obliterating lines of demons and recognizing the destructive power of off-world materials, then producing a pistol and later a rocket launcher through his creator of all things skill, rapidly eliminating the demons, striking Kenji to stop his spell while confirming Kenji's survival, and instructing Nene to retreat. Nene hesitates, concerned for the castle and its occupants, but Takumi forcibly convinces her that the reality is dire, revealing that the king has not dispatched reinforcements and that their continued fighting risks permanent loss, prompting Nene to acknowledge the truth and prepare to evacuate Aiki and Kenji, trusting her priestess' strength to carry them, while Takumi arms himself with a rocket launcher to hold back the demon army, explaining that Nene must remain to heal and inspire the kingdom's defenders, as he sprints toward the oncoming army, reflecting on his inexplicable summoning despite retirement and age. Recalling his favorite high school anime featuring a spaceship with powerful weaponry, envisioning and manifesting a weapon of comparable magnitude, entering it and preparing for combat as systems activate, then observing a massive blast obliterate the demons and the mountain range behind them, astonishing the castle army, the king, Nene, and himself, confirming the demon army's annihilation, and realizing that apology or explanation is impossible. Muttering a final decision to flee the scene and beginning to run, Takumi digs into the ground, then eats food while sitting on a log, reflecting that half a month has passed since the battle with the demon lord's army and that he now lives in the village of Pennant, recalling how he obliterated everything including a distant mountain range in that fight, and how although rumors claim the matter was dismissed, he was accused of attempting to assassinate the king and became a wanted man, lamenting that his peaceful, retired life turned into chaos ever since arriving in this world. After escaping pursuers, he helped the villagers dig a well and was allowed to live there freely, when an old man tells him that old Jen needs her roof repaired. So Takumi agrees to go once his fieldwork is done, thinking that helping with crops and chores has turned him into the village handyman, then creates a ladder with his creator of all things skill, and repairs the roof using conjured tools before Jen thanks him. Strolling through the street, he muses that despite hardships, he is enjoying this second life when he notices villagers gathered around adventurers, approaching and realizing these rugged-looking yet polite people might not be here for him, until their leader Kalitz of the Blue Wolf Mane introduces himself and asks Takumi to guide them. And as they move through the forest, a robed girl explains their quest to eradicate monsters in a cave outside Kangerza Plains, mentioning that the stagnating magical vortex strengthens monsters if left unchecked, while another adventurer, Lean the Thief, clarifies that these must be scattered regularly and laughs when Takumi reacts nervously to the word thief, insisting they are honest adventurers. Takumi concludes they resemble the hero and sage he met, and when Kalitz explains that normally the same party accepts repeat extermination orders, but this time they were dispatched by special request. He also recounts that according to the royal edict, the king and 3 off-world heroes annihilated 100,000 demons during the capital raid, though Takumi knows the truth differs, and Kalitz admits that confusion in the guild led to their abrupt reassignment. Takumi asks why their group is called Blue Wolf Mane, and Kalitz candidly says because it sounds cool, which Takumi acknowledges as a strong name. Then the party continues along the steep path with complaints from Lean and Faralina, until Takumi reveals that only hunters usually use this route to catch wild birds that the villagers enjoy, explaining that he hunts not with a bow but by throwing rocks, astonishing the group when he says it became easy with practice. Kalitz warns that they are entering monster territory and insists Takumi accompany them for safety. And when asked his level, Takumi nervously but proudly answers that he is level 1, shocking them further when he mentions his parameters consist of long strings of 9s, forcing Kalitz to apologize for misunderstanding and assuring that they will escort him back safely after the mission. Upon entering the cave, Kalitz remarks on its gentle slope, while Faralina illuminates the path with spirit magic, which Takumi matches by conjuring an LED lantern to their surprise. Explaining it is his skill, and while Faralina teases that he left her in a silly pose, she later thanks him for supporting her limited light magic. The group presses forward until swarms of bats attack, where Kalitz warns of paralysis from bites and coordinates Lean and Faralina's efforts, while Takumi throws rocks with precision, finding it easier than bird hunting and pleased he can contribute without hindering them. Then Kalitz notes the fight ended quickly despite the numbers and produces their magical adventure card to record kills, explaining that quest rewards match its contents, and that ranks rise slowly since tasks are limited by party rank. Takumi observes Faralina's tally of 8 bats and Lean's 25. But when the card passes to him, it inexplicably spins and displays strange numbers, leaving Takumi unsettled as Kalitz urges them deeper into the cave, while Takumi wonders if yet another mistake has been made by him. Kalitz informs Lena and Faralina that monsters are approaching as Faralina shouts that she will scatter them with mind magic and requests Lena's assistance, to which Lena agrees and strikes the monsters in midair while Faralina channels a wave of wind, their attacks synchronizing with precision as Takumi cheers that their collaboration is excellent, inwardly satisfied that his support does not get in the way and that his plan to contribute discreetly works smoothly. Then Faralina produces the adventurer's card and reads that she has slain 11 small bats before passing it to Kalitz, while Takumi thinks about how the card behaved strangely when he touched it, but appears to function normally now, and Kalitz observes thoughtfully that these bats were small bats rather than minimum bats, with Faralina confirming that they seemed stronger than minimum bats and suspecting a medium bat was among them, leading Kalitz to conclude that the monsters grow stronger as they progress, when suddenly Lena interrupts and points out a tunnel none of them had noticed. Faralina exclaiming that it appears deep and Lena analyzing that a recent collapse must have connected it to other caves since the rock surface lacks moss. Faralina then closes her eyes to sense through spirits until Kalitz calls to her, prompting her to reveal that she detects strong magic, but cannot interpret it clearly. Noting that while the presence of monsters equivalent to maximum bats is undeniable, the spirits are strangely calm, unlike what is typical for a spawning den, which puzzles her, causing Takumi to ask Lena about such dens and Lena explaining that a maximum bat is ranked C, and a swarm of them indicates a monster den, which even one is formidable but groups are catastrophic, leaving Takumi unsettled by the implications. Kalitz then insists that the task is too dangerous, and that they must retreat to town immediately and alert the guild so an extermination party can be assembled. But Faralina protests that the guild would first send scouts and hesitate to commit to extermination with only their current information, risking delay until it is too late, while Lena grimly predicts that the den may soon overflow, threatening to unleash monsters into the open. And Takumi blurts that such an event would endanger Pennant Village before Lena Cuts in that pennant is indeed likely to be attacked, leaving Takumi uneasy as Faralina proposes that they scout further themselves, which Kalitz rejects due to their limited strength and the danger evident in even medium bat encounters. Lena then noticing Takumi lost in deep thought suggests splitting, with her staying behind to watch over him while Kalitz and Faralina hurry back to notify the guild, which Kalitz accepts, instructing Lena to protect Takumi as Faralina casts light to guide their way, and apologizing to Takumi that if they had more strength they could explore the cavern themselves, to which Takumi, stunned, calls out before Kalitz reiterates that they must inform the headquarters to quickly arrange extermination. And with that he and Faralina rush off, leaving Takumi to think that the hole already contains a monster den and its eruption is only a matter of time. Then turning to find Lena, he creeps after her, suspecting she moved ahead, considering that if so it might be perfect, though he doubts his ability to contribute alone, but reasons that gauging the den's scale could hasten extermination efforts, until Lena suddenly beckons him with excitement, insisting that he intends to check it himself for the villagers of Pennant whom he freeloads from, calling him soft-hearted and confessing that she likes him for it, then adding that his presence proves he wants to accompany her, which Takumi admits while Lena laughs, declaring she will never allow a troublemaking level 1 to go alone and will join because their leader is too serious and rigid, though she believes Kalitz also secretly wished to scout, but chose the safer, correct path, leaving them to take the risky, incorrect one, which Takumi praises as her caring for her companions, though Lena downplays her kindness and warns that if things worsen she would abandon him to escape, a bluntness that strangely comforts Takumi, prompting Lena to commend his spirit as they advance together, soon encountering bats circling in a cavern where the air grows lighter, Lena noting that the spirits reach out to the powerful magic Faralina sensed earlier, leading them to an underground lake that she explains is a rare phenomenon of water infused with magic, a reservoir spreading energy across its breadth instead of concentrating to form a typical den, making it a dangerously vast store of power, which Takumi asks if surpasses ordinary dens and Lena confirms, warning that if it manifests into a true den it would be terrifying, leaving Takumi grimly noting that they have gauged its scale only to find it far worse than expected. And Lena urges retreat, declaring that this requires the guild or even the army, when suddenly a monster ambushes them, revealed as a maximum bat, shocking Lena into admitting she blundered into its nest. Takumi anxiously asking if she is hurt as Lena orders him to flee while she holds it off. But Takumi, hearing the ominous crawling of many more, instead picks up a rock, deciding that although creating an overwhelming weapon could collapse the cave, he once destroyed hordes outside the castle with a stone. So he tries again and hurls it, killing the bat instantly, leading both to exclaim in relief and joy at their success, though Takumi nervously admits it was reckless yet fortunate. Until Lena questions if that was truly a rock just as a greater wave of crawling rises and masses of monsters surge forward, Lena realizing the den is birthing its swarm, while Kalitz and Faralina sprint toward town only to hear a blast erupt from the cavern. And inside, Takumi orders Lena to flee but finds her unconscious, forcing him to seize her and stumble toward an exit. Seeing monsters pour outward and realizing Pennant is in peril unless he creates something immense with his skill to seal the den. So he summons a colossal object, and outside Faralina attempts to rush back to save Lena, but Kalitz restrains her, both witnessing a gargantuan silhouette forming above the cave, as Takumi gasps in shock that he has manifested a massive kaiju like those once seen on television, capable of crushing monsters and dens alike beneath its colossal weight. Yet as it descends, Takumi realizes his mistake, exclaiming in panic that while he may have birthed salvation, he has no idea how he himself is supposed to get down safely. At the Adventurers Guild Relent branch, Kalitz shouts at the receptionist demanding clarification on her refusal to authorize the detection and destruction of an undiscovered monster den, while Faralina insists that authorization would guarantee their party's rank up, and Lena exclaims in frustration that they have no chance because the cave itself has been destroyed, and the scouting party only found a massive depression in the earth. Kalitz explains that such devastation is the result of some colossal beast stomping the cave, yet the receptionist wearily remarks that even if such a story is true, no one in the guild will believe it and marvels instead that the Blue Wolf Mane managed to escape unscathed. Faralina objects that Kalitz and she were outside when it happened, while Lena was injured and unconscious inside, and a villager saved her before Faralina healed her with magic. The receptionist grows excited and blushes while admiring the bravery of someone risking life to save a girl and eagerly asks about the villager's appearance and availability. Kalitz replies that he does not know about such details, but explains that the man mentioned he had arrived recently from elsewhere. Faralina notes that he is a peculiar individual by elven standards, for though he looks young, he bears the composure of an older man, sometimes appearing absent-minded yet always warm-hearted. The receptionist muses that it sounds like an old man, while Lena sighs deeply, prompting Faralina to ask about her size. Lena admits she is thinking of Takumi when the receptionist interrupts in excitement, confirming the name, and Faralina assures, while the receptionist becomes thrilled by the notion of Lena falling for someone. Lena denies the implication, angrily stating that her thoughts are serious, not romantic. Faralina presses for her thoughts, and Lena reveals that during the attack of the maximum bats, Takumi hurled a rock that obliterated them all and insists she saw it with her own eyes. Faralina doubts by suggesting Lena dreamed it while unconscious, and the receptionist insists she does not understand their talk, but reminds that the guild requires completion of their quest first before asking whether their labeling has been done. Kalitz realizes he forgot. The receptionist takes their cards offering to label them herself. She informs that Kalitz remains E, Lena is E, and Faralina is D, so nothing has changed. Kalitz laments that he expected promotion after slaying countless monsters, yet as the receptionist updates the party card, she suddenly freezes and shouts in shock. Kalitz and Faralina demand to know what happened, and the receptionist reveals that their party rank is listed as SS, with a record of over 78,000 monsters slain, and questions if it is a joke. Kalitz, Faralina, and Lena are stunned, while Lena remarks that the highest known rank was only S, so SS is unprecedented. They rejoice at becoming the strongest party in the world, yet Kalitz suspects a malfunction in the sensor, which the receptionist denies. Faralina wonders about illusion magic while Lena suggests Takumi's involvement. Khalid's object since Takumi is not even a member. Faralina recalls something when Lena interrupts, declaring that Takumi touched their adventure card last before the receptionist handled it. Khalid points out that Takumi claimed to be level 1 with all stats at 9. Lena questions whether Khalid ever truly saw those stats or witnessed Takumi throwing that rock. The receptionist ponders and asks if they suspect Takumi is the very hero who annihilated the demon army and defended the capital. The party reacts in shock as the receptionist recalls that she heard of 3 heroes with the priestess now at the church headquarters. The sage residing in the castle and the hero embarking on the demon lord's quest. Faralina wonders if Takumi is a hero, though he never seemed like one, while the receptionist exclaims that the timeline matches. Khalid notes that it is a long 4-day journey to Pennant, but insists they must confront Takumi directly. Faralina agrees, declaring she cannot accept their sudden rise to the top without understanding it. Lena admits the mystery torments her as well. The receptionist advises them to leave correspondence to her should the guild headquarters respond. They cheer with resolve to uncover the truth, while Lena silently vows to unravel Takumi's secret. And as they leave, the receptionist calls after them, reminding them not to forget their cards. At another place, a girl hands Takumi a paper informing him of his assigned work. Takumi thanks her, addressing her as Kathy, and comments that the Adventurers Guild nearby seems extremely busy. Kathy agrees, explaining that her younger sister Catherine works there and is very lively. Takumi reflects that it has been 3 days since he arrived in Relent, and Kathy, who manages a work-finding place, has been a great help. Kathy praises him using the name Tatsumi for his speed and politeness, while Takumi silently recalls that he uses a false identity to avoid trouble since he remains wanted despite his skilled creator of all things proving invaluable. He now comprehends the meaning of art brings dead, and remembers that he came to relent, because he became the first human to parachute off Akaiji's head and afterward departed from the Blue Wolf main party. He had received news that the conscripted youth defending the capital were returning, and fearing recognition with a bounty still falsely attached, he chose to leave Pennant quietly, though saddened. Intending only to inform the village chief, yet the villagers threw him a grand farewell feast before he departed. He then crafted a bicycle to travel swiftly, and as he rides he marvels at the untouched majesty of mountains, forests, and rivers while exhilarated at his increasing speed. After an hour he reaches Relent, home of the Blue Wolf main, and finds a job center resembling Hello Work where anyone can find employment. Upon arrival at the guild, Catherine apologized that the Blue Wolf main had not yet returned since quests take days or weeks. Now 10 days have passed, and Takumi notices a wild crowd outside the guild, initially mistaking it for a festival until a soldier addresses him. Takumi recognizes him from the castle and grows uneasy as the soldier remarks on the bounty once placed on him being retracted, thanks to a hero friend petitioning the king with persistence, surprising Takumi, who had been unaware. The soldier further notes that 2 of the heroes left the castle while only the sage remained. He suggests that registering at the renowned Relent branch would earn Takumi credibility, since the rumored SS Party Blue Dragon shield is associated with it, though Takumi dismisses such naming conventions. Adventurers gossip that the guild's receptionist angrily denied the existence of Blue Dragon shield and chased them out. The soldier sympathizes with her frustration and departs, wishing Takumi well and reminding him to thank his heroic friend. Takumi considers verifying the truth at the capital and approaches the locked guild door before recalling Kathy's advice to use the back entrance connected to the store. Upon entering, he encounters Catherine, who mistakes him for a trespasser with murderous intent and attacks, forcing Takumi to evade and protest before Kathy intervenes, recognizing him as Tatsumi and welcoming him. Catherine realizes he is Kathy's client and relaxes as Takumi explains he must depart for the capital, which saddens Kathy. She laments loneliness while Takumi requests Catherine to deliver a message to Blue Wolf main conveying his gratitude and wishes for their happiness. Catherine finds the message overly formal while Takumi leaves. Kathy weeps, declaring she will miss Tatsumi terribly, and Catherine reminds her of her marriage. Kathy insists his laid-back demeanor is unlike anyone, though youthful in appearance. Catherine scolds while Kathy presses about Catherine's own marriage prospects, causing her to snap in protest. They bicker over the mistaken name Blue Dragon shield, while Catherine grows uneasy recalling Takumi's mention of the true Blue Wolf main, and realizing his connection to Pennant and the mysterious young man who acts like an old soul. She grows anxious, while Kathy dismisses her concerns, advising to let fate unfold. Catherine mutters uneasily about her careless behavior and predicts drowning her nerves in drink. Meanwhile, Takumi pedals toward the capital, eager to reunite with Kenjian and the other heroes, determined to learn what has transpired since and ready to return to the capital at last. Takumi is thinking that his full name is Takumi Saiki and recalls that about a month ago he was transported to another world with 3 other heroes to defend a kingdom against the marauding army of a demon lord, and the battle they fought together, though the other heroes treated it like the games they adored, while the kingdom deceived them into preparing self-destruction magic under the false belief that such a sacrifice would repel the enemy, when in truth the kingdom knew that their deaths would be final. And before the battle, Takumi had stood against the king's selfish lie, was accused of attempting assassination, yet in his own way fought and drove the demon army back before fleeing under a bounty. After escaping the capital, he had reached the village of Pennant where kind villagers sheltered him. But upon meeting an adventurer band called the Blue Wolf Mane, he resolved to depart and followed them to their base town of Relent. And there he learned with astonishment that the bounty was rescinded because one among the summoned companions had urged the king to forgive him, which touched Takumi deeply and made him determined to return and thank that unknown ally. So he left Relent and again set out for the capital. He now trudges through a forest muttering that he has lost his way, regretting that he failed to ask directions back in Relent, forgetting too easily that this is another world, and chiding himself that his carefree wandering as though on a bike trip in Europe was thoughtless when ignorance of place names here can be fatal. Until spotting a main road, he resolves to ask the next traveler for guidance. A sound reaches his ears and he recognizes the clatter of a coach, signaling happily for it to stop. But when the horse cart halts, 3 rough men descend and order him to silence, and Takumi wonders if they are thieves, only to be ushered into the cart as it starts moving. An elderly man laughs and apologizes for frightening him, explaining that those 3 are merely bodyguards belonging to his adventure party, the Night Owls, rough in appearance but ranked A, whose caution is necessary because a lone man on a dangerous road draws suspicion. Takumi asks about danger, and the old man explains that this highway is rife with wild beasts, errant monsters, and highwaymen, so caution is justified, and Takumi sighs in weary agreement. The old man then asks if his name is Takumi, apologizes for delaying his own introduction, and presents himself as Lamildo of the Avantos Company, a tradesman in the northern district of Calendol. Takumi remarks that Lamildo is a businessman and admits regretfully that he has nothing with which to repay such kindness. But Lamildo only laughs and insists that Takumi has already compensated him with pleasure, then adds that his professional skill is foresight, and through it he knows that association with Takumi promises profit, treating Takumi as an early investment. Takumi marvels at the businesslike generosity and agrees gladly when invited to accompany Lamildo on his journey. When asked his purpose, Takumi replies vaguely that he must see an acquaintance, unwilling to reveal the truth about the heroes, while Lamildo admits with irritation that though he had canceled an important trading negotiation, he must urgently reach the capital, suggesting a matter beyond business. Takumi thinks with shock that for a tradesman to abandon a deal must mean it is something grave, but suddenly the coach halts, prompting Takumi to ask the reason. Lamildo calmly assures him that perhaps highwaymen bar their way, but the night owls will handle it, producing wine and glasses to pass the time while urging that they drink as the rattling has ceased. And Takumi marvels that even while battle rages outside, Lamildo remains composed, concluding that this wealthy merchant is far more refined than the corrupt king. The upholstered coach feels to Takumi like the private jets of his old world, luxury he never before enjoyed. And though beasts and bandits attack along the route, the night owls dispatch them easily, perhaps another manifestation of Lamildo's foresight. Amid this, Takumi notices a new skill etched into his status, creator of all life, and observes that his level has risen to 2, though its utility remains a mystery. Their arrival at the capital is promised for tomorrow. Again the coach halts and Takumi mutters with alarm that another ambush might be upon them. But Lamildo frowns and reflects that this journey is peculiar, for in countless trips between Calendol and the capital he had never faced so many assaults. 2 highwaymen ambushes, 1 beast attack, 3 monsters. When usually only 1 threat occurs across 3 journeys, perhaps stirred by the demon lord's army or a sign the world itself is shifting too quickly. Takumi wonders if the summoning of off-worlders like himself caused this change. But Lamildo rejoices that, for a tradesman, times of change are times of opportunity, where prediction can yield vast profit, and Takumi privately admires that such optimism echoes modern businessmen. Lamildo then muses that the night owls are taking unusually long, and Takumi notes the silence outside before slipping out to peek, finding no one present until groans draw him to the driver's body. And then one of the night owls appears with a cruel laugh, announcing that Takumi would have lived longer if he had remained in the coach, unleashing a flare burst that engulfs him. Takumi cries out and collapses, and Lamildo rushes out in alarm only to be held at sword point by another, who mocks him that guild records cannot save him since a different party took the quest in name, and they have agreed to split the spoils, while the third declares they will erase evidence by killing both. Lamildo snarls at the betrayal, but the rogues reveal that what they truly seek is the treasure box skill that allows Lamildo to store goods in a dimensional warp, demanding he open it under threat of torture by their companion Exiled, the poisoned doctor, whose venom causes endless agony without death. Lamildo curses them but refuses, swearing he will never yield even if killed. They jeer that all resist but all break, and the poisoner laughs about suffering. At that moment, the first night owl notices something strange about Takumi's body just as Takumi rises again, declaring that their evil will not prevail. All are shocked as he explains that though fire engulfed him, no heat touched his flesh, his body unscathed, and with a thought he conjures fresh clothing before their eyes. He condemns the night owls for disgracing the rank of adventurers, not out of any claim to justice, but because he cannot abide watching ambitious youths toil endlessly for honor while others corrupt that very name. The second rogue grins wickedly that Takumi should have stayed down and lunges with his magic sword, but to the astonishment of all, Takumi, while thinking furiously, instinctively forges a magic sword of his own to meet the strike. Takumi raises his magical sword Frist, while the first of the night owls exclaims that Takumi possesses a replication skill, and the second one questions with disdain if the first truly believes that some hastily created counterfeit can stand against him before launching his assault. Yet Takumi blocks the blow, and the second one is left in disbelief, thinking that perhaps Takumi's success is mere luck, then unleashes another barrage of strikes, sneering darkly about testing his skill. But Takumi parries every attack with precision, leaving the second one astonished that even feints are rendered useless, as Takumi blocks each strike with unwavering defense, until Takumi counterattacks and forces the second one onto the defensive, shocking him further as he realizes there is no way the sword in Takumi's hand could merely be a frail imitation. Takumi himself reflects that he is simply knocking aside the second one's strikes at the moment they should connect, but his strength wanes, drained by the relentless swordplay, and he muses wearily that this feels like something watched countless times in historical dramas, though acting it out in reality is utterly exhausting, silently thanking the samurai actors who unwittingly served as his instructors. The second one grits his teeth, muttering that facing a wretch like Takumi forces him to unveil another blade, drawing forth a new magical sword, but the first one urgently cries out for him to stop, warning that revealing the name would allow Takumi's advanced replication skill to copy it, insisting that without its name, replication should be impossible, calling the second one Exiled. Takumi recalls with some curiosity that he has little knowledge of these magical swords, yet ponders if he can conjure them through their essence, just as he had created a missile launcher without knowing its true name, perhaps guided by image rather than title. Exiled boasts that his blade is Rinsel, laughing that Takumi cannot possibly replicate this sword, declaring Takumi's end before cleaving through Takumi's weapon and laughing triumphantly. Lamildo shouts Takumi's name in alarm as Exiled gloats that this sword drains the wielder's life force to produce overwhelming strength, far surpassing Frist, admitting he had not wished to resort to it. But Takumi left him no choice, and now with its added ability of superhuman might, Takumi shall pay dearly. Takumi steels himself, realizing that to stop this magic sword he requires one of equal caliber, and Exiled lunges forward, vowing to carve him to ribbons, when suddenly Takumi conjures a legendary blade, and in a clash of steel shatters Exiled's sword, leaving him reeling in disbelief. Takumi remarks with relish that once again he has broken a worthless object, savoring the chance to utter a line long desired, as he unveils the sword of the legendary General Yusugi Kenshin, the Takenamata Keinmitsu, also known as the Steel Armor Cutter, the one-man cannon, and the Thunder Sword, famed blades of Japan, said to surpass even the off-world magical swords. Yet even as he holds such a weapon, Takumi contemplates the difficulty of capturing foes alive with such power, recognizing that slaying them would be effortless, but not his intent. Exiled, enraged, calls upon Exiled and Rinsel, and Exiled steps forth with venomous needles, warning Takumi against movement, while Rinsel prepares his incantation, invoking his lightning talon as a sacrifice to his lord, declaring the terror of the night owls, the demon swordsman Ashelin, the alchemist Rinsel, and the poisonist Ganzil. Takumi, however, remains unimpressed, likening their attack to ineffective treatments from his old world, recalling visits to a chiropractor who used electric shocks and acupuncture to ease sore shoulders, and notes his body feels invigorated instead. Ashelin, shaken, demands to know if Takumi harbors resistance skills against poison and lightning, and Rinsel, determined, casts Analyze Magic to expose Takumi's weaknesses, proclaiming with a cruel grin that once revealed, they will strike where he is unguarded, yet his smugness collapses into shock as he observes Takumi's resistances. Physical immunity, magic immunity, abnormal status immunity, attribute immunity, psychological immunity, and even more beyond that. Ashelin roars in disbelief, declaring that Takumi is immune to nearly every attack conceivable, likening him to a monster, almost a god. Takumi calmly states that although he is unsure what their schemes are, he has conceived a method to subdue them without inflicting harm, and manifests a stun grenade, pulling its pin, recalling how in foreign police dramas such devices subdued terrorists without killing, reasoning that the blinding flash and thunderous noise would immobilize foes long enough for capture. Though he worries briefly whether the grenade will vanish unlike the missiles and bullets he once created, but resolves that there is no time to test theory, declaring that desperate times demand desperate measures, and hurls it toward the night owls. In a flash, Ashelin cries out that he cannot see, Rinsel screams that his ears are overwhelmed, and Takumi notes with relief that the blast leaves him untouched, confirming the plan's success, then swiftly conjures a rope and binds the incapacitated night owls before resuming his journey to the capital with Lamildo. Upon arrival at the Avanto's company capital branch, servants and employees gather in gratitude, bowing deeply, the head employee expressing reverence that Takumi saved their master's life, while all staff join in offering thanks. Takumi, overwhelmed, acknowledges that Lamildo's influence is vast, realizing that Avanto's is no small enterprise but a sprawling corporation, and learns that bowing for 5 seconds is their traditional gesture of respect, assuring them that he understands and need not be honored so excessively. Lamildo himself declares that thanks to Takumi, his life was spared, allowing him to witness his newborn grandchild and fulfill his true reason for returning to the capital, proudly cradling the infant, while Takumi reflects that such a purpose far outweighs any business negotiation. Lamildo shares that one of his apprentices had aspired to open a business in the capital, aided by Lamildo, but later eloped with Lamildo's daughter, leading her to sever ties, so he had been unaware of his grandchild's existence until recently, and the daughter explains she withheld the news to avoid Lamildo's persistent fussing, teasing him for stacking his coach with gifts, branding him a doting grandfather. Takumi silently marvels that even a powerful merchant softens before family. Lamildo, in earnest, asks if Takumi truly wishes no reward for his deeds, but Takumi nervously insists that escort to the capital was sufficient. Lamildo responds that while a businessman customarily repays through wealth, he respects Takumi's choice, yet affirms that if ever needed, his aid will be granted. Takumi expresses gratitude and prepares to depart, when Lamildo suddenly asks about Takumi's past dealings with the Adventurers Guild, explaining that upon reporting the Night Owls, mention of Takumi's name caused the guild clerks to act strangely, so Lamildo pretended they had parted ways to protect him. Takumi muses that he had never visited the guild in Raylant and doubts any deep connection, while Lamildo dismisses it as likely confusion with another Takumi, bidding him safe travels. Wandering through the capital's bustling streets, Takumi reflects on how different it appears compared to his last visit, when it had been shuttered and grim, now alive with peace and activity, when suddenly a voice calls out his name from behind, prompting him to turn and search, only for the stranger to reveal himself with a knowing remark that he is right here. Takumi nervously questions where they might have met before, causing the man to recoil in disbelief and protest loudly, insisting they had indeed encountered in this very capital, and demanding if Takumi is truly well, while Takumi struggles to place his face. Takumi tries to recognize the man before him, but fails and once again wearily asks about his identity, when the man informs that Takumi still does not recognize him, so he reveals himself as Tanji. Takumi exclaims Tanji in surprise, while Kenji explains that Takumi did not know his true name because Tanji was merely his character name in the online games Kenji used to play, adding that he dislikes using his real name, but in reality, he is Kenji Takochi. Takumi repeats the name Kenji Takochi and mutters that he has heard it somewhere before. Kenji clenches his teeth and declares that he is Kenjian. Takumi thinks for a moment and suddenly realizes the truth before shouting in shock if he means the Kenjian. Kenji scoffs at Takumi's slow reaction while Takumi thinks that although the name matches, Kenji does not look anything like he once did, wondering what happened to his former intelligentsia-style appearance, and noting that only the glasses remain from the past. Takumi exclaims that it has been a while. Kenji agrees and adds that it has been a while since he last saw a real human because now he lives in the castle, inviting Takumi to come and see it since there are some excellent snacks. Takumi thinks he has no need for snacks, but agrees to take Kenji up on the offer, then follows him into the castle making Takumi think that only a hero who saved the kingdom could pass into the castle so easily by mere appearance. Kenji then leads Takumi into a room where Takumi immediately notices the stench of food. Admiring the luxurious furniture and glamorous interior that must have cost a fortune, yet finding it pitiful that expensive surroundings are littered with wrappers and skewers. Kenji collapses comfortably on a sofa that strains under his weight and tells Takumi to make himself at home, while Takumi thinks that Kenji has hardly walked any distance, yet is already out of breath, and despite being in his 20s, his lifestyle is visibly taking a toll, leaving Takumi to wonder about his well-being. Kenji mentions that it has been about 2 months since their summoning, yet it feels longer since seeing Takumi's face, and then offers roasted squid. Takumi refuses, and instead remarks that time passes quickly before asking how Kenji has been doing while calling him Kenjian. Kenji snaps that he should stop with Kenjian and clarifies that people now call him Tanji the Mage, before offering meatballs, which Takumi refuses while thinking of how different Kenji has become. Kenji goes on to explain that after the great battle ended he has nothing to do, no smartphone, no internet, and thus only food remains for amusement, which caused him to become chubby. Takumi laughs inwardly that Kenji resembles a before and after diet picture, but in reverse. Kenji then says he has heard rumors that the king is displeased with Takumi and that the army was after him, explaining that he thought it strange because he had never seen Takumi again after the battle, but that Takumi can thank Nene for everything since she was the one who protected him, asking again if Takumi wants some yakisoba. Takumi refuses once more as Kenji continues, explaining that the king was still angry, so Nene was forced to request the church to pressure the king to forgive Takumi, and the church did so strongly. Takumi asks if the church supported Nene and wonders if it is some kind of Amen church, but Kenji clarifies that it is Christianity, though in this world the church belongs to the Caldesania kingdom and is its national religion, explaining that Nene is now a holy priestess, and since she was summoned here the church begged her to join them, so she used that position to bargain with the kingdom and secure Takumi's pardon, noting that the church's power rivals the king. Takumi shouts in shock if Nene sacrificed herself to save him, but Kenji warns that shouting might spill the soup and remarks that it works out for Nene because it is better to be under the protection of the church than to serve the king, and now that she is a holy woman the church will take good care of her, offering fried chicken. Takumi refuses again while thinking that Kenji is devouring endlessly, then asks about Nene's whereabouts. Kenji admits that he does not know the details but heard she is far southwest of the capital in the city of Fultima, where the church headquarters are since the church heavily publicized her position. Takumi thinks that his next destination must be Fultima before asking about Aiki and whether he left the castle. Kenji replies that Aiki is on a mission to slay the demon lord. Takumi shouts in shock upon hearing the title while Kenji explains that Aiki was celebrated in a parade after the battle and proclaimed himself the man who would kill the demon lord before leaving with several others. Takumi worries internally if Aiki will be all right, then asks about Kenji's plans. Kenji replies that he intends to remain at the capital because he was once a shut-in who preferred indoor life, and the capital is renowned for its delicious food, so it will take time to achieve full completion of tasting everything. Takumi bows and announces his departure while Kenji shouts in surprise that he is leaving, to which Takumi responds that it would be bad if the king discovered his presence here. Kenji agrees with that point and asks if Takumi wants takoyaki as a souvenir, which he refuses before leaving. As Takumi departs, Kenji calls out from the window, reminding him that although he was entangled in the summoning and may hold grudges, the four of them are friends and compatriots, so if Takumi ever needs help he can rely on Kenji. Takumi happily assures himself that he will ask if needed then leaves, feeling glad that although he scrambled away from the capital, he at least visited Kenji first. Meanwhile, in the Caldesania branch of the Adventurers Guild, a senior man furiously clenches his teeth and demands why they still cannot locate Takumi despite sending undercover agents and mobilizing the guild. A young man cheerily states that they know Takumi is in the capital, while another reports that surveillance has been tightened, and it is only a matter of time. The senior man slams the table in frustration, declaring that such measures are not enough because Takumi is not so easy to find. A young girl reluctantly remarks that she heard Takumi defeated the night owls by himself, while another young man suggests perhaps the owls were careless during a coach raid, calling them stupid. Another laughs that they are only getting payback for using the guild's name for dirty work, and the others laugh with him, while the senior man thinks bitterly that these employees are too carefree. He recalls the incident at the Relent branch, where the E-rank party Blue Wolf Mane suddenly slaughtered 78,000 monsters during an extermination hunt, and leapt to SS rank. A situation so strange that only a few insiders know the truth, as public knowledge would cause chaos. He concludes that from higher investigations it is certain that the one who elevated Blue Wolf Mane was Takumi, and if the Night Owls' defeat was his doing too, then even A-rank parties could not challenge him. A young girl then reads a notice describing Takumi as a black-haired, brown-eyed male of normal build around 18 years old. Another young man questions why the higher-ups want him so badly, while the senior explains with excitement that Takumi would be a tremendous asset, and the higher-ups want him to join the guild and the Blue Wolf Mane formally. One employee objects that recruiting someone like that should not involve the whole guild, while the senior thinks privately that the truth is if Takumi cannot be recruited, the guild itself could be endangered. Yet they cannot strip Blue Wolf Mane of its SS rank, since the system worked correctly, and it was truly Takumi's involvement that caused it. The only solution devised is to secure Takumi as a guild member and place him into Blue Wolf Mane to legitimize everything, and the senior laments the burden while insisting they must capture him while he remains in the capital. The young girl notes that black hair and brown eyes are rare but resemble Eastern peoples, while one young man says he saw someone fitting that description, but Takumi sits in a rattling horse cart among strangers while thinking that he is currently on his way to the town of Faultima, and this time he is riding in a cart which takes longer, but spares him the worry of getting lost, recalling that the only ride like this he has experienced before was the wealthy merchant Lamildo's coach. Yet even a shared cart proves convenient, though the endless shaking makes him drowsy. The route to the holy town of Faultima passes through the harbor town of Mizantos and requires crossing by boat since it is the traditional pilgrimage course from the capital. Though there exists a direct coach, Takumi instead chose a cheaper one, stopping at every town, changing carts as needed. Upon reaching a town, he studies the map, wondering about the next switch point, when his attention is drawn to a quarrel between a kid and a cart driver, where the man angrily threatens to turn the child over to the authorities for freeloading, while the boy shouts back that as a child he rides free. The man furiously insists that he has a business to run with horses to feed and carts to repair, demanding the child come with him, while the boy protests that he has somewhere important to be. Takumi interrupts, pretending to scold the boy for wandering off, expressing relief at finding him again, but the boy yells in confusion at who Takumi is. Takumi hushes him, hands the man some money, and declares that the fare is now paid so they will be leaving, after which the man accepts the settlement and warns to be more careful. The boy shouts at Takumi for having no reason to pay for him, but Takumi apologizes for intruding and explains that he was simply curious about where the child needed to go so urgently without paying. The boy snaps that it is none of his business, and Takumi folds his hands in agreement, asking him to forget the matter. The boy eyes him suspiciously before reluctantly confessing that he is headed to the harbor town of Adalasta on pressing business. Takumi notes that since he himself plans to pass through Adalasta to board a connecting ship across the harbor, the boy may travel with him if he wishes. The boy nervously demands why Takumi would want to accompany him, and Takumi answers that traveling alone grows boring, so company would be welcome. The boy introduces himself in a sour tone as Angie. Takumi asks if Angie knows the road to Adalasta, and Angie replies that he has traveled it in carts before, but Takumi cuts in to suggest a trade. If Angie shows him the way, he will provide the transportation, making it a fair deal that even covers the fare already paid, no borrowing involved. Angie mutters about no exchange of money, then happily accepts. Takumi then summons a motorcycle with a sidecar, leaving Angie stunned and shouting in disbelief, while Takumi thinks the vehicle is perfect for two, remembering that every TV superhero he admired rode such, and that he once obtained a secret motorcycle license without his parents or friends knowing. Angie, amazed, concludes that Takumi must possess some replication skill, then climbs aboard as Takumi starts the engine to the astonishment of onlookers. As the motorcycle speeds off, Angie thrills at the ride, urging faster while Takumi delights at the boy's excitement, silently deciding not to pry into why he travels alone, yet acknowledging that his innocence is that of a child, before accelerating further. Meanwhile, in the Caldesania branch of the Adventurers Guild, the senior officer reports to an elf that Takumi has eluded them in the capital, but adventurers with tracking skills provided compelling information, suggesting he is bound for fault. The elf exclaims in shock, then listens, as the report states Takumi was sighted at a coach terminal and may be traveling by carts. The elf muses that it is bold to flee so openly, marking Takumi as a heroic type, but since the route requires a ship at Mizantos, he orders the senior to alert the Mizantos branch and assemble skilled adventurers to seize him. The senior obeys while the elf thinks that no matter what Takumi cannot escape the guild's reach. At the Raylant branch, Kalitz shouts in disbelief upon hearing that Takumi heads for Faltima while the receptionist confirms the news from the capital. And Lena remarks wearily that Takumi moves quickly, already reaching the capital before their return to Pennant, doubting his guise as a mere commoner. Kalitz reflects that Takumi single-handedly captured the Night Owls and is clearly concealing his true nature, while the receptionist orders that Takumi must be apprehended and escorted to the guild under unusual circumstances, explaining that Blue Wolf Mane has been formally tasked with this duty, though refusal is permitted. Kalitz accepts without hesitation, calling the receptionist Catherine, while Lena sighs that it was inevitable, and Faralina suggests they at least apologize when confronting Takumi. Lena then reasons they can take the land route to Faltima and arrive first, and so they prepare their cart while Catherine warns that others, even S-Class and above, intend to challenge Takumi for defeating the Night Owls, urging caution. Kalitz agrees that they must secure him quickly to prevent complications before setting out. Meanwhile, Takumi and Angie reach Adalasta in mere hours instead of the 5 days a cart would require, thanks to Angie's constant shouts for speed. Angie disembarks, thanks Takumi, and declares that he will see him afterward before hurrying off, while Takumi happily reflects on the enjoyable journey, noting that Angie's words reveal he might seek him again. Remembering Lamildo's advice to always visit the guild in new towns for information, Takumi decides to check the Adventurers Guild. Entering the Adalasta branch, he notes how unexpectedly quiet and laid-back a harbor town feels. The receptionist greets him, but nearby adventurers mock him as weak and doomed if he intends to join, laughing at his appearance. Takumi calmly and nervously assures them he is just passing through, not seeking trouble, then asks the receptionist to confirm if this is indeed the guild. The receptionist affirms, explaining that the place has been deserted for 2 months and doubled as a drinking spot, with himself working as bartender, asking if Takumi wants a drink. Takumi requests milk, stunning the receptionist while adventurers howl with laughter at such a childish choice. Takumi exclaims disappointment that milk is unavailable, but the receptionist admits they keep some for cocktails, admiring his ability to ignore the mockery, and explains that the adventurers have been idle and on edge since the town has effectively been locked down. Takumi asks the reason, and the receptionist sighs that it is not just a reason but a reality. The harbor town cannot use its harbor, no fishing, no shipping, all because of pirates. Takumi shouts in shock and the receptionist confirms, explaining that pirates have sealed the seas just as they did in the time of the former lord, now back in force, and none of the adventurers can match them. Takumi realizes this means any ferry attempting the strait is doomed. The receptionist affirms that no boat dares leave and that overland travel is the only option. Takumi leaves the guild deep in thought, worrying about Angie who traveled so far only to find the harbor closed, then decides to use his creator of all things skill, resolving to confront the pirates directly. Summoning a cute duck-shaped ferry, he sets out onto the sea deliberately to be captured, knowing a fast motorboat would make pursuit difficult and admitting ignorance of sailing yachts, but judging the conspicuous ferry perfect for the purpose, until suddenly his eyes fall upon a massive ship looming before him. Approaching and thinks that perhaps this vessel intends to prevent him from being attacked. Then a ladder is thrown down from above, and through gestures he is told to board, so he guesses the message and climbs while thinking that they may not intend to harm him. But once they realize he has nothing of value, their actions may change. Then he reaches the deck and scans the area for the pirate leader until he notices Angie and hears the child cheer with delight before inviting him to meet the captain, introducing a hairy man named Captain Gar, whose true name is Garol but shortened by Angie for convenience. And she explains to Takumi that Gar has raised her since birth, and though curt, sharp-tongued, and outwardly cold, he is not nearly as terrifying as he appears, so he should be spoken to normally. Then Takumi cautiously confirms if the vessel is a pirate ship, but both Gar and Angie immediately deny it, causing him to think that the situation is stranger than he expected, since his entire plan of confronting pirates is collapsing if they are not pirates. So he asks if the rumors of a pirate vessel attacking ships in the strait are all mistaken. But Gar bluntly admits that they are indeed stopping all ships which try to cross, while Takumi reflects that such actions would be considered piracy by most people. Then Angie angrily protests that Gar is twisting words and quickly explains that they are protecting the town from the monstrous kraken which appeared 2 months prior, a Z-rank Calamity-class beast that destroys any vessel disturbing the surface of the water. And Gar interrupts in irritation, saying that Takumi cannot understand the scope, explaining further that the kraken annihilates ships instinctively, and the only way to prevent further casualties was to close the harbor. Then when Takumi asks why they do not simply drive the monster away, Gar scoffs and demands to know if Takumi is even an adventurer. But when Takumi denies it, Gar explodes in disbelief, asking if Takumi did not come under guild orders. Then Takumi explains nervously that he only wished to cross the strait, but was told he must deal with so-called pirates first. So Gar realizes that Takumi came to confront them without weapons and calls him strange. Then elaborates that monsters are ranked G to A, but Calamity rank stands apart as unstoppable destruction, like a natural disaster. So his crew is trying to safeguard the seas. And when Takumi asks why he does not clarify matters to the townspeople, Gar recounts that when they once rescued sailors from a kraken attack, they were mistaken as aggressors by other witnesses, and adventurers sent against them were all slain by the beast, leading to lasting false accusations, compounded by the fact that the ship still bears its old pirate design. So he doubts anyone would believe their explanation, which makes Takumi realize this truly was once a pirate vessel. Then he asks why such a reputation is still maintained if the local lords once controlled the seas, whereupon Angie interrupts with sudden seriousness and asks Takumi to listen without shock, before removing her hat and revealing herself as Angelina O'Quinn, heir of the Adalasta Marquisate, stunning Takumi, who notices for the first time her extraordinarily long hair, which she hides to avoid encumbrance while traveling. And while he contemplates this, Gar irritably urges him to at least remark on her true gender or noble status. But Takumi merely stares and admits he had only noticed her hair, which makes Angie angry and call him awful. Then the ship glides into a cavernous tunnel, and Takumi marvels at the hidden base invisible from the coast, yet overseeing all sea traffic. And Gar recounts how 30 years ago the strait was overrun with lawless pirates until the former Lord of Adalasta, Angie's grandfather, offered amnesty to Gar's father in return for purging the seas, forming a secret alliance that kept the waters safe, though publicly Gar's father continued the facade of piracy, and thus they remained hidden guardians of the harbor, which explains why Gar persists in protection despite suspicion. But now with the grandfather deceased and Angie's father in command, the agreement has been nullified, and a vast flotilla is being raised to destroy every pirate, shocking Takumi as Angie sorrowfully admits she rushed back to prevent it but failed. Then Gar produces a treasure chest, explaining it contains the written contract of alliance with her grandfather, which could vindicate them if revealed. Yet the key sealed with magical glyph is missing, and while breaking the chest would erase its contents, Angie eagerly urges Takumi to replicate the key with his creation skill, despite Gar's protests, and Takumi recalls replicating magical equipment before, so he successfully creates the key and opens the box, to everyone's astonishment. And Angie triumphantly retrieves the document, exclaiming that with this proof they can clear Gar's name and explain their actions. But Gar stops her and insists the flotilla must first be lured against the kraken, for only with their combined might can such a calamity be confronted. And while Angie weeps at the danger to Gar, he resolutely declares that without slaying the kraken, shipping will never resume and the town will collapse, so if necessary they must perish fighting. And when Takumi asks if Gar deliberately spreads rumors of piracy, Gar admits that while not planned, the reputation serves to deter reckless sailors, and the only concern he has is ensuring someone protects Angie. But now he trusts Takumi to do so, which Angie refuses in despair. Yet Gar insists there is no alternative. Then he describes the Kraken's colossal strength, capable of snapping the masts of warships, and its regeneration that makes it nearly invincible. And he asks Takumi to deliver the contract to the Marquis if he falls, but Takumi declines. And when Gar assumes Takumi wishes to leave uninvolved, Takumi denies that as well and requests they go outside. Then together they step onto the deck overlooking the vast strait, where Gar demands to know what he intends. While Takumi thinks that this town was merely a stop along his journey, yet he cannot ignore Anji's sorrow nor the plight of these people. So if he must fight a sea monster, then he will unleash his greatest creation. And with a surge of power, he manifests a colossal secret weapon that shocks Gar and amazes Anji, while Takumi stands atop it, declaring through action that this will be the decisive armament to challenge the Kraken. Gar shows Takumi that the Kraken lurks in the waters ahead, then points at the map and explains that if the Kraken rides the currents in the strait, it shifts between shallow and deep waters. And since the currents flow from the open sea toward the shore right now, it should be closest to the cliffs. Takumi expresses gratitude and compliments that it is reassuring having a captain who knows everything while calculating in his mind that the creature is about 1 kilometer away. Gar warns that the Kraken is swift enough that even if Takumi deploys that massive construct, it might catch him before he gets close. Takumi nervously admits that it is difficult yet insists that he has ideas, and Gar concedes, saying he will stop mumbling and leave the matter to him, since Takumi is far more capable than he first imagined. Takumi reflects that he will have to move around a lot, so he begins stretching to prepare, and as he stretches, Anji curiously asks about it. Takumi explains that the practice is called radio calisthenics, a proper way to warm up in his land. Anji finds it amusing and decides to join. Takumi instructs her to swing her arms while counting 1, 2, 3, 4 and back 3, 2, 3, 4, ending with a deep breath before announcing that the warm-up is complete, wishing everyone a healthy day. Then he advances toward the massive construct while Gar and Anji cheer for him. Takumi manifests the aircraft carrier Shinano and boards it, thinking that it is time for an inaugural dash across its nearly 1,000-foot deck, before calling forth the second Yamato-class dreadnought. He runs along the colossal ship, thinking that the Kraken must have noticed by now, then summons the number 1 ship Yamato and leaps aboard as the Kraken prepares to devour the last vessel. Seeing the creature up close, Takumi thinks it is enormous, even larger than the legendary dreadnought Yamato, and marvels that no rumors have spread about Adalistan being attacked, likely due to Gar's vigilance. Because of that, he realizes he must be cunning in handling the beast, since if it disappears like other magical monsters after defeat, he will lose proof of the threat and the reason for Gar's protection of the harbor. He wonders how to slay the Kraken while preserving evidence, then creates an attack submarine and pilots it. With excitement, he notes that the Kraken ceases its assault on the other ship and reacts exactly as he intended, lining the target upon its head. He unleashes a freeze beam, instantly encasing the monster in ice, and triumphantly declares 1 serving of giant squid on ice, while Gar and Anji cheer in delight. Takumi recalls seeing a freeze ray in an old monster movie that froze a beast instantly, and he feels pleased that it worked flawlessly. Meanwhile, members of Adalista's guild branch sit idle, gossiping about the lack of brawls, while the receptionist laments that the guild and bar may soon collapse. Noise outside draws them out, where they find a Z-rank sea monster, the Kraken, frozen and drifting in from the ocean. They whisper that it must have been living there all along, and one recalls the boats attacked in the harbor, which they had blamed on pirates, until another shouts that it was the Kraken after all. Gar asks Takumi if he only needs passage across the harbor, and Takumi agrees, saying Gar will be busy explaining and negotiating with the Lord. Gar admits as much but insists on offering deep thanks, praising Takumi for saving Adalista. Takumi returns the praise, saying he merely swept up at the end. Gar reminds him that defeating a Z-rank monster will earn a vast reward and recognition as a hero, though Takumi nervously deflects the title. Anji sadly asks if he is leaving, and Takumi confirms, rubbing her head and telling her to help her father and Gar get along. Gar muses that Takumi is a mysterious man, for no one would imagine him battling the Kraken with such strange creations, and likens him to Grandpap. Takumi asks who that is, and Anji cheerfully explains that it is her grandfather. Gar nods, describing him as easygoing yet brave when needed, someone who never thought like ordinary men. Anji adds that Takumi is just as unusual as her grandfather, which makes Takumi wonder if that is truly a compliment. Anji explains that she always felt safe with her grandfather and feels the same with Takumi, so she has decided something important. When asked, She declares she will make Takumi her groom in 5 years, marrying him into the Ilquin line. Gar reacts happily, while Takumi, shocked, laughs inwardly that it resembles a child's declaration to marry her father someday. Yet he gently thanks her, saying he is far too old and she should wait for true love. Angie counters that they are only 10 years apart, pointing out her own parents' greater age gap, and argues that when she is 50 and he is 60, it will make no difference. Takumi, impressed by her reasoning, reluctantly promises that if no one else comes along when she is an adult, he will consider marrying her. Angie excitedly makes him seal it as a promise, while Takumi thinks it is only a childish fancy she will forget by 20. She calls Gar as witness, and Gar formally asks Takumi to promise marriage to the heir of the Ilquin dynasty, Angelina, once she is of age, requesting a kiss upon her hand as proof. Angie extends her hand, and Takumi bows and kisses it, silently acknowledging it as harmless play, though he feels he went too far, yet reasoning that it is an adult's duty not to crush a child's dream. Angie dances in delight, while Gar explains that the act is a noble engagement ceremony if he understands. Takumi is startled as Gar adds that since Angie is 10 and said 5 years, her proposal shortens it to 4 years, meaning she is truly overjoyed. Takumi, shocked again, exclaims about adulthood at 14, but Gar dismisses it with cheer, saying he will be glad when Takumi becomes lord of these waters and thanking him once more. Takumi realizes he has blundered, but as he departs, Angie waves excitedly and reminds him she will be waiting. Sitting in the boat, Takumi reflects that she will meet many others in the next 4 years and feelings always change, so he decides to leave it behind and focus on his true goal, the holy town of Faltima. Takumi sits in a boat sailing toward Faltima while reflecting that this year would have marked his 60th birthday, a time when he should have reached retirement in peace. Yet about 2 months ago, he was summoned into another world alongside the hero Aiki, the sage Kenjian, and the priestess Nene. Unlike them, who already possessed knowledge of other worlds, magic, and their workings, Takumi had been completely unprepared, always bewildered, and yet suddenly thrust into fighting the vast army of the demon lord, falsely accused of plotting against the king and burdened with a bounty on his head. Struggling to survive, he had been forced into a deadly monster den, and if not for the young boy given to him and the miraculous creator of all things skill, his second life in this strange world would have ended abruptly. Since then, Takumi has faced countless ordeals, such as in the harbor town of Adalasta where a disaster-level Z-rank Kraken emerged. With the aid of the former pirate Garol, he managed to bring the creature down, yet through a misunderstanding he found himself inadvertently engaged to Angie, the daughter of the Lord of Mizentaz. Now he continues his journey toward his destination, the holy city of Faltima. The mariner remarks that Takumi is attempting something highly unusual, because reaching Faltima requires crossing the Great Forest, an arduous task, and suggests it might be easier to return to Mizentaz and arrange a ferry instead. Takumi is startled, remembering his earlier thoughts about mountains and forests blocking the path, but reassures himself that since there is no need to rush, the journey will be fine. At the Adventurers Guild of Caldesania, an elf loudly inquires if Takumi defeated the sea monster Kraken, and a senior member confirms, citing a rushed report from the Adalasta branch. The elf wonders why the report did not come from Mizentaz, and the senior explains again while the elf clenches her teeth and suspects that Takumi deliberately took the harder route from Adalasta. She insists that even their guild's vast intelligence network had no knowledge of where the Kraken would surface, so questions why the Adalasta branch knew of it. She argues that if an adventurer held a proper guild card, the Kraken's defeat would have been automatically recorded, but Takumi does not possess one, and typically monsters vaporize after defeat, leaving no trace. The senior explains that in this case remains still exist. The Kraken's body lies frozen, floating in the harbor for all to see. The elf reacts in astonishment, and after learning this, recalls that Takumi has the replication skill yet wonders if he used some form of magic to freeze something larger than a massive ship. The senior responds that no freezing magic of that scale exists, and even if it did, neither humans nor elves could wield it, leading him to question if Takumi is truly human. When pressed, he speculates that Takumi could be an underling of the demon lord, since the lord commands the darkness, and turmoil in his ranks following the failed assault on the capital might have caused the destruction of the monster den and the Kraken. He suggests Takumi's erratic actions may be meant to deceive humanity. The elf agrees thoughtfully, admitting the idea is more than speculation, and declares that they cannot remain passive. From this moment, the guild will change their mission from investigation to direct capture, as they must uncover Takumi's true nature at once, ordering that a request be sent to Shadow and the Sword Master. The senior reacts in shock at pairing such figures, but the elf interrupts, explaining that the situation demands nothing less. For Shadow, the S-class tracker, and the Sword Master, the SS-ranked swordsman, are the guild's strongest and best suited to deal with Takumi. The senior concedes and begins preparing their quests, while the elf mutters that the world may soon learn whether Takumi is human or monster. At Caldesania Castle, Augusta reports to the king that the Kraken had appeared in the strait near Adalasta. The king grumbles irritably over his meal, lamenting that after the demon lord's army, now even sea monsters plague him, and he refuses to commit royal forces since his budget has already suffered greatly from the prior invasion, declaring that the guild or the local lord should handle it without costing the crown a single coin. Augusta informs him that the Kraken has already been slain by one man alone. The king, shocked, demands if it was the Sword Master, but Augusta corrects him, stating it was Takumi. The king furiously exclaims disbelief, reminding that Takumi had once been branded with a bounty for attempting regicide, and insists such a man could never defeat the Kraken. Augusta clarifies that guild reports confirm it, and the guild is now searching fervently for Takumi, adding credibility to the claims. The king recalls that Takumi had been considered a mere level 1 mistake summon, and Augusta apologizes for not examining his status more thoroughly. The king then remembers that after the demon lord's army was crushed, the priestess Nene herself claimed that Takumi had been the true victor, but he disappeared afterward. Realizing the threat, the king declares that someone with such hidden power cannot be allowed to slip free, especially one who already rebelled against him, and orders that the crows be used. When Augusta asks, the king explains that his principle is to eliminate even slight threats immediately. Augusta reports that Takumi is headed for Faultima to meet the priestess Nene, which seemed at first a simple reunion. But the king darkly speculates that the Holy Church may be pulling the strings and warns that whether guild or church captures Takumi, his strength will empower whichever faction holds him. So decisive action must be taken before something irreversible occurs. Takumi is walking in the forest while thinking that it has been 2 full days he has been going through this place, and he feels as if he is getting somewhere and yet nowhere. He wonders if he is even getting closer to Faultima, because no one can know directions when surrounded by endless trees, and the sensation feels like being a lost child or perhaps headed straight for disaster. Then he creates a compass, and guesses that the magnet is useless while wondering if compasses even work in this world. He thinks that not many people enter this forest, and if it is so hard to get through, one could easily become a lost skeleton. Then he decides to find his position by climbing above the tree canopy and begins to ascend, while thinking that he has not climbed a tree since childhood, though he finds it unexpectedly easy. He sits atop the tree and admires the view where he discovers the mountain range, and concludes that at least he is going in the right direction. He feels a pleasant breeze, and thinks there is plenty of wind up here as it blows from behind, and since the trees share the same height with no changes in elevation, perhaps he can travel faster over them. So he decides to attempt it and creates a hang glider, flying across the trees while muttering that it feels less like gliding and more like being pushed by the wind, but considers it acceptable flight. Then he suddenly feels himself breaking through something before a colossal tree appears in front of him, and he shouts in alarm about the massive tree before colliding with it and falling down. He mutters that the fall did not hurt much and guesses that the branches cushion the impact. He looks up at the tree, while thinking that it is a magnificent ancient tree that must have stood for hundreds of years, and wonders how he failed to notice something so enormous. Then he hears someone from behind asking who he is. He turns and finds elf soldiers pointing arrows at him while their captain demands again who he is and why he has come to this place. Takumi nervously introduces himself and explains that he has been trying to cross the forest to reach Faultima. The captain astonishingly asks if he intends to get through the forest and declares that Takumi must have broken through the barrier protecting their land. Takumi repeats the word barrier questionably while thinking that the sensation of breaking through earlier must have been that very barrier. Then one soldier calls the captain Hadiot and insists that no ordinary human could break through their barrier. But Hadiot interrupts, declaring that he understands and informs Takumi that their chief will decide his fate. So Takumi must accompany them. He warns that they cannot risk anything happening to their chief, and therefore he will put Takumi to sleep. Hadiot casts a cloud of sleep magic over him and orders the soldiers to carry him, but a soldier suddenly calls out in astonishment that Takumi is still awake. Hadiot is shocked and suspects Takumi might possess a resistance skill, so he applies a stronger spell called Nightmare Coma. Yet Takumi remains conscious and calmly inquires what that was. A soldier shouts in disbelief that their spirit magic is ineffective against him. Hadiot forbids them from panicking and casts Thornbind magic, which wraps Takumi in ropes. Yet Takumi frees himself within seconds. Hadiot asks if he is still resisting and predicts that he must have come to destroy their land so they cannot hold back. He orders the soldiers to fire. Takumi begins to run while Hadiot shouts for him to stop. Takumi retorts while running that Hadiot should not command him to stop while attacking him. Hadiot casts Air Blade. Icicle spears and grappling barrage spells, but Takumi evades them. A soldier remarks that Takumi is dodging their attacks by weaving around their homes, while Takumi realizes he is moving reflexively, yet his situation grows worse. Then he notices windows opening and closing as elven women peek nervously, and he thinks that perhaps they are merely frightened because no outsider has ever entered before. It seems they are not hostile but scared, and if that is the case, then fleeing would worsen matters. So he decides to surrender. Hadiot contemplates briefly before ordering that Takumi be bound tightly because they cannot predict what powers he possesses. Takumi thinks that he does not know what awaits him, but considers it better than fleeing under magic assaults. Hadiot escorts him to a house and sternly warns him not to act impolitely before their chief, while Takumi thinks that binding him in ropes is already discourteous enough. Then Hadiot enters the house and respectfully announces that they have brought an intruder. The chief turns and declares that she has been waiting for Takumi, leaving him stunned upon realizing that the chief herself is an elf. The elf welcomes Takumi to the elven land and mentions that they have been expecting him. Takumi inquires about the elven land, and the chief informs that this place is home to all elves. Takumi recalls Faralina of the Blue Wolf Mane and notices that these elves share a similar aura, realizing they are the same race and regrets not noticing it before. The chief calls Hadiot and orders Takumi to be released from his bonds, and Hadiot complies, while the chief apologizes for the rough welcome due to recent suspicious incidents making everyone cautious. Then introduces herself as Sep, clarifying it is not her real name since elder elves have long names humans cannot pronounce. Takumi asks if Sep is an elder elf, and Sep explains she is a high elf over 2,000 years old, leaving Takumi astonished. Sep laughs, noting Takumi does not yet know much about elves, and explains that whether elder or high elf, he can think of her as an old elf who has lived many years. Takumi admits that there are knowledgeable people in his land, but he has not been exposed to such knowledge himself. Sep observes that Takumi has struggled with how to behave with elders in his race as she has. Takumi wonders how Sep knows his true age since he has not told her, and she already knows his name. Sep explains she knows a lot about him from the summoning ceremony at the capital, and from the World Tree. Takumi is astonished and inquires about the World Tree. Sep reveals that the World Tree willed Takumi to be brought to their land, and the huge tree he crashed into is the World Tree. Takumi questions if a plant can have its own will. Sep explains that a god created the World Tree long ago when she was young, and she witnessed its planting. Takumi is shocked and exclaims about the existence of gods. Sep confirms, and Takumi recalls being marked as a god in his status and wonders about having god as an occupation. Sep indicates she knows much and anticipates his question, suggesting that it is better for Takumi to understand through his own experiences since he would not accept her words blindly. Takumi nervously agrees, acknowledging that one learns through experience and resolves to discover things at his own pace. Feeling like a child being lectured by an adult, Sep instructs Hadiot to keep Takumi with them since he was brought by the World Tree's will, and he will stay in their land for a while with Hadiot as a guide. Takumi visits the World Tree and observes everyone working to repair the damage from recent events. Notices Hadiot muttering about having to set aside soldiers to repair the dwellings using stored wood. Hadiot notices Takumi and mutters aggressively about disrupted plans. Takumi reflects that it is not entirely his fault and asks if he may help. Hadiot allows it, noting that Sep permits Takumi to do as he wishes. Takumi sees the logs and considers that a chainsaw would be excessive, and that the children watching would enjoy something familiar. So he creates a sword and mutters that he has cut a worthless object again. Then he cuts the logs into planks, causing the soldiers to cheer, and Takumi, tired, acknowledges getting carried away while finishing all the lumber. Hadiot asks if it is replication skill and questions why Takumi did not use it previously since it would have prevented his escape. Takumi admits that had he not fled, The homes would not have been destroyed and apologizes. Hadiot considers that if Takumi had intended to fight, they would not have stood a chance and notes that Takumi never considered fighting initially. Takumi thinks about transporting the lumber efficiently and recalls manual labor from his previous life, asking Hadiot if he may use magic to move the lumber. Hadiot explains they rely on spirit magic from great sprites and cannot permit its use freely. Takumi notes that Hadiot used it extensively during the chase, but considers what to do since moving the lumber manually would take days. He recalls that children love strong and impressive things, and remembers his childhood fascination with superheroes. So he creates a superhero robot, feeling excitement at riding it though he does not know how to operate it. He attempts to move the robot but becomes unbalanced and nearly falls, realizing that falling would damage everything. He uses the robot arm to try to stabilize, but both he and the robot tumble, muttering that jumping down would have been simpler. While Hadiot scolds him and Takumi laments that the elven land is now more damaged and receives Hadiot's reprimand more severely. Every soldier, including Hadiot, is working, and Hadiot aggressively mutters that thanks to Takumi they now have to expend even more resources and time rebuilding despite Takumi being a guest. Expressing hope that Takumi stops being so careless, Takumi apologizes and feels ashamed, while reflecting that the super robot's body crushed many homes, worsening the destruction and extending the time required for repairs, though the children are genuinely happy. Hadiot informs that Sepp instructed him to give Takumi a tour and asks if there is anything else he would like to know. Takumi eagerly inquires if there is something the village is particularly worried about, and realizes that while they are concerned about the broken dwellings, there is an underlying issue causing greater distress. Hadiot notes that Takumi seems empty-minded, but actually possesses sharp perception, and confirms there is indeed a pressing matter that requires attention. Takumi asks about it, and Hadiot explains that a few years ago, monsters began appearing in the forest more frequently, endangering the village and prompting repeated expeditions to repel them. But these efforts are currently interrupted by the work of a certain intruder, and if the monster dens continue unchecked, the forest will be further corrupted. Takumi confirms the monster den is in this forest and recalls that previously the World Tree's protection prevented such threats. But the elves whisper that the World Tree's power has weakened. Takumi notes having destroyed a monster den before and understands that no one can be at ease with one nearby. Hadiot informs that this particular monster den is exceedingly dangerous. Takumi inquires about its strength, and Hadiot clarifies that the den is in the sky far above the tree line. Takumi exclaims at the idea of a sky-bound monster den, and Hadiot confirms, explaining that ground-based magic cannot reach it, and even their spirit magic is insufficient, leaving them in a difficult situation. Takumi reflects that he had imagined monster dens as caverns and requests permission to assist, acknowledging the care he has received and hoping his skills can help the elves. Hadiot laughs and appreciates Takumi's initiative, but emphasizes that the forest is their responsibility and they must handle their own problems, then turns to leave, prompting Takumi to call him back and present an idea, asking for Hadiot's opinion. Hadiot contemplates briefly, commends Takumi's bold and unconventional thinking, and concedes that although it is unexpected, they are still leading the effort, and it is worth attempting. Takumi begins to respond while Hadiot departs, noting that he must consult the others before proceeding due to potential concerns about involving a non-elf. Takumi reflects on the difficulty of managing everyone's opinions and watches Hadiot leave, then realizes that with a single word from Chief Sepp, his idea is accepted, and he is permitted to join the plan to destroy the monster den. Takumi climbs through the tree stems alongside other elves, noting that each elf raised in the forest navigates the deep woods effortlessly. Hadiot admires that Takumi can keep pace despite their lifelong familiarity with the forest. Takumi acknowledges this while recalling that when he first arrived in this world, he felt light and moved even faster now, wondering if his body has undergone some change in this magical realm. A soldier calls Hadiot, who advises Takumi to remain quiet, then identifies approaching monsters and observes a green tree withering instantly, appreciating that these forest-dwelling monsters drain life merely by wandering, and guesses that Takumi never noticed this in prior encounters in the wild or caverns. Hadiot aggressively questions how such desecration is permitted against their sacred forest. Takumi is shocked upon discovering the monsters emerging from a hole in the sky, estimating the monster den to be about 50 meters above. Hadiot asks if Takumi is ready, then leaps, invoking the protection of forest sprites who assault the monsters with magic and arrows. Hadiot suggests that Takumi act as he is directly beneath the monster den, prompting Takumi to create the Arc of Triumph. Astonishing everyone at the height, Hadiot orders a simultaneous strike using their spirit magic against the monster den. All attack as Hadiot closes his eyes to gather his magic, invoking the King of the Wind Wild to unleash full power. Casting a destructive tornado, which manifests and sweeps toward the monster den, closing it, and Takumi thinks happily that they have succeeded. Everyone cheers that the monster den has been destroyed, while Hadiot informs that they need to provide support to those the ground to eliminate all the remaining monsters, then heal all those injured using healing magic, while an elf charges healing magic to harmed elves, while Takumi reminds that Faralina also used this, and suddenly an arrow hits him, and injured many of them when Hadiot shouts what that was when a soldier shows the direction a monster stands, and says that he thinks there is something odd about it. So he just went ahead and shot at it, and earns out there were elves hiding in a place like that too. Takumi surprises that a monster can speak and it has knowledge. The monster asks if they destroyed the monster spawning den. He sees now it attacked from that huge thing, so he was able to strike it, and what a touching amount of effort they put into it. He guesses it's good they got to feel happy for a moment. Takumi sees that the monster stands on the elves' body and thinks if they are those who were in charge on the ground. And if they are all dead when the monster forbids to worry about the elves, because they are not dead yet, then asks elves where that damned world tree is. And the monster is going to have fun with the interrogation. And even the monster is done, he won't kill elves right away. But after elves experience unbearable fear and pain, they will be live food for the monsters, then asks if elves know that for the monsters to evolve, high-level prey like elves is the fastest way with prey this lively. The monsters should show some pretty significant evolution. Hadiot aggressively shouts the monster to move his filthy paw from their proud elven kin. The monster laughs and says that Hay finally got off that thing if elves keep hiding in the shadows. So the monster won't hold back and might end up killing elves on the spot now. The monster can finally attack properly. Then attacks on the elves, and many elves fall down when Takumi shouts Hadiot and jumps down, and finds Hadiot falls down unconsciously, while blood trickles from his mouth. Takumi thinks that the elves are still breathing, but they are unconscious, so they are going to die like this, while the monster asks from the behind about Takumi's identity, and asks if Takumi is just a human, then says that huge thing disappeared once Takumi jumped off, so if it is skill Takumi has. The monster addresses Takumi, while Takumi shouts to shut up, and the monster aggressively asks who Takumi thinks he is talking to, and shouts if Takumi dares to show such an attitude towards him. Zarginius, who is the general of the Demon Lord's army, while Takumi turns his face, and shouts aggressively that Takumi told Zarginius to shut the hell up because Takumi doesn't have time for Zarginius now. Zarginius thinks for a while, then says that Takumi has got some guts. But if Takumi is just a human, so there is no reason to let Takumi live. Then Zarginius charges his magic, and sarcastically says that a simple human is trying to bring elves back to consciousness, so this Black Lance Jerskagul will send Takumi straight to hell and attacks on Takumi from behind while Takumi turns his face again, and aggressively shouts that Takumi told him to shut his mouth, and if Zarginius didn't understand. The monster's magic doesn't harm Takumi and Zarginius gets shocked, while Takumi is thinking that this should be the time to use his creator of all things skill. But Takumi can think of anything effective for heal but the healing magic they used earlier. Would be great if they could use that, but the key healers are barely holding on, but then Hadiot awakes and Takumi shouts that Halide has got to wake up. Then Takumi shouts to all of the spirits and asks to lend their powers to Takumi. Because these elves are all going to die, then Takumi downs his head, because there is no sign of response, but then Takumi feels shine around him. Takumi mutters while listens a voice that informs that he has hastened to Takumi's side. Then everything starts get healed. Takumi astonishingly thinks about trees that they should have whitened from the monsters. Then Takumi finds that everyone is gazing the changes while muttering that the spirits have manifested. So if this could be the queen of creation. A girl appears in between the trees and muttering about recovery, while Takumi is thinking that elves' wounds are healed and the forest restored. So it's all thanks to the spirit that responded to his call. Then Takumi recalls about Zarginius that he was standing there before, but now he is gone. Takumi thinks that he spoke to him too, but he can't remember well. Hadiot gazes Takumi while thinking about something, and they move towards the village while Takumi looks everyone and thinks about this awkward atmosphere, so it should be a triumphant return. But everyone seems so gloomy, so it's not as if they are avoiding him. But he feels like he is being watched with a kind of wary, cautious gaze. That thing appearing really surprised him, but that was the kind spirit did for him, and all he did was call out loudly, so it seems the Hadiot is lost in thought as well, and if they didn't call that spirit the Queen of Creation, maybe she is famous among all the spirits. Everyone excitedly welcomes the knights and cheers that everyone returned unharmed. Takumi thinks while seeing everyone is cherishing that there are no differences in species when it comes to worrying about family. Then Takumi sees that Hadiot is going somewhere, and Takumi guesses if Hadiot is going to see Sep. Takumi mutters that there is no place for an outsider like him here. Then Takumi sees a huge tree, while thinking that the reason he came to this elf land was from crashing into the world tree. Then he recalls that Sep suggests him to go and meet the world tree, because the little one wants to meet him. Takumi thinks that he is visiting this village for the first time, so why the world tree wants to meet him, but since he was able to get here without scratch, maybe he should make a grate. Takumi taps the world tree and mutters that he is back. Suddenly, Takumi finds himself in a grassy plain. Takumi astonishingly thinks about his presence here, that a curious scene. It doesn't seem real, but it's not like a dream or anything, but there is make him feel strangely nostalgic about it somehow. Suddenly, a child comes there while addressing Takumi excitedly as his papa. Takumi gets astonishing, then he politely apologizes that kid because Takumi is not his father. That kid denies Takumi, then Takumi lifts up that child and plays with him while thinking that such blonde hair looks like is shining for something, so maybe he is an elf child, but he isn't seeming like it. That kid is so cute, so he can't help but smile. That kid hugs Takumi, pays thanks, and wishes a goodbye. Takumi finds himself again in front of the world tree, then gets shocked after seeing the world tree is glowing. Takumi finds Hadiot, and everyone is squatting respectfully in front of Takumi, while Hadiot informs Takumi that the world tree was once called the Golden Tree. Takumi asks why they are doing this, while thinking maybe because the world tree, when Sep informs that they are kneeling in respect and thanks, and because of all of their feelings for him. Takumi informs that the spirit is the one who saved all their life, and Takumi doesn't do a thing, so there is no reason for thanks or respect. Sep informs in a thoughtful manner that it's very much like him, very characteristic indeed. However, excessive modesty is hardly a virtue. It's quite troubling. He knows, then informs that it has been 1,500 years since the light was lost, and the little one was able to regain their power thanks to him. Takumi astonishingly asks if he did it. Sep assures and informs that's why. She is very thankful that he has saved the elves and the forest. Takumi confusedly thinks about it. Sep informs that night is approaching, and tonight they will celebrate the return of the world tree's original power. They should have a banquet as they do in the outside world, and she thought, but Takumi doesn't have much time left because that the tree has all its power back. Within the next couple of days, the barrier surrounding this forest will be restored, then he won't be able to leave the forest. Takumi astonishingly shouts if he is sure. Sep wishes that they would love to have him stay in their abode, but while thinking that there are still many places that require his presence. Takumi asks about someday, then Sep interrupts and informs that this forest is returning to a sacred place, with the tree's power restored, and nothing evil like a monster den will ever happen again, then requests Takumi to not worry because no monster will return to bother them. Then Sep informs that it seems this little one is said it is leaving as well. Then a branch falls from the world tree, and Sep gives the branch to Takumi while informing that he will never be lost in the woods again. Takumi asks astonishingly if he can really have that branch. Sep informs that this is a gift to him from the world tree. Takumi holds that branch while thinking about that kid. Sep wishes him a nice trip. A girl is sitting in the broken houses when someone arrives at her back. She asks if he is back. That guy astonishingly asks if she noticed him, and that makes him lose confidence in himself, even though he is proud to be able to use invisibility, then asks if she is truly a sword master, or is that what he should call her? That girl exclaims to no need for pointless conversation while calling him Shadow. Shadow assures and compliments that Sword Master is so curious. Sword Master asks what Shadow has found. Shadow informs that he finally found Takumi after he triggered something he set up to detect him. Takumi made him wait quite a bit, but it seems their target has finally left the great forest, and there is no one living in that forest. So what Takumi was doing there? Maybe he was enjoying his life among the trees or something. Sword Master listens while thinking about something. Shadow compliments that it looks like she is enjoying herself. Sword Master asks if it looks like she is. Shadow assures that maybe it would be more accurate to say he is feeling from her sour face, but somehow she seems like she is enjoying it. Sword Master agrees with him, then informs that their target this time is a guy that came out of nowhere, but sure is getting a lot of attention, but kind of like him, so maybe he is sympathetic with him. Shadow suggests if it's fine with her, so they should end their cooperation here, as originally planned because the guild wants them to cooperate with each other, but they didn't say they had to stay together until the task was done. Sword Master appreciates his suggestion. Shadow says that it's going to be loads of fun, and lately, there hasn't been anything interesting about his targets, and he has gotten tired of destroying monster bases. After all, Sword Master, if she is interested in this human, then asks if there is a chance that he is monster. Sword Master assures that there is no doubt about he is a human. Shadow asks confirmation, then asks if that's swordsman's intuition that she can say that definitively, or it is some skill. Whatever, it doesn't matter to him whether it's human or a monster, but if she knows about Takumi has almost limitless resistance skills, so it might be that he has ancient magical artifacts with him, because sometimes there are adventurers like that if he is right. Sword Master doesn't reply and seems to be in deep thinking. Shadow guesses that it's about time for him to leave, then he turns to go while Sword Master asks him to wait. Shadow asks what's wrong, then says that Sword Master is not going to tell him not to get ahead of her even if she is a Sword Master without detection skills. After all, finding out where someone is also coming down to individual ability. Sword Master doesn't disagree with him, then asks about Shadow's hostility towards Sword Master. Shadow asks if she can feel it, then appreciates it as quite amazing, then informs that he had concealed everything. But he respects that her instincts or sensitivity or whatever sensed, that then guesses that this is the perfect situation for him to confront the vaunted SS-rank Sword Master. And if he gets the chance to kill her, he would be lucky. Then Shadow attacks on the Sword Master, but get failed, then compliments that it looks like this just won't cut it, so maybe it's better to just give up here. Sword Master moves her hand while mentioning it as her return gift and requests to take it. Then suddenly, a slash appears and rest of houses gets down while Sword Master exclaims that she guesses it's time for her to go as well. We've covered 2 additional chapters due to popular demand for the next part. However, no further chapters are currently available. We will resume as soon as more chapters are released. Takumi finally understands how his magical tool works as he studies the small budding branch in his hand. When pointed in the correct direction, the branch emits a bright white glow that clearly shows him the path ahead, illuminating the dark, dense forest behind him. Confident that he can no longer get lost in the vast, giant forest, Takumi moves forward steadily, crossing a fallen log and thinking that reaching the holy city of Faultima should now be easy. That optimism is immediately crushed once he arrives in the border town of Madiska. Standing before a massive wooden board covered in rows of reference numbers, Takumi realizes that navigating the forest was only half the challenge. A guard announces that only those whose numbers are listed may board the stagecoaches heading to Faultima. Frustration erupts among the crowd as people complain about long waits and lost chances. A regional map makes it clear that Madiska sits at the edge of the Elven Land and the Great Forest and serves as the final checkpoint before Faultima, whose entry and exit are strictly controlled. Despite reaching the town without incident, Takumi finds himself completely stuck, having already spent 3 days waiting. The situation worsens when he learns that the 3 daily stagecoaches are assigned by lottery rather than order of arrival. At the counter, Takumi witnesses a wealthy man offering a large sum of money as alms, which earns him a warm, prayer-filled response from the official. When Takumi offers a single silver coin, believing it to be generous, he is met with a cold and indifferent reaction, making it clear that money speaks louder than sincerity here. Accepting his situation, Takumi returns to his inn, deciding there is no point in rushing and that he might as well explore Madiska while waiting. The town is lively, packed with travelers in the same situation as him. As he walks through the crowded streets, a sudden prick on the back of his neck startles him. Before he can react, several men in dark cloaks brush past him and disappear into an alley. Hidden in the shadows, the assassins known as the Crows panic as they realize their attack failed. One reports that his poison-coated blow dart, lethal with even a scratch, had no effect, while another admits his knife could not pierce Takumi's skin despite aiming for the heart. Their scarred leader fumes over the humiliation, revealing they were personally ordered by the king to eliminate Takumi and that the target is far more dangerous than expected. He orders them to prepare properly and finish the job. Watching from a rooftop, a mysterious white-masked figure mocks the Crows and the Swordmaster who injured their assassin earlier, deciding to personally take the guild quest and kill Takumi first. Unaware of any of this, Takumi wanders into a quiet district filled with closed drinking establishments, noting it must come alive at night. His calm stroll is shattered by a woman's scream as a young woman with long, light-colored hair runs toward him, begging for help while 2 men chase her and shout threats. Takumi steps between them without understanding the situation. One of the men recognizes him as the dangerous individual they were warned about, and both hesitate, unnerved by his calm demeanor. Takumi, clueless about their intentions or his own reputation, cheerfully suggests everyone calm down and talk it out. Intimidated by his lack of fear, the men retreat, promising to come back later. Relieved, Takumi avoids a fight entirely. The woman introduces herself as Elisha and clings to his hand, thanking him sincerely for saving her. Later, they sit by a public fountain where Elisha explains she works as a pub waitress to afford medicine for her sick father and is constantly harassed by men. Takumi listens sympathetically and acknowledges how difficult her situation must be. Grateful and emotionally moved, Elisha insists on repaying him by cooking a proper meal. Takumi hesitates, thinking about his limited funds and how poorly he has eaten since leaving Adalasta, surviving mostly on nuts and vegetables. Before he can respond, Elisha cheerfully promises to visit his inn later and runs off. Takumi decides it would be rude to refuse and accepts her kindness. Elsewhere, the leader of the Crows learns that Takumi has returned to his inn. Dismissing his subordinates' failure to track Elisha, he declares that their pride demands Takumi's death and orders them to kill him in his room that night. After dark, Elisha enters Takumi's room quietly with cooking ingredients, calling out to him and assuming he is asleep. In a moment that reveals her true nature, she begins to undress and steals herself, believing this is what will make him happy. The illusion shatters when she attacks the bed with a hidden dagger and finds it empty. Realizing she has been deceived, she barely has time to react. The story abruptly cuts to a stagecoach rattling down the road, where Takumi sits. Another passenger explains his incredible luck. A rider for the night coach injured his back, and because Takumi was next in line at the inn lobby, he was given the seat automatically. Remembering the sudden appearance of his number on the board, Takumi wonders if the World Tree Branch truly brings fortune. Though he briefly feels guilty about Elisha, he trusts the message he left at the lobby will explain his absence and looks forward to finally seeing Nene in Fatima. Back at the inn, blood-soaked floorboards and broken weapons tell the story of a vicious battle. Elisha, wounded but alive, crouches among the corpses of the Crows, breathing heavily as she curses Takumi's name, furious that his absurd luck allowed him to escape once again. Takumi recalls the moment of his summoning before a king and a vast audience, where he was branded a summoned victim without fully understanding the danger of his position. At that time, a status screen appeared before him, declaring his job as God despite his level being only 1, with 0 values for health, magic, and all combat-related statistics, while listing his abilities as creation of all things and omniscience. In spite of such a divine designation, he was falsely accused of attempting to assassinate the king and promptly banished from the royal capital. Looking back on that beginning, Takumi reflects that although life in this world has been wildly unpredictable, he has managed to survive and even find moments of quiet joy by carefully relying on his creation skill. His thoughts naturally turn to Saint Nene, who was summoned alongside him and later intervened to clear the bounty placed on his head. Determined to properly express his gratitude, Takumi set out for the holy city of Fatima. Along the way, he traveled with a variety of companions, including elves and adventurers from the party known as Blue Wolf's Mane, among them a cheerful girl named Angelina from Adarasta. After a long journey, they finally arrive at Fatima, a massive fortress city far grander than Takumi had imagined. Gazing out from the carriage, he is struck by the towering spires, domes, and walls, remarking on how different it is from the secluded mountain temple he had expected. The other travelers are similarly overwhelmed, with some even moved to tears by the breathtaking sight. Takumi reflects on the immense effort required to construct such a city without modern machinery, feeling deep admiration for the strength of humanity and the power of faith. During this moment of awe, a strange, transparent notification window appears before him, asking whether he wishes to approve a specific serial number. Having seen similar plate-like prompts before and unsure of their purpose, he decides it is likely harmless and approves it without much thought. As the carriage moves deeper into the city, however, the scenery shifts abruptly. The grandeur gives way to a settlement of worn tents and crude shacks, radiating an unsettling atmosphere unlike the town of Madiska. Curious and uneasy, Takumi notices a crowd gathered nearby and asks the carriage to stop. Stepping down, he spots a woman in white liturgical robes with long dark hair and a serene presence, and immediately recognizes her as Nene. She turns, recognizes him as well, and calls out his name in surprise. Takumi greets her warmly, commenting on how long it has been. Nene apologizes for appearing suddenly, explaining that she had been about to return inside the castle. When she notices him looking at her, she becomes flustered and explains that her attire has effectively become her uniform, but Takumi reassures her that it suits her perfectly. She laughs and remarks on how much more relaxed he seems compared to the tension he carried during their last battle against the Demon Lord's army. Suddenly remembering the real reason he came, Takumi bows deeply, nearly folding himself in half, and loudly thanks her for saving him when he was on the wanted list, insisting that her intervention could have meant the difference between life and death. Nene panics at the dramatic display and tells him to stop, insisting it was no big deal, but Takumi stubbornly maintains that proper gratitude is necessary. Only when she forcefully declares that she accepts his thanks does he finally straighten up. Though she calls him dramatic, she smiles gently, comforted that he has not changed. Nene then admits that she herself owes him gratitude, reminding him that he saved her life on the battlefield. She explains that standing up to the king felt natural since he was the reason she was summoned at all, and confesses that the king's true nature unsettled her enough that she wanted an excuse to leave the capital. Takumi reflects on her kindness, realizing how rare it is for someone to willingly oppose those in power. When Nene asks what brought him to Fatima, jokingly wondering if he converted, Takumi honestly tells her that he came solely to thank her. She is genuinely taken aback by the idea that he traveled so far for that reason, then laughs warmly at his sincerity and tells him she is glad he came. Seeing that he has time, she offers to show him around the city, which he happily accepts. As they walk from the lower settlement toward the main city, Nene admits that she has been maintaining a careful facade as a holy maiden, constantly on edge, and hiding her true feelings like a cat concealing its claws. Takumi considers this, realizing how much effort she has put into playing a role that does not reflect her true self. When she asks about his life since they last met, Takumi explains that despite a few difficulties, his days have been mostly peaceful and that he has met many good people along the way. Nene finds this impressive in such a dangerous world and quietly thinks it reflects his gentle nature, while Takumi humbly deflects and praises her charm instead, causing her to blush. At the city gate, two guards greet Nene respectfully, and she instantly adopts a dignified, authoritative demeanor, thanks them for their hard work, and introduces Takumi as her friend, securing their entry. Takumi realizes this composed persona is the act she mentioned earlier. Once inside, Nene formally welcomes him to the heart of the world, the holy city of Fatima, and points out the immense holy tower that symbolizes the city. She explains that while the tower itself was built later, its summit holds a sacred gospel bell said to have been crafted by God and preserved for over 2,000 years, once believed to herald God's arrival. Takumi finds the legend romantic, and at that very moment the bell begins to ring. He laughs, calling it a once-in-2,000 years stroke of luck, while Nene stands frozen in shock, knowing the bell has not rung even once in all that time. Takumi and Saintess Nene walk together through the crowded streets of Fatima, drawing immediate attention from the citizens. People whisper reverently that simply gazing upon the holy maiden cleanses their souls, calling her a divine blessing and expressing gratitude for being able to witness her in person. Takumi walks slightly behind her, eyes closed and expression calm, seemingly detached from the reverence surrounding them until he notices suspicious and confused glances directed his way. From the crowd's perspective, several onlookers quietly gossip about him, wondering who this unfamiliar man beside the saintess could be, noting that he clearly has no connection to the church and looks painfully out of place compared to her sanctified presence. Takumi senses the discomfort of being judged and internally acknowledges that their suspicion is natural, as he is not even a believer walking alongside someone so revered. Noticing his unease, Nene turns to him with concern and apologizes for drawing unwanted attention to him, explaining that in the heart of the church's influence, being a saintess makes anonymity impossible. Takumi reassures her warmly, smiling as he tells her that she shines brighter in this city than anywhere else, and that the attention is only natural. Nene blushes, genuinely happy at his words, and confides that although she has grown accustomed to this role, she was extremely nervous at first and often felt an overwhelming emptiness when returning alone to her room. Takumi silently thanks her for enduring such a burden. As they move into a quieter residential area, Takumi observes that the town feels ordinary despite its religious prominence. Nene explains that nearly everyone in Faultima is either a believer or directly connected to the church, which Takumi finds astonishing given the city's size. She then guides him toward the central district, where the church's core facilities are located, pointing out a massive gate guarded by long lines of believers waiting for entry due to strict controls. Takumi realizes he is bypassing this devotion thanks to Nene's status, which makes him feel slightly guilty. Nene reflects that she became a saintess purely by chance after being summoned to this world, and that thought motivates her to take her role more seriously. Inside the central facilities, they enter a magnificent building with soaring arched ceilings and geometric glass patterns that remind Takumi of structures from their original world. He reacts with open amazement, and Nene agrees that it is strange how familiar elements appear even across worlds. She leads him deeper into the complex, promising to show him something unique. As they walk through a curved stone corridor, Takumi asks about the saintess's role within the church hierarchy. Nene explains that she holds authority comparable to the president, acting as an independent advisor rather than a subordinate like the high priest. Takumi is impressed by the importance of her position. They arrive at a secluded area where a ritual is underway, and Nene asks him to stay quiet. Takumi observes a man praying fervently and asks if the act is a prayer. Nene explains that it is an oath ceremony tied to divine magic. To demonstrate, she casts a simple spell, conjuring a glowing sphere of holy light between her hands. Takumi is fascinated, noting its similarity to spirit magic he has seen used by elves. Nene explains the difference, describing spirit magic as power borrowed through pacts with spirits, while holy magic is granted through vows to the gods. The ritual binds the participant to unwavering faith in exchange for divine strength, and although Nene never underwent the ritual herself due to being a saintess from the start, she confirms that the gods truly respond. Suddenly, a blue holographic interface appears before Takumi, startling him as it asks for approval. Panicking but acting on instinct, he selects yes and applies a small adjustment. Immediately after, the praying man erupts with power, his body surging with strength as he proclaims he has received the divine voice. Nene is relieved that the ritual ends safely, while Takumi stands shocked, feeling oddly excluded from the sense of wonder. Nene admits she feels some guilt over being able to wield sacred magic without earning it through devotion. Takumi grows quiet and inwardly longs for the chance to experience a true divine connection himself. Nene notices his change in mood, and Takumi explains the strange interface that appears before him, asking for approval through simple choices. Nene is completely baffled, having never encountered anything like it, and wonders if the other summoned individuals have. Takumi explains that choosing yes makes the screen vanish without any clear consequence, while he has never chosen no. Nene is alarmed by his casual approach, questioning the danger of agreeing to something unknown. Takumi compares it to system prompts from their original world, reasoning that it feels familiar enough to trust. Realizing they are being watched by other church officials, Nene urges him to hurry. They move swiftly through the cathedral halls, passing priests who observe them neutrally. Nene confirms she is on duty and laughs off Takumi's apology for causing trouble, admitting she enjoys guiding others but asks him to keep her casual side secret. They stop before large, ornate doors, and Nene prepares herself, explaining she will be occupied for about an hour. Takumi agrees to wait, and after she enters, he wanders the halls until he looks through a window and sees her performing her duties, bestowing divine magic upon the faithful. Realizing he should not intrude, he quietly leaves. As he continues exploring, Takumi comes upon a massive mural depicting a bearded god watching over believers and mythical creatures beneath the sun and moon. He marvels at its grandeur, unaware that a dark silhouette with glowing white eyes watches him silently from the shadows. Takumi stands transfixed before a massive mural inside the cathedral. As he studies it, an elderly man wearing a heavy clerical robes approaches from behind and begins reciting scripture, describing a deity who descended from another world out of compassion, wielding immense power to save children in danger. Startled, Takumi turns as the man continues, explaining that this god used omniscient strength to protect humanity from extinction at the hands of other races. The man, revealed to be the high priest, speaks with closed eyes and serene intensity, praising the divine for granting humans the power of skills and offering salvation to their fragile kind. He raises his faintly glowing hands and instructs Takumi to always show gratitude to the Almighty. Takumi can only respond with an awkward, sweat-dropped smile, realizing he has wandered into an extremely intense religious lecture. At that moment, Nene rushes over, clearly relieved to have found him after searching everywhere. She bows deeply and apologizes to the high priest for her lack of decorum. Takumi suddenly understands that this man is the highest authority of the church, the very figure Nene had spoken of before. As she tries to introduce Takumi, Nene almost calls him her boss before hurriedly correcting herself and apologizing again. The high priest acknowledges Takumi as an acquaintance of the Holy Maiden, and Takumi nervously introduces himself while scratching the back of his head. The priest's expression sharpens when he hears Takumi's name, recalling that Takumi was responsible for lifting his bounty, and he offers thanks, though he emphasizes that he merely serves the Holy Maiden and that the salvation was the result of her sincere wish. Takumi senses a cutting edge beneath the words, aware that the priest knows of his past as a would-be assassin of a former king, though he admits the suspicion is understandable. The high priest then questions why an outsider like Takumi is present in an area forbidden to non-believers, asking whether he intends to convert. Nene immediately takes responsibility, explaining that she brought him there on her own initiative, and when the priest notices her distress, he relents, stating that if it is the will of the saint who is sent by the divine, Takumi's presence will be allowed. Nene bows in gratitude, and the priest signals that the matter is settled. Takumi apologizes for the trouble, but privately worries that he needs to leave a better impression for Nene's sake, feeling the stark contrast in how warmly she is treated compared to the cold scrutiny directed at him, like the difference between a scorching desert day and a freezing night. Trying to ease the tension, Takumi praises the city's magnificent architecture as a blessing from the divine. The high priest agrees and asks Takumi what he believes the name of this exalted being to be. Takumi jokes that giving such a being a mundane name would be difficult, but the priest responds sharply, declaring that the only acceptable name is God and asserting that no other gods exist, dismissing the deities of other nations as unworthy imitations. Takumi realizes too late that he has made a serious misstep and tries to laugh it off as Nene apologizes profusely, explaining that he is still unfamiliar with this world's customs. The priest tells her to stop bowing and brushes off Takumi's remarks as the foolish prattle of an ignorant man, a judgment Takumi finds harsh but unavoidable. The priest then mentions hearing that Nene continues to venture outside the city gates, and while praising her compassion for lowly souls, suggests it may be time for the faithful within the city to receive her mercy instead. Nene lowers her gaze and promises to do her best as the priest walks away. Left alone, Takumi apologizes for worsening the situation, but Nene reassures him that the high priest is simply extremely devoted and sensitive about doctrine. She asks what he thought of the village outside the city, and Takumi admits that despite its proximity to such a beautiful capital, it felt shabby and lacked vitality. Nene explains that the settlement exists under the high priest's direction to gather orphans and the homeless who have lost everything, providing them food and support. Takumi says the idea sounds admirable, but wonders why they are kept separate when there appears to be room within the city. Nene reveals that the capital is reserved strictly for believers, and official residency requires a donation of 10 gold coins, which Takumi calculates to be roughly 100,000 yen, an enormous sum. He concludes that the people in the settlement must work in the capital first to earn enough to buy their right to belong, finding it strange that one must already have money to become a believer. Later, as Nene resumes her duties as a saint, Takumi waits and watches her bestow divine blessings upon the faithful from a distance, realizing he should not intrude. Eventually, when they travel together to the impoverished village to distribute food and blessings, Nene asks whether Takumi felt sympathy for the residents. Takumi says he does, but Nene admits she was actually thinking how fortunate she was to have become a saint instead of being discarded into such a life, revealing that the village functions as a backdrop designed to make believers feel superior. She calls herself laughable for being used as a pawn, yet Takumi sees how hard she has worked to change things from within. When he tells her she is truly magnificent, Nene smiles through tears, relieved and grateful, and declares her determination to shake the system from the inside. Takumi supports her resolve, but privately understands that dealing with the high priest will not be simple, and that they will need far more information before they can find a real solution. Takumi walks through the bright, bustling streets of the holy city of Fatima, its domes and spires gleaming under the sun, aware that aimless wandering will not help him gather the intelligence he needs. Before he can form a better plan, a loud shout calls out his name, and he turns to find himself spotted by the main of the Blue Wolf party at a nearby outdoor cafe. René, sharp-eyed and dramatic, points at him in triumph, while Carrots freezes mid-bite and a calm blonde elf, Ferrarina, observes quietly. Takumi recognizes them immediately and greets them cheerfully, but his relaxed response triggers an emotional eruption. René charges at him, grabbing and shaking him while venting her frustration over his sudden disappearance, and Carrots throws himself into a tearful embrace, overwhelmed with relief. Takumi is left dizzy as their pent-up stress spills out all at once. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Ferrarina calmly casts a sleep spell, and both René and Carrots collapse into peaceful unconsciousness, leaving Takumi stunned in the street. Later, inside a quiet cafe, the two awaken and regain their composure. Ferrarina apologizes for using magic so abruptly and asks for Takumi's patience. Carrots bows deeply in embarrassment and explains that the party has been searching desperately for Takumi after learning that Fatima was his destination. They had been waiting anxiously, and finally seeing him caused his emotions to overflow. René adds that their stay in the holy city is limited since they are not believers, and this is their final day. Carrots then slams a heavy cloth sack onto the table and insists Takumi take it. Inside are 1,000 coins, which he claims is Takumi's rightful share. Takumi panics and refuses, insisting he cannot accept such an amount without explanation. Ferrarina steps in to calm things down, noting that Carrots is simply overexcited. René sits back with a flushed, stubborn pout until Ferrarina teases her for being so obviously shaken. René finally apologizes, admitting she wanted to thank Takumi for helping her before but froze and lashed out when she actually saw him again. Takumi reassures her and apologizes in return for disappearing without warning. Carrots explains that the money is a reward from the Adventurers Guild for Takumi's monster hunting achievements. Takumi is confused until he recalls touching a guild card earlier, realizing that single careless action triggered everything. Carrots explains that Takumi's accomplishments caused the main of the Blue Wolf to jump from rank E to rank SS overnight, which made the guild panic, fearing their ranking system would lose credibility if an outsider influenced it. Ferrarina adds that the guild decided the simplest solution was to make Takumi an official member. Carrots mentions that the guild mobilized heavily to find him, even sending high-ranking adventurers. Takumi nervously claims his journey was calm and uneventful, though Carrots doubts this, having heard rumors of blockades and elaborate escapes. Takumi laughs it off, saying he simply met many good people along the way, which only deepens their admiration. Carrots then bows formally and asks Takumi to join the main of the Blue Wolf party. Takumi agrees immediately, smiling and saying he is happy to help, though he clarifies he is not an adventurer and would rather lend his name than fight. Carrots is overwhelmingly grateful, bowing so deeply his head hits the table and declaring that this is more than enough. As the mood lightens, René bluntly asks Takumi who he really is. Despite Carrots trying to stop her, Takumi nervously explains that he is just an ordinary human summoned by chance, not a hero or sage. His attempt at modesty backfires, as Carrots and René immediately interpret his words as proof of a fourth hero. The discussion turns to Takumi's past actions, including the Demon King's army attack on the capital. Takumi downplays his role, crediting his skills, while René watches him with growing admiration. Ferrarina notes that Takumi's creation skill is far more powerful than it first appears. Takumi then mentions his travels, casually noting he passed through Adarasta on the way from the capital. Ferrarina reacts in shock, realizing this route means crossing the great forest that houses the World Tree. She demands an explanation, and Takumi calmly explains that elves he met told him about it, and that he was guided through the forest after becoming lost. He reveals that Elder Sepp entrusted him with a branch of the World Tree. The sight overwhelms Ferrarina, and she collapses in disbelief before later apologizing and explaining that the World Tree's forest is a sacred realm where divine high elf descendants dwell, making Takumi's presence there unthinkable. René asks about Takumi's next plans and explains that they need to register him at the guild to formalize his membership, but Takumi declines, saying he still has matters to resolve in the city. The party offers their help, and Takumi accepts gratefully. Renee later disguises herself as a maid to gather information using her thief skills. Eventually, Takumi parts ways with the group at the city's edge, questioning whether the reward should be shared, but Carrots insists party rules require equal division. After they leave, Takumi returns to his room and reflects on the intelligence gathered, particularly the cult paying bounties for capturing the poor. And as he looks at the bag of gold, he realizes the system itself is sustaining the very cult he intends to confront. Takumi stands alone in a quiet room, studying a heavy sack of currency resting on a wooden desk while recalling Nene's explanation that the church requires a donation of 10 gold coins for a person to be acknowledged as a true believer and permitted to live within the holy city. When he realizes the guild has paid him a staggering 1,000 gold coins, he briefly smiles at the irony, understanding that while money alone cannot resolve the situation, it may be enough to force movement where everything is stagnated. The scene shifts to the exterior of a grand, domed cathedral surrounded by crowds, where Takumi reacts loudly in disbelief upon learning the church's position. Inside the reception hall, he angrily confronts a priest at the counter, demanding to know how the church can freely accept donations while refusing to recognize the villagers' faith. When the priest nervously asks him to lower his voice, Takumi insists the situation warrants outrage. To calm things, the priest escorts him to a quieter seating area with cushions and tea. There, the priest explains that while 10 gold coins technically grants believer status, gathering 100 such people is unreasonable. Takumi counters that the villagers are being left outside the city with no salvation at all. The priest responds calmly, admitting that aiding the poor sounds virtuous but creates problems for the church, arguing that suffering is necessary so the faithful can practice compassion and charity. He claims that if everyone were saved outright, believers would lose their opportunity to give and cultivate virtue. Takumi lowers his gaze, sickened by the realization that the church values the poor not as people, but as tools for the self-satisfaction of the faithful. Suppressing his anger, he slams a gold coin onto the table and tells the priest to keep it. The priest instantly brightens, praising Takumi's generosity and offering a hollow blessing, which Takumi silently rejects as he walks away. Outside the cathedral, Takumi looks back at the grand domes in disbelief, realizing this corruption is not an exception but the church's normal state, and fixing it will be an enormous task. The scene moves to the cathedral's inner sanctum, where the high priest completes his morning prayers and prepares for the day. An aide reports that 300 faithful are expected at the sermon, pleasing the high priest. When asked about the gospel bell that rang earlier, the aide nervously explains that no divine evidence was found, and suggests a natural cause. Enraged, the high priest condemns the explanation as blasphemy, insisting scripture proves the bell heralds divine arrival and accusing the aide of weak faith, forcing him to grovel and promise further investigate. The high priest then considers a request from Lord Coraldo, a wealthy and devoted believer seeking laborers and young women. Because of Coraldo's donations, the request is approved, and the high priest orders that people be taken from a heretical village, instructing hired bandits to capture the young alive and slaughter the rest as a warning. The aide proceeds to report on the saint's daily activities in disturbing detail, documenting her schedule down to minutes, including meals, healing, bathing, and restroom visits, as well as noting Takumi's brief appearance. The high priest listens contentedly, calling it a blessing and ordering constant surveillance to continue. Left alone, he reflects on scripture proclaiming God descended from another world and sent the saint to them. Though outwardly reverent, he privately questions why she appeared during his tenure and why God chose a woman, suppressing his doubts by convincing himself there must be divine intent. Kneeling in prayer, he begs for guidance and believes he receives a revelation, rising with a triumphant grin and pledging to align himself fully with God's will. The story returns to Takumi in his room, where he sits on his bed staring out the window, exhausted by the realization that acting has only revealed how dire the situation truly is. He collapses onto the bed, admitting the problem may be beyond him, until urgent knocking interrupts his thoughts. Opening the door, he finds Nene panicked and breathless, insisting something terrible has happened. As they sit together, she explains her idea, and Takumi listens thoughtfully, acknowledging it may be an unexpected way to break the deadlock. Encouraged, Nene begs him to help her, and Takumi, blushing and averting his gaze, silently weighs her request. Deep within the cathedral's stone corridors, Saintess Nene sits alone at her desk, quietly writing in her notebook. The silence is broken when a sharp sound comes from a cramped wooden wardrobe nearby, where Takumi is hidden. Startled, he presses a finger to his lips, silently panicking as he realizes he has nearly exposed himself. His thoughts drift back to how this situation began earlier that night, when he had been sitting on Nene's bed as she explained that the high priest had requested a private meeting. Determined to confront him directly, she had excitedly suggested Takumi help her. Takumi had worried the priest would leave if he saw him, prompting Nene to mischievously suggest he hide nearby and only reveal himself when things reached a critical point. At the time, Takumi had agreed, thinking it harmless, but now, crouched among hanging clothes, he feels deeply uncomfortable, likening himself to a peeping intruder rather than an ally. A sudden knock at the door freezes both of them, and after a brief exchange of tense glances, Nene reassures him and moves to answer. The high priest enters alone, an elderly man with a long white beard and pointed mitre, radiating theatrical warmth as he greets her reverently and apologizes for the late intrusion. Watching through the wardrobe slats, Takumi notes the absence of attendants and briefly wonders if this meeting is something he should not be witnessing. Nene invites the priest to sit and pours tea, calmly asking his reason for visiting. With clasped hands and an unsettling smile, the high priest announces that a divine prophecy has been revealed. When Nene questions him, he explains that he has long doubted why a woman was chosen as a saint instead of a man, and claims that after relentlessly questioning his God, he received an answer. The two of them are meant to conceive a divine child together. The declaration leaves both Nene and Takumi stunned. Regaining her composure, Nene points out that the church strictly forbids relations between unmarried men and women. The priest dismisses this, asserting such rules apply only to ordinary believers and not to the foremost servants of God. Nene firmly but politely refuses, stating she has no intention of complying. From his hiding place, Takumi burns with anger at the priest's selfish distortion of faith. The high priest laughs off her refusal, insisting the matter has already been decided by divine will. Rising abruptly, he declares their meeting an inevitable miracle and looms over her, claiming he hears the voice of God urging her to submit. As he reaches for her arm, Nene cries out that there is no divine voice and struggles to pull away, calling his words delusion. A tense stillness follows, with Nene seated back at her desk, staring toward the wardrobe with a troubled expression before closing her eyes and releasing a heavy sigh under the weight of the priest's madness. Unable to remain hidden any longer, Takumi bursts from the wardrobe and commands the high priest to stop. Nene calls out Takumi's name in shock and relief and retreats behind him. The priest recoils, outraged by Takumi's interference, accusing him of defying divine will and condemning him for hiding in the saintess's chamber. Takumi stands his ground, shielding Nene and denouncing the so-called revelation as nothing more than a hollow excuse for cruelty and selfish desire. His thoughts turn to the suffering of common people oppressed in the name of divinity, and he questions what kind of God would ever desire such acts. The high priest's demeanor turns cold and fanatical as he claims his will is perfectly aligned with the divine. Takumi counters that no divine teaching would abandon humanity, accusing the priest of trampling upon the very God he claims to serve. After a brief outburst of rage, the priest grows eerily calm and declares Takumi incapable of understanding divine truth. A dark, oppressive aura gathers around him as he proclaims that Takumi's identity as an otherworldly summon has been revealed, branding him a devil's envoy seeking to corrupt the saintess. As his hands glow with malevolent light, the high priest calls upon his god to destroy Takumi. Nene cries out in fear just as a massive pillar of light erupts from the floor, engulfing the center of the room and leaving both Takumi and Nene frozen in its aftermath. Takumi finds himself trapped inside a translucent pillar of light within a dimly lit chamber, the air humming with dangerous power. The high priest, an imposing old man with a long white beard and stern eyes, maintains the magical cage with an upraised hand. Takumi tests the barrier out of confusion and discomfort, remarking to Saintess Nene that it feels like touching a wall of high-voltage electricity. Nene, pale and visibly shaken, explains that this is the high priest's sacred magic. Takumi quickly realizes it is a binding-type spell, effectively a magical prison. Curious about its limits, he manifests a massive sledgehammer using his unique ability and swings it at the barrier. The hammer passes cleanly through the light as if nothing were there, but when Takumi's hand brushes the edge, the barrier crackles violently and forces him back. He concludes that objects can pass through, but living flesh is rejected. Nene desperately prays, clasping her hands and calling upon the gods to grant her power to break all restraints. She attempts to cast Holy Dispel, forming a sphere of light that flickers out before activating. Shocked by her failure, she is coldly mocked by the high priest, who explains that her sacred magic cannot cancel his because they share the same attribute. Nene pleads with him to stop, questioning whether he is truly willing to violate sacred teachings by turning such destructive power on a human. The priest dismisses her words, declaring that Takumi is a demon in disguise. Horrified, Takumi cannot understand why the priest would seek annihilation rather than mere restraint. The high priest begins his final incantation, calling upon a mighty god to unleash supreme sacred power and erase Takumi's existence. At that critical moment, a translucent digital interface appears before Takumi alone, alerting him to detected backdoor activity at a specific coordinate and asking whether he wishes to lift the restriction. Stunned by the timing and the unfamiliar tone of the system alert, Takumi hesitates. He senses that this decision is far more important than usual. In a brief mental image, Nene advising that fear would make her choose no. Trusting that instinct, Takumi selects the negative option. As the high priest shouts the name of his ultimate spell, Saint Nova, and commands Takumi to be reduced to ashes, the chamber falls into an oppressive silence. Nothing happens. The priest stares at his hands in disbelief while Takumi stands unharmed, confused by the lack of destruction. Overcome with relief, Nene rushes forward and embraces Takumi, declaring that the sacred magic has been released. Takumi explains that an unseen plate with yes and no options appeared, mentioning that the wording involved confirming or lifting approval of a forbidden act. Though he cannot recall all the details, he believes the spell failed because he declined it. Nene begins to grasp the implications, realizing that something akin to a divine contract or authorization may have been revoked. Meanwhile, the high priest collapses into panic and despair. He mutters about the divine voice he believed guided him and frantically attempts to cast holy light, but nothing responds. Falling to his knees, he screams at the god he devoted his life to, begging for an answer as tears and sweat stream down his face. Eventually, he collapses, utterly broken. Nene observes that his pact with the gods appears to have vanished. She explains that holy light is learned through sacred vows made during a priest's initiation, and losing access to it means he can no longer wield any sacred magic. The priest realizes the horror of his fall, understanding that he has been stripped not only of his rank but of his entire spiritual standing, reduced to an ordinary believer. Takumi watches him with conflicted feelings, wondering how someone so devout could stray so far. The scene shifts to the holy city, where the disgraced high priest officially steps down amid scandal, exposing deep corruption within the church and throwing it into turmoil. As factions clash, Saintess Nene becomes a pillar of hope. Addressing the faithful in a grand sermon, she admits the priest lost his way and declares that while divine teachings are magnificent, one must never use God's name to justify personal righteousness, for no divine path should abandon humanity. Later, walking through the city, Takumi praises her courage. Nene shyly admits she borrowed some of her words from him and asks about his plans. Takumi says he must return to Leyland due to prior commitments. Though disappointed, Nene accepts it, asking only that he visit again. Takumi promises he will. As they part at sunset, Nene watches him go, confident he will understand the truth when he returns. Takumi departs, reflecting on his first adventure in this world, grateful to Nene and thinking fondly of the many people he met, including Cassari and Kathy, hoping they are well and looking forward to meeting them again. A horse-drawn carriage rattles through a harsh mountain pass. Among the passengers is Takumi, completely overtaken by sleep, his head swaying with the motion and his breathing slow and deep, until the carriage suddenly slams into a large stone and jolts everyone violently. Takumi snaps awake in shock, shouting in confusion as the other passengers flinch, and after a moment of embarrassment, he offers a sheepish smile while a nearby man and a light-haired woman chuckle at his expense. As he regains composure, Takumi reflects on who he is and why he is traveling, recalling how he left the holy city of Fatima to fulfill a promise, and thinking back to his encounter with the adventuring party Blue Wolf's mane during a monster hunt in the village of Pennant. As the carriage wheel spins onward, he finds the journey oddly comforting while heading toward Larent. The scene shifts to the city of Norid, its streets crowded with tall stone buildings and constant movement. where Takumi stands near a transit station, studies a wall map, and confirms that reaching Larent requires boarding a carriage from Terminal 3. With time to spare, he decides to rest nearby, only to be approached by a cloaked stranger whose face is hidden beneath a heavy hood and who politely suggests a peaceful place to sit. Takumi follows them to a quiet park, unsettled when the stranger whispers a strange prayer to the spirit of the world along the way, catching only fragments that make him uneasy. The park is calm and secluded, centered around a wooden bench, and the stranger notes how rarely anyone visits despite how perfect it is for relaxation. Takumi relaxes and explains his plans to go to Larent, meet fellow adventurers, and register at the Adventurers Guild, even if such a life feels unfamiliar to him. The stranger listens before abruptly stating that their task is complete, confusing Takumi, and then throws back the cloak to reveal a dark-haired woman who introduces herself as the legendary sword Saint Iceroot. She explains that the guild requested she bring him in, but since he is already heading there willingly, the request no longer matters. Overwhelmed, Takumi bows deeply and apologizes for causing trouble, especially to Blue Wolf's mane who searched for him all the way to Faltima, only for Iceroot to burst into laughter and dismiss the situation as exaggerated. Growing serious, she reveals that Iceroot is not her true name and declares that she is actually Yuyu Icery, a Japanese person summoned to this world 50 years ago. Takumi is stunned and recalls a real-world disappearance involving a boy named Yuyuto from his own grade, realizing the coincidence and leaving him speechless as Yuyuto confirms it with a smile. She explains her youthful appearance by stating that after becoming a sword saint, the skill status ailment nullification activated and treated aging as a condition, restoring her body to its prime despite her true age. Without warning, Yuyuto launches a lightning-fast attack, which Takumi instinctively dodges, shocking her as she realizes he subconsciously grasped the fastest sword saint technique without understanding it. Using her Eye of Truth skill, she confirms his overwhelming physical ability and insists on checking his status, explaining that physical contact allows shared viewing, then steps close behind him and opens the status window. Her own status reveals a level of 298 and extreme attributes, which Takumi naively praises without grasping their significance. When he opens his own status, he apologizes for his low level, only to reveal an occupation labeled God and every attribute filled with endless nines. Yuyuto reacts in disbelief before explaining that level is merely a benchmark and that his power likely exceeds what the system can properly display. To prove it, she strikes him with the sharp edge of her sword, yet Takumi feels no pain or injury, confirming her conclusion. She explains the origins of the status system and tells him plainly that labels aside, he is undeniably the deity of this world. The realization begins to sink in, and Takumi stares ahead in shock. The scene opens in a quiet town square where Takumi Saiki is confronted with an impossible declaration. Yuyuto calmly states that Takumi is the supreme being of the world. She insists that regardless of titles or interpretations, Takumi's essence is unchanged, and that he is undeniably this world's god. The claim hits Takumi like a physical blow, leaving him internally screaming as he struggles to process the absurdity of being labeled a deity. His disbelief finally erupts as he grabs Yuyuto by the shoulders and loudly protests that no rational person would believe a random individual appearing out of nowhere could be a god. His reaction is frantic and panicked, but Yuyuto remains unmoved, telling him that he has said enough and ordering him to quiet down. Yuyuto admits her frustration, confessing that she does not understand why this situation exists or why the two of them were summoned to this world at all. And while looking toward the town's stone buildings, she suggests that perhaps it was simply Takumi's destiny, even if the explanation sounds hollow. Takumi slowly regains control and begins thinking more clearly, recalling moments where he should have died, being caught in magical explosions, struck by arrows, and placed in lethal situations, yet emerging without a scratch. Though the idea of being a god still feels ridiculous, he cannot deny that his unnatural survival points to something beyond normal logic, and for now he accepts the possibility that his continued existence is tied to a divine nature. As he reflects, Yuyuto starts to walk away but pauses and looks back, asking what Takumi plans to do from this point forward. Caught off guard, Takumi asks if she truly means from now on, and Yuyuto turns fully to face him, standing with the presence of someone possessing an immortal body and immense strength. observing that the world itself seems to bend around Takumi as she repeats the question. After some thought, Takumi answers that he plans to do nothing at all, stunning Yuyuto. He explains that he intends to keep living freely as he always has, reflecting that with age comes wisdom, and that while his younger self might have chased grand ambitions, he now finds fulfillment in living among others, sharing simple joys, and avoiding lonely, self-important isolation. He makes it clear that while he will still help those in need and oppose wrongdoing, these actions will follow his own personal standards rather than divine judgment, declaring that becoming a god does not mean he has to act like one, and that he will live as Takumi Saiki, an individual grounded in the world. Yuyuto watches him closely before smiling in understanding and deciding to give him a token, warning that it is different from anything she has given before and unavoidable. Before Takumi can react, Yuyuto strikes with blinding speed, drawing a hidden blade and executing a flawless attack, revealing the technique as God Slayer, a move designed to guarantee death, explaining that even an invincible being will feel its sting. Takumi collapses to his knees as Yuyuto identifies the attack as Skill God Slayer 5, an unavoidable technique using invisible blades that negate range, chuckling as she acknowledges that the name no longer fits since Takumi survived. Yuyuto admits being impressed by Takumi's desire for a quiet life despite his power, and warns him not to make her kill a fellow classmate from their hometown before departing. Takumi struggles to his feet, clutching his chest, and loudly complaining about the pain while acknowledging that the Sword Saint truly lives up to Yuyuto's name. Reflecting on the encounter, he accepts that even gods have limits and resolves to engrave the lesson into his heart, recognizing Yuyuto as the Sword Saint. As calm settles, Takumi suddenly realizes he is late for his carriage to Leyland, but without warning the scene shifts and he finds himself imprisoned behind iron bars in a dungeon cell, bewildered by how his journey went so wrong. Guards accuse him of high treason and inform him that he will be sent to the royal capital, leaving him alone to reflect bitterly on how he seems destined to face false accusations. From the shadows of the cell, a massive, muscular inmate emerges, cracking knuckles and confronting him as the tension in the cell thickens. Takumi finds himself locked inside a dim stone prison cell, immediately confronted by a massive, wild-looking inmate who asserts dominance without hesitation. The large man mocks Takumi as a clueless newcomer, cracks his knuckles, and looms over him with clear intent to intimidate. Takumi, however, remains unnervingly calm, staring back without fear. After a brief silence, Takumi politely introduces himself and bows, apologizing for the delayed greeting. The courtesy only enrages the inmate, who suddenly launches a powerful downward punch aimed at Takumi's head. Instead of harming the boy, the attacker recoils in agony, clutching his hand as though he struck solid stone. Stunned and sweating, the man cannot comprehend how a scrawny child could be so durable. Takumi, puzzled, reflects that even an unsheathed sword wielded by a skilled swordsman barely affected him, making a simple punch unsurprising in its failure. Embarrassed, the inmate tries to regain composure and questions Takumi about his crime, assuming it must be something trivial. Takumi calmly replies that he has been charged with treason against the state. The revelation shocks the man, forcing him to reassess Takumi as far more dangerous than he appears. Despite this, the inmate attempts to reassert the prison hierarchy, declaring himself superior and demanding obedience. He insists Takumi pay a fee for occupying the cell and surrender all food to him. Takumi flatly refuses, stating he has no reason to comply with a stranger. Infuriated by the defiance, the inmate shouts insults, but Takumi loses interest, grows drowsy, and lies down on the floor to sleep. The man throws a tantrum, kicking the ground and yelling threats, but the noise only lulls Takumi into deeper sleep as he decides to think about the future later. The scene shifts to the royal capital of Caledonesia a week earlier, where a portly king panics upon learning that his secret unit, the Crows, has been annihilated and exposed. Although only 30 members sent to Madaska were lost, the king rages that the true problem is their existence becoming public knowledge. A subordinate explains that Madaska lies under church influence, preventing any cover-up. Drinking heavily, the king laments overestimating the Crows despite their origins as underworld criminals loyal to him. The official reports that the unit attempted to ambush Takumi in his sleep, but were instead slaughtered by a single individual of overwhelming strength. The king panics at the possibility that Takumi himself could be such an assassin and fears for his life, ordering increased security. His advisor Augusta intervenes, revealing that the survivor described the attacker as petite, possibly female, indicating it was not Takumi. Augusta theorizes Takumi sensed the ambush and hired an extremely skilled ally. Even so, he warns that Takumi remains a grave threat, citing legends of him repelling the Demon King's forces and defeating the Kraken. Augusta proposes a calculated solution. Officially declare the Crows a royal unit and label Takumi a traitor responsible for their destruction. With the church weakened after the high priest's resignation and the adventurers, guild already pursuing Takumi, the timing is ideal. The king eagerly agrees, ordering wanted posters distributed nationwide and vowing to crush Takumi as an enemy of the state. The narrative returns to the prison, where Takumi awakens after roughly 45 hours of sleep and cheerfully greets the inmate, apologizing for earlier events. The once aggressive man now kneels in deep respect, hands bruised and trembling as he begs forgiveness. Takumi innocently asks about the injuries and suggests medical treatment, but the inmate laments the lack of tools or magic. This leads Takumi to reflect on divine magic and realize that if he is considered the god of this world, invoking divine power may simply mean invoking himself. Curious and seeing no harm in trying, Takumi extends his hands and says healing, triggering a massive explosion of brilliant divine light from his palms. As radiant light envelops the burly prisoner, he watches in stunned disbelief as the jagged, bloody wound on his hand rapidly knits itself back together, flesh restoring perfectly under the shimmering aura. He erupts in joyous laughter upon realizing he is completely healed, marveling at the speed and power of the recovery. The young protagonist observes calmly, internally relieved that his improvised healing worked as intended. The burly man excitedly questions whether the technique was high-level healing, and suddenly assumes the boy must be a high-ranking priest. Takumi awkwardly denies being a priest, privately reflecting on his true nature, while the man continues to marvel at how strange it is to use holy magic without prayers or rituals. Takumi reasons that even if he cannot call himself divine by profession, a godlike existence fits him well enough, and noticing the man's shock despite his lack of devotion, decides it is best to keep his divinity hidden. The moment grows uncomfortable when the burly man grabs him, demanding to know how he performed the miracle, but their exchange is interrupted by armored guards announcing dinner. The prisoners receive simple but free meals, which Takumi accepts without complaint. While they eat on the cell floor, Takumi silently gives thanks for the food, contrasting with his companion's enthusiastic eating. Afterward, Takumi carefully asks questions and learns that the Adventurers Guild is on the west side of town, and that there are no patrols overnight because the jail is considered inescapable. Seeing an opportunity, Takumi casually announces he is stepping out, horrifying his cellmate as he bends the iron bars apart with minimal effort and steps through. He bends them back into place for appearances, leaving them slightly warped, while the burly man clutches his head in shock, claiming that even watching such strength hurts. Takumi reflects that the world often feels fragile to him, likely due to his overwhelming power. The scene shifts to the twilight streets where Takumi, aware he is a wanted criminal, decides to act quickly and discreetly. After considering several disguises, he manifests a dark skull mask and heads to the Norard branch of the Adventurers Guild. Inside, the lively guild falls silent as adventurers whisper nervously at his entrance. The receptionist regains her composure, and Takumi politely asks her to send a magical message to an adventurer party in another town. She explains that such communication is restricted to registered adventurers and asks for his guild card. Realizing he lacks one, Takumi agrees to register immediately, recalling his promise to the Blue Wolf's mane to do so in Larent. As he writes his letter, bluntly mentioning his conviction for treason, chaos erupts when a small flying insect appears and the guild panics, identifying it as a dangerous monster. Unbothered, Takumi rolls up a copy of the morning news and obliterates the creature with a single strike, reducing it to smoke and scraps. When asked for a registered name, he chooses Skull Mask to avoid using Takumi, leaving the guild stunned, especially when it is realized the slain creature was a killing bee, a feared B-class monster capable of destroying towns. Rumors spread rapidly, elevating him to legend as the Golden Skull Mask. Completely unaware of the reputation he has created, Takumi exits calmly, wondering if it is time to return to the dungeon, leaving the guild frozen in awe. Later in a prison cell, Takumi is met by a massive inmate who greets him with overwhelming reverence, kneeling deeply and calling him his husband, a bizarre choice of words that leaves Takumi flustered and struggling to keep up. Ignoring Takumi's confusion, the inmate earnestly begs him to teach him how to wield holy magic, explaining that despite his current disgrace, he once aimed to become a priest and has solid knowledge of divine practices. As the conversation unfolds, the man recounts his past. After losing his parents at a young age, he was left to raise his younger sister alone, surviving through relentless labor just to put food on the table. 3 years earlier, his sister was struck by a serious illness that required constant treatment through divine healing or medicine, both of which steadily drained his limited resources. Facing financial ruin, he resolved to become a priest himself so he could heal her without cost. Driven by desperation rather than ambition, he completed 3 years of religious study in a single year and finally stood ready to undergo the rite of oath to become an apprentice priest. However, on the very day of the ceremony, his sister's condition suddenly worsened, and without hesitation he abandoned the ritual and rushed to her side. His choice saved her life, but a visiting high priest witnessed his actions and immediately excommunicated him, declaring his motives impure. In a society where faith defines reputation, this branding destroyed his future, costing him every job he tried to hold, even those unrelated to the church, until rumors and suspicion pushed him into a life of instability and repeated trouble. Takumi is deeply affected by the story and stunned to learn that the inmate is only 19 years old, especially after realizing his sister is 9, and that the age gap between them is 10 years. Takumi bluntly points out that the man's rough appearance makes him seem far older and suggests that poor grooming may have worsened his treatment by others, advice that leaves the inmate quietly conflicted. Returning to the topic of holy magic, Takumi explains that his own understanding is instinctive rather than formal and proposes something reckless. Instead of studying techniques, they should simply attempt the oath ritual itself inside the cell. The inmate objects, stating that such a ritual traditionally requires sacred items, a high-ranking priest, and the head temple believed to be closest to the divine. Takumi counters that closeness to the divine may not depend on location and urges him to try anyway, insisting there is nothing to lose. Trusting Takumi's words, the inmate prays sincerely, but when nothing happens, Takumi impulsively intervenes, declaring approval himself as though granting divine authority. A chime resonates within the inmate, refreshing his body and mind, and encouraged by the sensation, he focuses his will and successfully unleashes a powerful holy light spell that fills the cell, proving the ritual worked despite its irregular nature. Overcome with joy, the inmate reveals his name as Akrites and erupts in celebration, finally believing he has the power to save his sister. Grabbing Takumi's hands, he dances in gratitude and tearfully declares that he can no longer merely call him boss, asking instead for permission to call Takumi his big brother, convinced that Takumi is the one who changed his fate. Takumi accepts this sentiment warmly and encourages him to put the power to good use. Their celebration is cut short when guards arrive, furious over the noise and alarmed by the lingering holy light. They storm the cell, assume wrongdoing, and drag Takumi away, announcing that he will be placed in isolation until transport to the imperial city. Akrites desperately tries to intervene, claiming responsibility, but the guards dismiss him outright, convinced he cannot possibly wield magic. As Takumi is dragged down the corridor, he remains calm, telling Akrites not to worry about him and to focus on working seriously once he is free, even reminding him one last time to shave properly. Left alone, Akrites collapses into a deep bow, tears streaming as he vows never to forget Takumi's kindness and swears to use his holy magic to help others. A glimpse of the future confirms his resolve, showing Akrites curing his sister and traveling with her to aid those in need, eventually becoming known as the mighty Saint Akrites of the frontier. The focus then shifts outside the prison, where a furious director berates Takumi for repeatedly breaking restraints, accusing him of using some absurd power. Takumi awkwardly explains that the restraints break because they are too tight rather than due to magic, but the director refuses to believe him and orders extreme caution. Another official arrives with reinforced handcuffs forged from mithril and silver steel, boasting their strength and magic-blocking properties. Confident at last, the director fastens them onto Takumi, only for the chain between the cuffs to snap effortlessly when Takumi is pulled forward. The guards freeze in terror while Takumi reacts with mild surprise and embarrassment, and the director, shaking with frustration, convinces himself it still counts as a success since the cuffs themselves remain intact. As they escort Takumi toward a carriage, he reflects that the restraints are meaningless but acceptable if they satisfy those in charge, notes that they are near the town of Larent, and accepts the trip to the capital to clear accusations of treason, reassured that the guild has already informed his friends at Blue Wolf's Mane, while the guards remain tense and wary beside him. The scene shifts to a prison carriage, where we find out the driver cannot believe Takumi was even captured, recalling how multiple seniors failed despite using binding magic, layered spells, and reinforced restraints that proved completely useless. He bitterly remembers their smug attitudes even after punishment, and how they ultimately avoided responsibility by dumping the dangerous escort mission onto him alone. Takumi listens quietly as the carriage rattles along the rocky path, watching the driver's exhaustion build. To pass the time, Takumi casually suggests conversation and asks the driver's name. The driver snaps back that he has no intention of bonding with a criminal and turns away, but his resolve weakens, and he reluctantly reveals his name as Renan. Takumi thanks him politely and introduces himself in return, which makes Renan panic when he realizes he gave in so easily. Takumi asks if he may call him by name, and though Renan stubbornly refuses and faces the road again, the exchange leaves him unsettled. Takumi laughs lightly, remarking that journeys are better when shared and that fate has thrown them together, leaving Renan dazed by how relaxed his prisoner is. Takumi compliments Renan for being trusted with a solo mission at such a young age, but Renan dismisses the praise, admitting he was chosen only because he was the youngest and easiest to sacrifice if things went wrong. He confesses he never wanted the mission and believed from the start it was doomed. Takumi listens with genuine interest and notes that if he escaped, it would reflect badly on transport management. He then casually reaches through the iron bars to pat Renan on the shoulder, telling him not to worry because he will help too. Renan screams in shock, unable to comprehend how Takumi can ignore iron bars entirely. Takumi brushes it off as trivial and complains about the heat, further stressing Renan, who begs him to stop acting so recklessly. The conversation shifts when Takumi asks about Renan's sword skill. Though initially resistant, Renan eventually admits his training results, listing repeated losses against several seniors and unknowingly revealing he ranks last among them in swordsmanship. Trying to recover confidence, Renan points to the royal crest on the carriage and insists no one would dare interfere with an official escort. Takumi privately doubts this optimism, wondering how authority would fare against criminals or monsters. His concern is immediately proven correct when a group of mounted bandits surrounds the carriage, demanding Takumi surrender himself and mocking the kingdom's authority. Renan freezes in terror, unable to act despite insisting he is fine. Takumi addresses the bandits directly, warning them they are obstructing state business, but their leader reveals Takumi is wanted for treason and worth 300 gold coins. Takumi quickly realizes they intend to fake an escape and silence Renan afterward. Apologizing, he bends the iron bars apart with his bare hands and asks Renan to close his eyes. He releases a blinding holy light that incapacitates the bandits, then casts a massive magical net that captures them all at once. With the threat neutralized, Takumi cheerfully suggests continuing the journey, leaving Renan frozen in disbelief as the carriage rolls forward again. Takumi remarks that the captured bandits will be handed over in the next town, Errant, while Renan snaps back that this is an escort mission, not a leisure trip. Upon arrival, they are greeted by the local division director, who praises Renan and notices the netted bundle of bandits. Takumi dismisses the net with a flick of his hand, astonishing the director, who begins questioning whether Takumi is truly restrained. Renan panics and insists everything is under control, and Takumi plays along by conjuring mithril restraints on himself. He explains the bandits' attack during transport, forcing cooperation for safety. The director concludes that Renan must have defeated the bandits himself, a claim Takumi enthusiastically supports by praising Renan as the demon swordsman of Norid. The title spreads instantly among nearby officials, who marvel at Renan's supposed prowess. Though mortified internally, Renan is forced to accept the misunderstanding as Takumi gleefully celebrates their teamwork, leaving Renan trapped beneath a reputation he never earned. The next scene opens with a tense standoff as one of the captured bandits, boasts arrogantly, demanding release and sneering at the village authorities, proclaiming that their earlier success in capturing them means nothing now. As this nigga is pulled out of the cart, he shouts at Takumi, telling him his so-called hero act got the entire village in trouble. He then announces with absolute confidence that they belong to the infamous red-haired brigade, a name that immediately sends shock and fear through the village officials. Laughing loudly, he claims to be the brother of Captain Bal and promises that his brother will soon arrive to rescue them, reducing the village office to rubble. As the captured bandits jeer and revel in their supposed inevitability, Takumi observes the scene nearby with a flat, unimpressed expression, privately finding their grandiose name more reminiscent of a classic book title than a fearsome criminal group. One anxious official explains in hushed terror that the red-haired brigade is notorious for bathing in blood, led by the berserker Val, a man rumored to rival a B-rank adventurer in strength, and with only the people of Irant to defend themselves, the village would stand no chance against such an assault. The captured bandits continue mocking the officials, confidently laughing as they predict total destruction. From within a barred transport wagon, Takumi watches the spectacle with detached curiosity, noting that everyone seems far too amused by their own threats. Suddenly, the lead bandit presses his face against the bars, singling Takumi out and promising him a slow, agonizing punishment for the humiliation of capture, swearing he will break the boy's mind before ending his life. Takumi reacts not with fear but mild annoyance, and calmly reaches through the bars to deliver a light palm strike to the bandit's head, referring to it as simple guidance. Thinking such vulgar threats toward a boy are unacceptable, the officials react in horror as Takumi reassures them it was only a small knock, but foam spills from their mouths, and they cry out that their necks are broken and they are barely alive. Panic erupts when the captured bandit's eyes roll back. Realizing he may have misjudged his strength, Takumi calmly invokes a healing spell, placing his hands over them. The captured bandits briefly experience a surreal sense of peace, as if standing in a tranquil field of flowers, but awaken even more terrified than before. Whispering among themselves, they come to believe Takumi is someone who can kill and revive at will, a fate far worse than death, ensuring endless suffering without escape. Takumi walks away with an awkward smile, sensing that even the village officials are now quietly afraid of him. As night falls, the guards remain tense, anticipating the threatened attack. Inside a dark stable, Takumi lies awake in the back of the transport wagon until a sudden sense of foreboding snaps his eyes open. Reflecting on his supposed godlike status, he decides ignoring the feeling would be foolish. He dons his gloves, slips silently out of the wagon, and moves across rooftops with nimble ease, leaping like a storybook thief until he reaches the upper floor of the village office. Peering through a window, he finds Renan, a boy older than himself, asleep in bed, and quietly wakes him. Renan startles and scolds Takumi for acting on his own again, clearly irritated as an older boy responsible for keeping order. But Takumi explains his intuition about a possible attack and argues that preparation is better than regret. When Renan asks why Takumi came specifically to him, Takumi cheerfully admits he wanted permission before acting, just in case things became dangerous. Renan points out the contradiction, noting Takumi is already sneaking out, but after some exasperation, the boy accepts the seriousness of the situation. Standing upright despite his sleepwear, Renan declares he will come along, unwilling to let a prisoner roam freely without supervision, acting on his sense of duty as a boy tasked with responsibility. Takumi is shocked by the enthusiasm, but Renan insists it is for peace of mind, privately admitting that Takumi would likely ignore him anyway. Takumi accepts this with a knowing smile and urges them to move quickly, crouching down and offering Renan a piggyback ride. Renan flushes with embarrassment, clearly uncomfortable as a boy being carried, doubting Takumi can remain unseen while carrying him, yet concedes that stealth is necessary despite his discomfort. Without hesitation, Takumi leaps from the second-story window into the night, carrying Renan across rooftops with astonishing speed and agility, bounding over beams and tiles far above oblivious guards. Reaching a stone clock tower overlooking the village, Takumi lands cleanly on the narrow balcony, while Renan collapses from dizziness, completely unconscious. Takumi worries briefly that he overdid it, then turns his attention to the distant mountains, his expression hardening as the ominous sensation intensifies instead of fading. Certain his premonition is real, he decides to investigate rather than dwell on it. Judging it safer for Renan, still unconscious, to remain behind for now, Takumi resolves to move alone and reflects that concealing his identity will be necessary in the coming conflict. Raising his gloved hands, he summons magic that forms a skull mask of his own creation, covering half his face with a grinning skeletal visage. On a random night, a drunken man wanders peacefully through the night with flushed cheeks and a dazed grin, enjoying the quiet as he reflects that it has been another perfect day for drinking, when his attention is drawn to a distant ridge where a lone silhouette stands against the moonlight. On the rocky outcrop, a masked figure wearing a grinning skull mask raises a commanding hand and shouts down at a group of criminals, ordering them to stop their antics and surrender, suggesting that a confession might lighten their punishment. One of the ruffians, a massive brute known as Val the Berserker, responds with open hostility, hurling insults, and declaring that he will make an example of the meddler by turning him into a bloody spectacle. Val charges with murderous intent, swinging his heavy axe while screaming for the masked hero to die, yet the hero remains unnervingly calm, watching the weapon descend without blinking. At the moment of impact, the hero vanishes and instantly reappears behind Val, leaving the berserker stunned as he realizes his target has disappeared. The masked figure delivers a precise palm strike to the back of Val's neck, calling it a striking blow, and as Val cries out in pain, the hero immediately places a hand on his back and calmly announces that he is applying healing magic. The conflicting sensations overwhelm Val, his aggression melting into bliss before he collapses unconscious. The surrounding thieves watch in horror as their leader falls, sweating as panic spreads through the group. The hero then moves like a phantom through the crowd, repeating the same methodical pattern, a precise pressure point strike followed by restorative magic. Each ruffian succumbs to the unbearable sensory overload, their bodies shutting down despite the lack of excessive violence. As the unconscious men pile up, the hero reflects that this approach keeps things from going too far while still resolving the situation cleanly. He waves in satisfaction over the heap of defeated criminals, while the drunk witness stares in stunned disbelief, sweating as he tries to comprehend how so many hardened criminals were neutralized in moments, and wondering what kind of spell could accomplish such a feat, as well as who the masked figure truly is. Days later, the story continues aboard a cage-like carriage rolling through a bright countryside, where Takumi sits calmly, remarking that it is another beautiful day. Beside him, Renan sits exhausted and furious, unable to understand how Takumi can remain so carefree. When Takumi casually points out that Renan is wasting the sunshine by frowning, Renan explodes, blaming Takumi for everything that has gone wrong. He reminds Takumi that after capturing an entire band of thieves and preventing a raid on an office, Takumi chose not to take credit and instead placed Renan on top of the bound criminals while he was asleep. A flashback reveals Renan waking in his pajamas atop a mountain of captured men. Takumi explains that he could not leave Renan alone in the tower and believed that crediting Renan would prevent public confusion over who stopped the criminals. Renan panics at the implications, pointing out that he is merely an apprentice and a public servant, and that the lie will eventually collapse under scrutiny. Takumi dismisses the concern with a relaxed smile and a casual peace sign, adding almost offhandedly that none of it should matter since he had been wearing a mask the entire time. The statement hits Renan like another problem stacked onto an already impossible situation, leaving him staring in disbelief as Takumi continues basking in the scenery as if nothing serious had happened at all. Renan can only facepalm, stunned by how Takumi can acknowledge the chaos he caused while remaining utterly nonchalant, recalling how the situation spiraled out of control when he woke confused to the director of Errant giving him a thumbs up, which he reflexively returned before the rumor spread beyond recovery. Now burdened with the absurd title of the Sword Demon of Norid, Renan resigns himself to moving forward despite the mess. The tale spreads further when, in a tavern in Errant, the drunk witness animatedly recounts the appearance of the golden skull-masked figure, claiming the hero used bizarre techniques to annihilate Val and his entire group, and speculating whether the masked man was a god or a demon. The patrons are enthralled, laughing and cheering as they encourage the story. Two adventurers enter, generously buying drinks for the room, and inquire about the rumor that Val and his brigade were wiped out. The witness confirms it, mentioning the golden skull mask, but admitting he never saw a sword and was heavily intoxicated. While some claim the Sword Demon of Norid was responsible, the conflicting details give the adventurers pause. As they leave the tavern amid cheers, one concludes that the information is tangled and requires further investigation, revealing his intent to recruit the mysterious hero into the Black Iron Cross after losing the bounty. When asked what happens if the hero refuses, he answers with a dark smile that an ally who will not join them is simply a nuisance, and the two disappear into the night. Sometime later, a sudden monster attack breaks out in a shadowed forest as a pack of panther-like beasts rushes toward the group, forcing Renan to step forward and confront them alone. He positions himself between the enemies and the cage holding Takumi, moving with disciplined efficiency as more creatures pour in from the rocks. When Takumi calmly asks if he should help, Renan sharply refuses, insisting that dealing with danger is his responsibility and ordering Takumi to stay put and keep his hands to himself. Even as the pressure mounts and sweat builds, Renan clings to his sense of duty, believing he must handle the threat without outside interference. Takumi obeys outwardly but secretly flicks a subtle, unseen force from behind the bars, knocking monsters off balance and thinning their numbers without drawing attention. Renan notices that the enemies are falling more easily than expected, finishes the fight with a decisive sweep, and announces that it is over. Takumi praises him warmly from the cage and offers some discreet healing, which Renan accepts in the form of a drink while catching his breath. Nearby soldiers comment on how dangerous the roads have become, noting that there are already bandits captured, and observe that constant exposure to danger has clearly strengthened Renan. As the journey continues, Renan reflects on Takumi's odd growth, recalling how Takumi was recently delighted to reach level 2 and how this world directly converts combat experience into physical ability. He notes with quiet frustration that his own level remains unchanged, yet he finds something genuinely heartwarming in watching others grow. At the same time, rumors weigh heavily on his mind, branding Takumi as a treasonous criminal. Takumi, sensing the tension, thinks about his true origins, remembering how he was summoned from Japan with absurd abilities and a profession labeled as God, and realizes that explaining even a fraction of that truth would be disastrous. When Takumi claims the accusations are unjust, Renan admits that he cannot challenge the state's judgment, prompting Takumi to consider someday revealing the truth, an idea Renan immediately rejects, certain that knowing more would only lead to catastrophe. Upon arriving at a guarded town, the bandits are handed over and Takumi gains some free time before departure. He crafts a skull mask to hide his identity and ventures out, discovering that the mask lets him move freely as townsfolk whisper, avert their eyes, and speculate about the strange figure. He visits a guild office to send a letter to the Blue Wolf main crew, startling the receptionist, who nervously agrees to handle it. Takumi reflects on recent events, including helping a lost child reunite with her parents, rescuing an adventurer from a monster, and joining others to confront a forming dungeon, noting how the mask prevents unwanted attention and interruptions. At the Adventurers Guild, the receptionist wonders if he is the rumored Golden Skull Mask adventurer, while nearby adventurers speculate about his unsettling presence as he leaves. Later, Takumi watches Renan train relentlessly, balancing his responsibilities with tireless sword practice. Though Takumi considers sparring, he knows his own overwhelming skill would be meaningless unless Renan were on the level of legendary figures like Exiled, whose name once filled Renan with envy. Observing Renan's determination, Takumi quietly believes that if he keeps pushing forward, he may one day become known as the Sword Demon of Norid. The journey resumes until traffic grinds to a halt along a cliffside road due to rockslides ahead. Renan investigates and reports that the route is blocked, forcing a detour. A merchant remarks that this conveniently avoids the territory of the Count of Ethel, infamous for harsh tolls, and implies that the repeated rockslides seem suspiciously well-timed. Renan admits he is powerless to intervene due to jurisdictional limits. Afterward, Takumi voices his suspicion that the accidents may be deliberate extortion, which Renan acknowledges as a rumor lacking proof, especially dangerous if powerful figures are involved. As the convoy diverts, Takumi watches struggling travelers and resolves that deliberate harm disguised as toll collection is unacceptable. With cold determination, he stands and announces that he is stepping out, leaving Renan pale and stunned. The next scene shows Renan desperately tries to stop his companion Takumi from leaving the transport carriage in public, embarrassed and worried about the attention it would draw. Inside the moving carriage, Takumi calmly reassures Renan that he will sneak out quietly and return before the checkpoint. Ignoring Renan's protests, Takumi bends the iron bars of his enclosure with ease and slips out, leaving Renan reaching after him in panic. Takumi jumps from the moving carriage with extraordinary agility, landing silently in nearby bushes and disappearing from sight. As the carriage continues onward, Renan sits inside, thoroughly exasperated, thinking that Takumi never listens to a word he says. Hidden nearby, Takumi confirms no one noticed his escape and decides to conceal his identity by creating a skull mask from thin air. After putting it on, he reminds himself not to leave the carriage unattended for too long and sprints off at tremendous speed, passing a horse-drawn carriage so quickly that the driver is left confused by the sudden rush of wind. As he runs, Takumi briefly wonders if his speed could be considered subsonic. He soon comes to a halt upon encountering a group of people gathered before a mountain pass completely blocked by a massive pile of rubble. Examining the obstruction, Takumi notices the absence of signs of a natural collapse and concludes it was deliberately constructed. One of the adventurers warns him to stay back, then reacts in shock upon seeing the skull mask. Takumi apologizes, and the adventurer explains they were hired to clear the road but failed, as removing debris from the front only causes more to fall from behind. Another adventurer adds that the scale of the blockage makes it impossible to clear safely using normal skills or magic and would require major civil engineering. Takumi listens carefully and realizes that the cost of such work would be passed on to civilians through taxes or tolls. The thought that the obstruction might have been placed intentionally to exploit travelers angers him. He considers using extreme force but rejects anything that would damage the surrounding land. Deciding there is only one viable option, Takumi asks the group to step back. He then summons his power and manifests a massive metallic gauntlet in midair, declaring it a robot punch. The adventurers are left frozen in disbelief as Takumi commands the giant fist forward. It launches with overwhelming force, punching a clean tunnel straight through the rubble in a single strike and instantly clearing the mountain pass. Dust and debris scatter before settling to reveal an open road. Declaring the work complete, Takumi ignores questions about his identity and dismisses himself as a mere passerby. He retracts the gauntlet through glowing rings of energy until it vanishes, then sprints away, waving as he disappears and leaving the stunned adventurers behind. One of them mutters that the skull mask is more frightening than the rumors suggested. The scene returns to the transport carriage, where Takumi quietly slips back through the bent iron bars. Renan immediately notices he is late and accuses him of causing trouble again. Takumi cheerfully admits that he dealt with a small roadblock, prompting Renan to sigh in frustration and scold him for being unnecessarily flashy during transit. Renan explains that the forced detour has disrupted their schedule and that their escort route was fixed in advance. Since traveling at night is forbidden, they must continue as far as possible before sunset. Takumi listens, wondering if they will have to camp, but Renan decides they will head to the town of Sarand Hill to wait for instructions from the central office. At the town gate, a guard checks their documents, thanks Renan for his escort work, and allows them to enter. Inside the town, Takumi notices travelers paying tolls, and Renan explains that Sarand Hill is directly governed by Count Ethel, who freely imposes such measures. Takumi observes that everyone ends up here because the roads were blocked, leaving no alternative, and Renan silently reflects on this reality. A formally dressed man introduces himself as Hazel, the director of the Sarand Hill office, warmly welcoming Renan and praising the reputation attached to his name. Renan responds politely but uncomfortably. Watching from the carriage, Takumi realizes that Renan's title has spread even this far. The moment is interrupted when a man behind Hazel insults Takumi, prompting Hazel to nervously reprimand him for disrespect. The man studies Takumi with a mocking grin and openly questions whether this calm boy is truly the mass murderer accused of treason, while Takumi remains relaxed and unfazed by the accusation. The next scene shows Takumi, who is held inside a prison carriage, stationed in a stone courtyard, calmly observing his surroundings despite the heavy accusations against him. Crank approaches the bars and openly remarks that he cannot believe someone with such an innocent-looking face managed to take down so many people, expressing disbelief before bluntly asking Takumi how it feels to be such a ruthless killer and whether killing so many lives was enjoyable. Takumi listens without reacting emotionally, and after a pause, asks what the real purpose of the questioning is. Before Crank can push further, Director Hazel rushes over in alarm and angrily warns him not to recklessly approach the prisoner. Crank dismisses the concern, stating that since it appears to be a wrongful accusation, there is not much to say anyway, then casually walks off. Hazel continues shouting after him before turning to Renan, a boy of noble standing, and offering a sincere apology, explaining that Crank has a complicated background and that the staff is constantly struggling to rein him in. Renan responds politely, assuring him that he is not bothered by the incident. Hazel informs Renan that he will report to the capital that Renan will be stopping by Sarand Hill the following morning and advises him to rest while awaiting further instructions, as it may take several days to receive a response. Nearby, quietly urges Takumi to keep things calm and composed. Takumi responds with a bright thumbs up and promises that he understands and will behave himself, even when taken outside the carriage. The scene then shifts to the Earl's manor of Croissant and Ethel, where the butler inspects the household. He addresses the maids, stating that his lord is patient and that he is not the type to nitpick over minor flaws, but his tone abruptly hardens as he makes it clear that he will not tolerate sloppy work. He lectures them on the duty of servants to perform their tasks with precision and confidence, prompting a frightened yet unified response from the staff. Internally, the butler reflects that the late Earl Ethel was an unremarkable man, but not a fool, and that it was precisely because of this that loyal and capable servants were able to elevate the household. He believes that regardless of who one serves, one must act in a manner befitting their role. The butler then meets with Lord Shireston, who is revealed to be a negligent and indulgent noble lounging drunkenly. Suppressing his disgust, the butler reports that the debris blocking the valley has been cleared, reopening the public road. This sends Shireston into a panic, as he shouts that they will no longer be able to extort tolls from travelers and laments the money wasted hiring people to block the path. The butler observes coldly that the household is spiraling toward financial collapse, recalling how funds were squandered on excess, while a neighboring marquis deliberately lent money with the intention of seizing the territory once bankruptcy occurs. Though loyal to the noble house, the butler resolves that if restoration proves impossible, his duty will be to stand watch over its legacy until it is time to seek a new master. He mentions that a prison carriage arrived in town that same day and suggests there may be a connection between the road reopening and the arrival of officials. Shireston panics at the thought of national scrutiny, but the butler reasons that the rumored Crow organization would not use such an overt method. Reviewing documents, he notes that the prisoner's name is Takumi and that the charges include treason and mass murder. At that moment, Elisha enters and reacts strongly upon hearing the name, quickly masking her response by claiming it belonged to a dog she had as a child. Shireston laughs it off, but the butler remains silent and suspicious. Outside the room, Elisha leans against the thick doors, visibly shaken, having overheard the conversation despite the barrier. The butler recalls the unusual circumstances of her arrival, remembering how the Count found her gravely injured near Madiska and inexplicably took her in, behavior entirely out of character. Observing the Count's growing infatuation, the butler concludes that while Elisha appears ordinary, something about her presence is deeply wrong, and he resolves to monitor her closely. Elisha later slips away from the manor and meets Crank in a secluded alley while disguised. She explains that government officials arrived sooner than expected and asks him to arrange a meeting with Takumi. Crank insists it is impossible to interfere with a prisoner charged with treason, but Elisha clarifies that she only needs to see him through the bars and hints at a reward, prompting Crank to agree. Alone afterward, Elisha reflects on her true identity as one of the shadows, recalling her defeat at Takumi's hands in Madiska and how she barely survived by using her complete enchantment to manipulate the Count. Now that Takumi has been delivered directly to her, she recognizes the opportunity placed before her and prepares to act. The next scene opens inside a noisy, dim tavern where Elisha enters and immediately activates a presence suppression skill, testing who among the crowd is perceptive enough to notice the disturbance. Two seasoned men react instinctively, flinching and scanning their surroundings, while a rugged swordsman shows a brief but controlled response, masking his awareness behind calm behavior. Elisha's attention is ultimately drawn to a silent, hooded figure at the back who has been watching her intently since she arrived and shows no reaction at all to her skill. Intrigued by this confidence, she approaches and asks to sit beside them, receiving a silent gesture of approval. The figure wears the infamous golden skull mask, which Elisha recognizes as a calculated tool that draws attention to itself and erases identifying details, marking the wearer as a high-level assassin associated with death. Using coded language, Elisha presents a request disguised as a problem involving a wild boar damaging her family's fields, which she wants captured alive. Beneath the metaphor, she is clearly hiring the assassin to abduct a specific man. She offers a symbolic reward of meals and asks about availability, misreading the assassin's hesitation as a bargaining tactic, and quickly escalating the payment to 20 gold coins up front and 50 upon success. The masked assassin clarifies that the payment is acceptable, but explains that daytime is impossible, proposing a midnight operation instead. Elisha readily agrees and suggests they meet again in 3 nights to finalize details. As she leaves, her polite demeanor cracks into predatory satisfaction as she mentally vows revenge against Takumi, not knowing the man she just hired is Takumi himself. After her departure, the assassin, who's none other than Takumi, reflects on the encounter, recognizing Elisha and feeling a twinge of regret for having left the town of Mataska without saying goodbye. He notes that her sharp perception likely comes from years of memorizing people's habits while working in a tavern. Deciding it is time to move on, Takumi proceeds through town, having already sent a letter to the mane of the Blue Wolf, while locals whisper and stare, unsettled by the sudden appearance of the infamous golden skull mask. The narrative then shifts to morning, where sunlight falls on a prison carriage holding Takumi, who wakes refreshed and oddly content despite having been confined for over 10 days. He finds an unexpected sense of comfort in the carriage, almost like a temporary home. Renan, a young man dressed in a military-style uniform, approaches the bars looking troubled, and Takumi immediately notices his pale expression. When asked what is wrong, Renan admits he has landed himself in serious trouble involving a sword match disguised as training. Takumi recalls director Hazel mentioning Crank, a person with a complicated background, and Renan confirms that he is expected to face him as an opponent, who's also rumored to be the secret child of Count Ethel, the local lord. According to gossip, Crankle uses his status as an excuse to act freely and has earned a fearsome reputation as the sword demon of Norid. Renan worries that the match is less about training and more about publicly testing that reputation, leaving him anxious about being humiliated. Takumi feels guilty, apologizing and admitting that his earlier words may have pushed things too far, but Renan quickly regains his composure and reframes the situation as payback. Though he admits his skill is lacking, Renan declares that he has been training earnestly and is ready to fight seriously, striking a confident pose and claiming he will borrow whatever strength he can. Takumi watches with genuine admiration, impressed by Renan's rapid growth and newfound confidence despite being stuck behind the carriage bars. He promises wholehearted support, cheering him on sincerely. As Takumi focuses intensely and shouts encouragement, a strange, invisible force ripples through the air. Renan freezes for a moment, startled by an unfamiliar sensation, feeling a sudden surge of power coursing through his body. Unsure whether it was real or imagined, he shakes off the confusion but realizes that Takumi's support has given him tangible resolve and strength. Re-energized, Renan thanks him and runs toward the village to face his opponent, briefly pausing as if sensing that strange presence again before pushing forward. Takumi watches him go with deep satisfaction, reflecting on how much Renan has grown in such a short time, his heart filled with warm, almost paternal pride, likening the feeling not to that of a mentor, but to a grandparent quietly cheering on a cherished grandchild. On the competition day, the training grounds hum with expectation, as Crank confidently challenges his opponent, taunting Renan to prove whether the title of Sword Demon of Norid is truly deserved. Renan stands calm and focused, gripping a dull training blade while carefully reading Crank's relaxed yet unbreakable posture, recalling warnings from the Sarand Hill office that confirm this man is a genuine master. Aware that even a replica weapon can cause serious harm, Renan stays alert as Crank suddenly lunges with explosive speed, his blade crashing down in a powerful arc. Though momentarily shocked by the sheer velocity, Renan reacts in a blur, turning the clash into a decisive maneuver that sends Crank's sword flying high over the buildings and slamming into the dirt. Crank stares at his empty hand in disbelief as Hazel loudly declares Renan the victor, igniting cheers from the surrounding soldiers. Among the onlookers, Takumi watches through binoculars and celebrates enthusiastically, convinced Renan's win was a complete knockout. Crank, bruised in pride but unwilling to concede, retrieves his sword and insists he only slipped, vowing the next round will be different. Renan answers with silence, eyes shaded as he prepares again. When Crank charges a second time, the air fills with the frantic clash of steel as he presses the attack and mocks Renan mid-exchange. Renan remains composed, studying every movement until he finds a clean opening and sends Crank crashing backward into the dirt. Hazel proclaims Renan's victory once more, praising him as the true sword demon as expected, while the crowd marvels at how overwhelming and different Renan seems today. Takumi continues to grin from the sidelines, inwardly convinced that Renan fully deserves the title. The focus then shifts to Takumi's position as Elisha approaches. She startles him by asking if he remembers her and what he finds so interesting, and Takumi immediately recognizes her, surprised by her sudden appearance. Beneath her veil, Elisha coldly reflects on their past encounter, noting that Takumi seems unfazed despite her previous attempt to kill him in Madaska, and she questions why he now sits imprisoned like a caged animal. Takumi casually remarks that being locked up for treason leaves little room for explanation, joking that such circumstances might interfere with promises planned for the day after tomorrow. He bluntly tells Elisha that he is working on a rough plan to lure her into a trap and capture her, stunning her into repeating his words in disbelief. Instead of seeking revenge, he intends to take her alive, forcing Elisha to recall how she once fell straight into his scheme in Madaska, making her believe this cheeky bastard already has a plan. Angered and grinding her teeth, she vows that this time she will defeat him and give everything she has. Completely misreading her murderous intent, Takumi responds cheerfully, thanking her for enthusiasm toward the boar hunt and advising her to back off because it is dangerous. His innocent misunderstanding leaves Elisha speechless, her rage boiling as she clenches her trembling fist and strikes an aggressive stance, declaring she has had enough and is ready to settle things immediately. The confrontation is abruptly broken when Renan approaches, greeting Takumi warmly and praising his safety and the impressive outcome of the duel. Takumi, embarrassed, downplays the compliment and thanks Renan before attempting to introduce the two to each other, only to realize Elisha has vanished entirely in an instant. Renan looks around in confusion, questioning whether anyone was there at all, while Takumi can only admit bewilderment at having just spoken to someone who is now gone. Renan realizes that if an intruder truly slipped in, it signals a massive security failure, and Takumi quietly ponders how Elisha bypassed the perimeter guards so easily. The scene closes outside the training grounds as Elisha walks away beneath the sun with her umbrella raised, exhaling sharply as she admits she nearly lost control, unsettled by Takumi's carefree demeanor, and recognizing that he is far more dangerous and enigmatic than he appears and must not be underestimated. While standing outside the cage, Renan questions him again about whether anyone else was present during the earlier incident, stressing the importance of a truthful answer. Takumi insists that no one else was there and that nothing unusual occurred beyond what was already known. Renan remains unimpressed, but openly acknowledges Takumi's combat performance, calling it spectacular and remarking that such ability could justify proclaiming the birth of the sword demon of Norid, before becoming irritated by Takumi's continued teasing and ordering him to stop. The conversation shifts when Renan admits that even he was surprised by the match, explaining that his body feels lighter than before, as though he can finally perform movements he had only imagined, and asks whether leveling up enhances physical ability. Takumi confirms that it does, and Renan admits confusion of his own, explaining that although his status showed no changes the previous night, he now feels as though he has leveled up without cause. To confirm, Renan opens his status window, but the visible numbers appear unchanged. When Takumi questions this, Renan explains that a person's status can be viewed more accurately through contact, allowing Takumi to see the details as well. He leans in, looks at the window carefully. Renan asks him to look at a specific section and points at it to bring it to his attention. Upon closer inspection, an abnormality becomes clear in the skills section, 4 blessings and 4 protections that were not present before. The poor guy was shocked. He had never seen anything like that. Renan explains that blessings and protections are supposed to be rare miracles reserved for high-ranking clergy, and that their sudden appearance is completely abnormal, leaving him uncertain whether the church or something else is responsible. Renan activates his investigation skill, causing the status display to reveal further information, and divine voices echo inside Takumi's and Renan's mind, explaining that blessings increase all physical abilities by 20%, while divine favors raise them by 50%. Takumi is startled by the voices, but Renan identifies this as a normal effect of investigative identification. Renan concludes that these miracles explain how they managed to win the match despite the odds, though he still cannot understand how such effects were triggered. Takumi privately suspects that the cause is himself, recalling how simple encouragement somehow resulted in high-level divine buffs, and remembers a warning from Exiled, concluding that they must proceed carefully from this point forward. The scene then shifts to a grand estate, where the Count's butler pays attention to Elisha's suspicious behavior he has been noticing. Previously flawless in her caution, she became reckless after learning about the transported prisoner. The butler recalls secretly following her using shadowing skills and witnessing her meet a skull-masked man at the Adventurers Guild, confirming through eavesdropping and lip-reading that they were planning an abduction. He believes she's the one who plays from the shadows. He connects her actions to the town of Madiska, where a massacre took place, the same place where the infamous prisoner rumored to have committed a massacre was captured. And later, when he observed her visiting the prisoner at the town hall, leaving him uncertain whether their relationship is criminal, strategic, or personal. While considering how to exploit the situation without allowing it to threaten Crossend, a maid delivers a letter from the Marquis. Noting the oddity of an express delivery for a simple debt reminder, and recalling his master's refusal to deal with the Marquis directly, Shireston decides to handle the matter himself. Upon reading the letter, he realizes an opportunity has presented itself and quietly resolves to act on it right away. Takumi sits in the bustling guild tavern, enjoying a quiet cup of tea and thinking how refreshing the lively atmosphere feels after a lonely day spent in an escort carriage. His solitude is interrupted when a man in a flamboyant butterfly mask, actually the butler in disguise, approaches and asks to share his table. Takumi finds the man's getup utterly bizarre, while the butler silently judges Takumi's own golden skull mask. Their presence together immediately draws whispers from the crowd, who find the pair incredibly suspicious. The butler slides a letter and a pouch across the table, claiming a lady sent him to discuss a boar hunting issue. Though Takumi is confused since their meeting was scheduled for later, he accepts the note and begins to read. The message contains specific instructions regarding a prisoner escort from the authorities involving a man named Takumi, scheduled for the evening of the day after tomorrow at Count Ethel's estate. Takumi looks up and quietly acknowledges the information, offering a polite word of thanks as he tucks the letter away. The butler tips his feathered hat and departs into the night, but as soon as he is out of sight, his polite facade vanishes into a sinister grin. He reveals to himself that he penned the letter personally to coordinate a kidnapping, leaving the pouch behind as part of the bait while hoping his targets will dance to his tune. The next scene takes us to a dim, cluttered alley where Crank's father's butler, concealed beneath a wide-brimmed feathered hat, mask, and high-collared cape, searches quietly while muttering that what he seeks should be nearby. A groan draws his attention to Crank, who is slumped among discarded boxes with a bottle in hand, seething after his humiliation earlier that day. The butler looks down on him with absolute internal contempt, thinking that Crank's disgrace perfectly suits his bloodline, yet outwardly he maintains a calm, professional demeanor befitting a servant. Addressing him as Master Crank, he remarks that he heard the young master had a rough training session. Crank explodes into a drunken rant, complaining bitterly about being lectured on etiquette by his superior and waving his bottle as he curses the insult. He validates Crank's anger and states that it is unacceptable to belittle someone tied to the noble house of Count Ethel. He deliberately inflames the situation by suggesting that fools who disrespect nobility deserve divine punishment, pushing Crank into openly wishing damnation upon them all. Seizing the moment, the butler leans in and reveals information he claims to have obtained through his own channels, explaining that a daring escape plan is forming among prisoners being transported from the Sarand Hill facility. He calmly outlines that if such an escape succeeded, it would trigger a severe accountability crisis for the officials involved, possibly leading to demotion or forced reassignment of the director. This prospect immediately intrigues Crank, who sees an opening to settle scores. Pretending to offer helpful advice, the butler suggests that Crank remind everyone at the office to tread carefully, while his true intent is clearly to spark the chaos he just described. As the butler departs into the night, he casts a chilling glance back, amused by how easily Crank was manipulated. He reflects that a woman named Elisha appears to be plotting a jailbreak that very night and is meeting someone known as the Skull Mask, and he relishes the idea of exploiting that plan to finally rid himself of what he calls a wretched curse, theatrically calling out for a true master worthy of his service as passers-by stare in confusion. The scene then shifts to Takumi, seated in a simple room or stable, holding a note that details a prisoner escort scheduled for the evening of the day after tomorrow at Count Ethel's estate, involving someone named Takumi. He recalls Renan mentioning that the Ethel mansion belongs to the Lord of the Sarand Hills, and begins to wonder if this connects to Elisha, whom he remembers as a noble lady who once worked at a tavern and spoke vaguely about her family home. His attention shifts to a large bag of 20 gold coins resting on the floor, money he accepted without hesitation from Elisha. He carefully calculates the value and realizes the sum is enormous, roughly equivalent to 200,000 yen, far more than what would normally be paid for a simple favor. The weight of the bag and the casual way it was handed to him make him uneasy, and he considers what kind of expectations might be attached to such payment. He recalls Elisha mentioning meals and hospitality, and he wonders whether the captured boar he dealt with earlier was meant to be used as ingredients, suggesting the arrangement may involve more than a straightforward job. Looking over the cooking supplies nearby, he reasons that since today marks the promised day, it would be best to head out early to prepare properly, treating the task seriously rather than lightly. His thoughts are interrupted when Renan suddenly bursts through the door, visibly flustered, announcing that Takumi has a visitor or appointment waiting for him. Takumi speculates it might be Elisha, as he knows few people in town, while Renan admits relief upon hearing Takumi has noble connections, explaining that in this rigid class-conscious society, nobles naturally inspire tension. Renan jokes that Takumi usually attracts complaints and trouble and expresses amazement at his network, remarking that nobles might as well be celestial beings to commoners. Renan asks Takumi how the hell he made a connection with the daughter of a marquis, as she is the visitor, but Takumi becomes confused as he was expecting someone else. Renan is left completely speechless while Takumi starts thinking to himself that he might know who the visitor is. Renan cries out, thinking Takumi got into trouble with the nobles again, but to his surprise, the door opens and Takumi's old friend, Angelina, barges into the room with excitement and jumps on Takumi, hugging him around the face. Takumi can't see anything, yet he recognizes her voice, and as Angelina lets him see, he greets her with a bright, warm smile. Takumi warmly recognizes her and praises how much she has grown, leaving her blushing and flustered. Renan stands frozen in shock upon realizing that Lady Angelina, eldest daughter of Lord Marquis, personally knows Takumi. When Takumi asks why she came all this way, Angelina begins to tremble, and a confident man steps forward, explaining that after hearing Takumi had been branded a traitor with a bounty on his head, Angelina became so worried she could barely eat. He mentions a letter from Takumi arriving 3 days earlier and explains that Angelina insisted on traveling here, even though it is not appropriate for the daughter of a marquis family to travel alone in other territories. But it was all permitted thanks to official approval from Count Ethel. Takumi feels guilty, thinking he caused trouble. The man says he is well accustomed to Angelina's affairs and introduces himself as Danfield, her bodyguard, dismisses the situation as routine, shakes Takumi's hand, and then abruptly tightens his grip, pulling Takumi into a sudden headlock as the atmosphere sharply turns tense while declaring that he will be taking the lead from now on. As Danfield gets hold of Takumi, both the girls lose their minds while Danfield acts cocky and calls Takumi silly for no reason. Suddenly, Takumi activates his defense skill, and seeing this, Danfield pushes him away in order to launch a ferocious attack. The next moment, we see him launching an attack straight at Takumi's chest using his skill called Pierce. Angelina and Renan drop their jaws in utter shock while Takumi stays silent, wondering why the hell he did not get any injuries at all. Suddenly, Danfield withdraws and breaks into laughter, apologizing casually and explaining that the strike was an old habit from his adventurer days and driven by curiosity, since Angelina constantly boasts about her brother. Takumi, mentally overwhelmed, stands dazed with an exhausted expression as Angelina proudly explains that Danfield, despite his current demeanor, was once a legendary A-rank adventurer. Danfield half-heartedly protests being called washed up, but his expression sharpens as he seriously evaluates Takumi. Internally, he is shaken, realizing that Takumi took Pierce head-on and felt less than a mosquito bite, something that should have left an ordinary person in shock with a hole through their torso. He openly remarks that Takumi's body feels as durable as mithril. Takumi, sweating slightly, thinks to himself that people really should not use lethal skills so casually just to test someone. Angelina continues praising Takumi enthusiastically, which makes him thank her and causes her to blush hard. At the same time, Takumi notices Danfield's lingering gaze and understands that the man has now identified him as someone dangerous and worth keeping an eye on. Renan, who has been holding it in the entire time, finally snaps and yells about how insane it is that everyone is acting so relaxed after such a terrifying incident. Danfield dismisses it with a sly grin, calling it an unfortunate slip and nothing more than a friendly greeting, then warns Renan to be more mindful next time. Renan is left flustered and unsure how to respond. Takumi tries to calm things down by apologizing for his own forgetfulness, but this only makes Renan more stressed. Angelina attempts to brush it off and tells Renan not to be so angry, but Renan insists this is absolutely not something to laugh about. Takumi then properly introduces Renan to Angelina, explaining that Renan is an official from the distant land of Norad who traveled all this way to escort him. Renan instantly panics, covering Takumi's mouth and mentally screaming that revealing that kind of information will only complicate matters. Angelina immediately reacts aggressively, demanding to know what Takumi means by an escort and accusing Renan of being an enemy. Takumi gently stops her, telling her she is being rude, and explains that Renan is simply doing his job seriously. He reassures her that Renan is a good kid and that they are traveling together to the capital to clear up suspicions surrounding him. Angelina remains unconvinced, openly declaring that she still cannot stand Renan, then suddenly drops the fact that she is Takumi's fiancée. This revelation completely shatters Renan's composure as he realizes that if Takumi is engaged to someone from a Marquis family, Takumi himself could become a future Marquis. Overwhelmed by guilt for how rudely he has treated Takumi until now, Renan spirals internally until Takumi reminds him that, engagement or not, he is still technically a prisoner. Danfield observes the exchange before steering the conversation back to the main issue, asking Takumi what his actual plan is to overturn the charges against him. He points out that having a criminal tied to the Alcuin family by engagement is a serious problem. Takumi listens calmly, then casually declares that things will somehow work out. Danfield gives him a skeptical sideways look, questioning whether this confidence comes from intuition or something more concrete. Takumi confirms that intuition is basically the entire basis. Angelina immediately backs him up with complete faith, declaring that she knows he will be fine because she believes in him. Danfield looks away and concedes that intuition was a crucial survival tool during his own adventurer days, and that, as family, he has no right to interfere further. As preparations to leave begin, Danfield asks Angelina if it is time to go. Angelina complains loudly but eventually agrees, promising Takumi that she will visit again tomorrow. Before they leave, Takumi asks where they will be staying. Angelina struggles to remember and guesses the local lord's mansion, calling him Count Croissant Milk. Danfield instantly corrects her, clearly irritated, reminding her that it is Count Croissant Ethel, the lord of the neighboring territory. Angelina snaps back that it was just a small mix-up. Takumi watches them leave and grows thoughtful, realizing he recognizes the name. He remembers that Count Ethel's mansion is exactly where the promised boar hunt is scheduled to take place later that night. After the door closes, Renan collapses against the wall in exhaustion, admitting he was genuinely worried about what might happen earlier. Takumi offers to heal him, and Renan gratefully accepts, thanking him and admitting that being with Takumi is never boring. Takumi notes internally that Renan is considerate for not calling their situation a constant disaster and suggests they take a short nap while they still have time. Some time later, Takumi wakes up refreshed, stretching and remarking on how good his sleep was. He notes that he usually only moves after sunset but has preparations and shopping to do today. As he considers leaving, he notices the cage door's padlock is already undone. Remembering Renan mentioning that the key is normally stored in the government office, Takumi wonders why anyone would leave it open. Unable to make sense of it, he magically produces a key of his own and locks the door from the inside, deciding that leaving it unsecured is too dangerous. He rolls up the sheets inside the cage to create a decoy, then summons dark, mist-like energy around himself, and as always prepares to move, completing his transformation in his all-time favorite skull mask. As the workday ends, a young woman in an apron rushes through the quiet evening streets, anxious to get home, only to freeze when Takumi, as a skull-masked figure, steps from the shadows and politely asks for directions, his appearance alone triggering her scream and panicked flight, leaving the masked man standing under a street lamp feeling deflated and reflecting that while startling someone on a dark road is understandable, her reaction felt excessive, making him wonder if some other threat has everyone on edge. He recalls earlier wandering the market while gathering rope meant for boar hunting along with cooking pots, only to lose his way despite a crude hand-drawn map given to him by Renan, and muses that life would be easier with a modern discount store. His thoughts drift to Elisha, worrying he has kept her waiting too long, while he remains utterly lost in the pitch-dark town where landmarks are impossible to see. Considering asking for help again, he hesitates after noticing everyone scatter at the sight of him, until a carriage approaches, prompting him to run alongside it and jump onto the step to knock and ask for directions. But his skull mask and voice panic the occupants, frightening the horses and sending the carriage swerving violently, buckling him off onto the road as it speeds away. As he sits up rubbing his head and reflecting that his approach might have been misjudged, a sword is leveled at his throat by Danfield, who demands to know who he works for and whether the commotion involved the Marquis's carriage, while Angelina peeks from behind him. Recognizing Danfield, the masked man cheerfully apologizes for the disturbance, only to be met with suspicion until he removes the skull mask, revealing himself as Takumi, which immediately brightens Angelina's mood as she scolds him for scaring people with such a ridiculous disguise. Takumi explains he wears it to protect his identity, while Danfield reluctantly lowers his guard, still uneasy about a known traitor walking freely. Angelina defends Takumi fiercely, insisting he is not a criminal and urging him to choose a less frightening disguise, dismissing Danfield's concerns with unwavering confidence, while Danfield reflects that, as the late Lord's grandchild, she possesses an unyielding trust in others. The group continues together inside the carriage, where Angelina explains they have spent the day exploring the town, and Takumi remarks on the luck of their encounter before confirming he is headed to the Count's estate to deal with wild boars at the request of Elisha, a name that immediately draws Danfield's scrutiny due to her treason charges. Takumi calmly confirms they have met and understand each other, while Danfield questions the odd timing. Takumi repeats he stands out during the day and Danfield smiles, saying that makes sense, while he keeps getting suspicious about all this and even has a possible conclusion in his mind. Upon reaching the estate gates, Takumi thanks Danfield and Danfield says it's not a big deal, which earns him another scolding from Shawty. However, Takumi prepares to leave, waving goodbye to Angelina before donning his skull mask again and admiring the scale of the entrance, joking internally that the sophistication of this place is simply beyond a child's appreciation. Danfield reassures him that the side gate should be open if they are expected. Takumi becomes surprised to see them, and Angelina excitedly insists on joining, prompting Danfield to concede that it would be rude to stop her when she is clearly eager, especially since he has yet to formally meet Count Croissant. At the side gate, Takumi triumphantly proves it unlocked and leads them in, observed from the shadows by Silston, the Count's butler, who stiffens at the sight of the skull-masked man entering exactly as anticipated. Silston seems to be well aware of the fact that the Count had an evil plan to free, and then recapture Takumi to win the 300 gold coins reward. But he plans to ruin this plan, believing he must stop his Count from this bullshit. This is real loyalty in his eyes. Bro wants himself to rise while he wants the Count's reputation to go down the drain. He wants the Ethel family to be free from such a pathetic Count after all. He also knows the Count thinks of Takumi as a foreign spy. Earlier, Silston had informed the Count that the enemy was preparing to invade, causing the Count to shit his pants and immediately hire mercenary fighters to protect his land, which makes Silston even more happy as the fighters are completely prepared just as he planned. However, as he keeps a close eye on the group in front of him, He spots Angelina and screams her name in utter shock, causing Danfield and others to spot him immediately. Salston finally comes, apologizes for his misconduct, and Danfield reveals that they have arrived with the masked gentleman as he got some businesses at the estate. Danfield says he also wants to meet the Count, and Salston leads them to the mansion while losing his mind, wondering why didn't the skull mask man bring any prisoner with him, and why does Danfield want to see the stupid Count? However, as he finds Angelina grabbing the skull mask man by his arm and calling him bro, Salston goes crazy as he is about to cry, not understanding what's even happening. He can't believe things are going completely south. His plan might get turned off, but even then, he just decides to lead Angelina to the Count with a straight face. After a few moments, he reaches the mansion and thinks to himself that the hired mercenaries were positioned far so he won't be mistaken as some intruder and get his ass kicked. Just as he opens the mansion's gate, he finds the Count in front of him, calling him and others invaders to whom he will deliver reckoning, making Salston wet his pants. We see Count Crossand Ethel, a portly noble, laughing loudly from a high balcony as he looks down on the intruders below, mocking them as sneaky spies of the nation, and openly declaring that their attempt to investigate his mansion will end here under his authority, before threatening to erase every last one of them as trespassers. Below him stands Salston, a bespectacled man sweating under pressure, grinding out an exhausted sigh as he realizes how completely the situation has gone off the rails, especially with a disciplined force of armored soldiers and crossbowmen assembled behind the Count along the staircase, clearly prepared for slaughter. As Salston takes in the overwhelming setup, his thoughts flash back to the Adventurers Guild receptionist who had enthusiastically praised this hired legion earlier, selling them as an elite gold standard group known for overwhelming smaller forces through sheer numbers in annihilation battles, a memory that now feels like a cruel joke and a thorn lodged firmly in his side. Furious and desperate, the Count shouts up at Salston, demanding to know what he is doing and ordering him to step aside, while internally, Salston starts cursing him as a reckless pig who abandoned the plan and went on a rampage instead of waiting safely, knowing that while guards are expendable, even a single injury to the Marquis's daughter would spell total ruin for the Count's family and drag Salston down with them. Danfield positions himself protectively in front of Angie, warning Takumi that there is no time left and that they must hold the enemy back immediately. Amid the tension, Takumi remains unnervingly calm, reflecting on how what should have been a simple boar hunt spiraled into a disaster involving a failed meeting with Lisha and an ambush by an unknown armed force, only now fully recognizing that the babbling noble above truly is the master of the estate. Without hesitation, the Count bellows the order to fire, and the crossbowmen unleash a brutal volley, forcing the swordsman to deflect desperately as the sheer volume drives him onto the defensive, while a single stray bolt breaks through and hurtles toward Angie, freezing her in place with terror. In a split second, Salston throws himself in front of her, taking the bolt through his shoulder and collapsing back with a pained gasp, his thoughts narrowing to one absolute truth. The Marquis's daughter must survive, no matter the cost. As the swordsman cries out in alarm, Danfield judges the situation beyond recovery and tells Takumi that staying will only lead to disaster. Takumi replies, instructing everyone to close their eyes before invoking holy light, a blinding radiance that erupts upward and throws the soldiers into chaos as they shield their eyes and shout in confusion. Using the opening, Takumi creates a magically smoothed slope, and the group immediately slides rapidly past the staircase and enemy forces, landing safely below. Their escape is immediately met by the appearance of two new figures, leaders of the Black Iron Cross, one of whom claps mockingly and admits genuine admiration, stating he never expected them to survive that attack and confirming the reputation surrounding the Yellow Skull Mask, revealing that while this is their first meeting, he has long followed Takumi's exploits. Cutting straight to the point, he invites Takumi to join their side with promises of excellent treatment, while his companion coolly notes that their legion is filled with high-ranked adventurers and resistance is pointless. Takumi ignores the offer entirely, instead removing his skull mask and placing it onto Angie's head, insisting she wear it because it is sturdy enough to serve as protection, after which he turns to Danfield to calmly ask if he may take the lead. Danfield reacts with disbelief and mounting anxiety, internally acknowledging that the opposing legion is no joke and fearing the consequences if anything happens to Angie. Wearing the oversized mask, Angie snaps at everyone to stop arguing and confidently tells them to let Takumi handle it like he said, prompting Takumi to thank her quietly while his brother watches with a flat, exhausted resignation. Attention shifts back to the Black Iron Cross leaders as one fixes Takumi with a narrowed stare, unimpressed by his refusal and irritated that his generous invitation was dismissed, mocking him as a chatterbox and questioning his judgment, only for Takumi to respond coldly that ordering arrows fired despite knowing a child was present is unforgivable, and that while he acknowledges the offer, he cannot stand such heartlessness. The leaders start saying Takumi might regret this later, while Takumi assures he doesn't intend to kill them, but he sure have enough rope to tie them all. The Legion leaders dismiss him in turn, convinced he is underestimating them and not worth further concern, until Takumi says he doesn't give a damn, and suddenly, a massive, dark, hulking construct begins to rise behind Takumi, its sheer weight cracking the ground and casting an overwhelming shadow that leaves both leaders staring in genuine shock, while Angie watches in breathless awe and Danfield struggles to process what he is witnessing. Standing calmly before the towering entity, Takumi grips a small control device with 2 levers and declares with cold certainty that it is time for their punishment. Takumi stands like a badass. Bro declares himself as the creator of the Steel Titan and declares punishment for all his enemies. With a single punch in the floor, the Titan sends all the enemies flying in the air and the ground shattered like glass. Seeing this, everyone shit their pants. They can't believe what's even happening. Their eyes widen in shock while some stupid bastard tries attacking the Titan with their metal sword. The sword bounces off, and as Takumi commands the Titan to go forth, dozens of enemies jump on the Titan while others aim at it with their crossbows. As the mercenaries try shooting arrows at the Titan, all of their attacks deflect, and the Titan starts breaking their crossbows as well the entire mansion, leaving the Count shocked. The leader of Iron Cross can't even believe what's going on while Angelina can't stop cheering her big bro. Danfield doesn't even know what to say. Bro's just way too flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Takumi orders the Titan to chain up all the enemies, and the Titan immediately gets to work, leaving the mansion's roof destroyed. 3 days later, the tone shifts as Takumi sits behind the bars of a transport wagon, sighing in boredom. Renan scolds him for sighing, and Takumi apologizes, explaining he has been confined for days. Renan admits he is already feeling low, explaining that the Sarandhill office is in complete turmoil and that they are merely outsiders caught in a larger scheme. He outlines what he knows. Lord Ethel allegedly attempted to ambush the daughter of Marquis Arcuin, and with the Arcuin family involved, the authorities intend to expose all of Ethel's long-buried crimes, making him a sworn enemy of local power. Takumi reflects that his own brief encounter with the rotund noble seems to have caused far more trouble than expected and asks whether the Rockfall incident and someone named Crank might be connected. Renan explained that Crank is the Earl's illegitimate son and is currently on probation for allegedly taking the storage room key on the day of the incident, a detail authorities believe is significant. Takumi muses on the resemblance in attitude between father and son, but says they don't look alike. Renan suddenly grows suspicious, asking how Takumi knows what the Count looks like and whether he was present that day. Takumi panics internally, recalling Danfield warning him to pretend he was never there, and he tries to act casual to deflect suspicion. Renan ultimately decides not to press him further, sensing it would lead into a complicated mess. At that moment, Danfield arrives, casually praising Takumi's mindset and ignoring protocol. Renan objects to his arrival, and Danfield says no one was at the reception, so he just walked in. Danfield adds he has been ordered by Angelina to let Takumi know what happened, and that's why he's been stuck between territories. He smiles, telling Renan that she's quite rough when it comes to managing people. Renan says she will let the meeting continue only in her supervision, and Danfield jokes, saying he didn't even hear that. Renan gets pissed off, and she tells him to do what he wants, prompting him to call her a little monk. Alone with Takumi, Danfield admits he is bending the rules to share information, beginning with an update on the young lady, who remains energetic and prone to tantrums about seeing the Iron Giant again and playing destructive games, as he mentions Takumi destroying the furniture, causing him to apologize immediately. The conversation shifts to the butler Sileston, who collapsed while protecting Angie and has since been taken in by Danfield's family, earning recognition for his bravery. Danfield, however, suspects Sileston may have been involved behind the scenes, suggesting a possible mix-up, and notes that the Marquis of Ulquin is determined to bring down Count Ethel, making it useful to keep someone knowledgeable close. Ethel himself is in such turmoil that little can be learned from him, and Danfield believes the Count never intended to attack the young lady, implying a government agent may be responsible instead. And Takumi immediately says he also believes the Count mistook Angelina for someone else. Danfield mentions some government agency and says he's sure the reign of Count Ethel has come to an end. He firmly reminds Takumi that he was not present at the scene, and warns that being linked to the skull-masked fugitive would cause serious trouble. With that, Danfield decides to depart as he says he has said all he wanted and can see how much untested Renan is to leave them alone. He turned around and walked away telling Takumi to take care. Renan came back saying he couldn't sit down due to the curiosity, and Takumi smiled, thinking to himself, it's better to keep everything a secret instead of letting Renan know about it. As the wagon resumes its journey toward the capital, Renan and Takumi note the lack of orders from the capital and decide to proceed under escort leader discretion, as it's allowed by a certain rule, also acknowledged by director Hazel, making Renan more relaxed that she can return to her main mission. Takumi reflects quietly on his failure to meet Alicia, recalling the butterfly mask man he met at the tavern. He went on to recall the misunderstandings that might have taken place between them, and he resolves to fulfill his obligations properly if they meet again, as the road carries them away from the town. The carriage continues with its journey, the heavy wooden wheels shaking the captives inside, while Renan leans over the side and cheerfully announces that Zafston Fortress will soon come into view. Takumi, seated behind iron bars, listens with curiosity as Renan explains that to protect the royal capital, 4 major fortresses were constructed in each cardinal direction, with Zafston serving as the southern bulwark. Although called a fortress, Renan adds that it has not seen real combat in a very long time and now functions mainly as a training facility, a claim Takumi quietly questions as the enormous stone walls loom closer than expected. When the carriage finally stops, the mood shifts as Renan notices the main gate is sealed shut, something that should only happen during an emergency. This unexpected thing has caused others also various problems. Renan knows it's the only road leading to the capital. He reasons that a government-controlled transport like theirs should normally pass without inspection, so decides to question the guards directly. She returns moments later, visibly frustrated, explaining that the gate is completely locked down and that even the guards themselves seem unaware of the underlying reason. As Takumi asks how it went, a cloaked traveler suddenly appears beside the cage and calmly remarks that they are meeting again. The figure reveals herself as Iceroot, the sharp-eyed woman Saiki immediately recognizes, reacting with genuine shock. Renan, watching the exchange, asks whether she is acquainted with Takumi-san, prompting a rushed introduction in which Saiki explains that Iskiri is a friend from his hometown and former classmate. Iskiri casually remarks that she does not know why Saiki is riding in a prisoner wagon, but sympathizes with Renan for having to manage someone so stubborn, a comment Renan eagerly agrees with while teasing Saiki for never listening. Saiki inwardly fumes as the conversation turns into a casual roast, made worse when Iskiri bluntly blames him for getting himself labeled as a bounty. Iceroot asks if they know what's happening. Renan immediately says no, saying they were just passing by from here. Then Iceroot speaks up. The tone then grows serious as Iskiri explains that she was urgently summoned by the guild to Fort Zafston, information that surprises Renan when she realizes Iskiri is a renowned adventurer. Saiki recalls having mentioned a legendary sword saint before, and Iskiri formally introduces herself as Icerudo. Renan is struck speechless by the realization that a living legend stands before her. Without warning, Icerudo slices cleanly through the bars of Seiki's cage with a single precise motion, freeing him before Renan can properly object. She tells Saiki to come along, asserting that his strength will clearly be needed, while Renan panics and protests that Saiki is still a prisoner and that emergencies do not justify ignoring protocol. Her objections go unanswered as Icerudo leads Saiki away, mentioning that wanted posters bearing his likeness are circulating and offering him a disguise to conceal his identity. In response, Takumi immediately puts on his skull mask, which gets cut in half by Iceroot, immediately asks, She doesn't want to walk by someone who looks like this. She tries convincing him to put on a mask that resembles that of those heroes in the TV shows, and after thinking about how Iceroot might not know much about heroes, Takumi goes on to form a strange mask around his face, leaving only his eye area uncovered. Turns out, Iceroot doesn't find this new mask much different from the previous one, and as Takumi tries arguing, Iceroot smiles, saying the blend of white and gold on the mask gives off the vibes of divinity. As they start moving, Iceroot goes to the guard, and within a moment of talking to her, the guard immediately lets her inside, making Takumi believe he has one free access to everywhere thanks to Iceroot. They eventually reach a large office where a figure is slumped over a desk buried in paperwork. Polite greetings fail to rouse the official, so Iceroot bluntly pokes them awake with her sword hilt. The startled figure turns out to be an elf, who looks at Iceroot and acknowledges the arrival of the Sword Saint. Iceroot says that she have come as she was summoned by the guild, and hearing this, the elf goes on to finally speak up. The elf, rubbing her head, introduces herself as Sarurish, guild master of the Kalidasania branch, and effectively the highest-ranking authority in the kingdom's adventurers guild. Iceroot explains that it's supposed to mean that Sarurish is the top dog of the guild, and Takumi starts thinking she must be a big deal. Though Sarurish downplays her importance, Saiki senses her influence immediately. He notices faint, shimmering patches on her skin, and Iceroot proudly reveals that Sarurish is not merely a demi-human but a true dragonkin. Sarurish then turns her attention to Seiki's unusual appearance and asks where he comes from. Nervously, Saiki claims to hail from a remote countryside in a distant realm she likely would not know. Iceroot abruptly escalates matters by loudly declaring Saiki to be a divine messenger sent by the gods in this time of crisis, a statement that leaves both Sarurish and Saiki completely stunned. Saiki hurriedly demands an explanation in a whisper, but Iceroot dismisses the distinction between god and apostle as irrelevant, only half noticing Sarurish's deeply skeptical stare. She laughs it off by telling Takumi that the elf has always been strange, which does nothing to ease his panic. Sarurish repeats Iceroot's words with visible confusion and curiosity, while Saiki feels the lie growing heavier by the second. Before he can protest further, Iceroot's expression sharpens as she addresses Sarurish seriously, saying it is time to face reality. At that exact moment, the doors burst open and a massive armored man storms in, announcing in desperation that the Demon King's army has overtaken the royal capital, and Takumi freezes as the true scale of the crisis finally becomes undeniable. The war room falls into stunned silence before erupting as the Baldy bellows in disbelief. He reveals that the royal capital has fallen to the Demon Lord's army. Takumi shits his pants, asking what does that even mean, and Iceroot tells him he heard it right. Takumi bursts out in anger, saying he didn't know about it, and Iceroot calmly says that it's because she is just informing him about it. Takumi's eyes widen in shock. He had a feeling about things already being bad at the Zaftos fortress, and now he can't stop thinking about his friends he made on the way. The Baldy, General Carenswell, presses Sarurish for clarity, and she corrects herself. The capital has not technically fallen, yet saying they are holding on thanks to a sage, causing Kenjin's name to immediately pop up in Takumi's mind. Looking through a cracked window, Takumi forms a telescope using his skill and sees the capital encased in a shimmering rainbow membrane. Sarurish explains this is Kenjin's absolute barrier, an isolation spell that shifts the entire city into a separate dimension centered on the caster, severing it from time and space so completely that even the Demon Lord's army cannot breach it. However, that also means they are cut off from the outside world, but to this, Carenswell responds, asking if this means the people inside the city are safe. Ordered to continue, she recounts events from 3 days prior. Monster sightings began with small, manageable groups of monsters, something the capital's defenses were accustomed to handling. However, things took a negative turn as the discoveries of new monsters rushed in after one another. The reports escalated rapidly as new monsters appeared simultaneously across multiple locations all around the city. They ended up surrounding the city and overwhelming its forces, which made it difficult for the city to be defended. By the time the Adventurers Guild was fully mobilized, the Demon Lord's army had encircled the capital, and the barrier was activated just after civilians were secured within the castle. Carenswell acknowledges that everything now hinges on the sage's endurance. When Takumi asks about the king's actions, Sarurish reveals that both the king and Lord Adenista had already vanished by the time she arrived. leading Isrikun to assume they fled. Takumi never really expected the king to fulfill his duties at all. However, he's relieved the people of Capital are safe, but the general knows Kenjin can't be their only defense line against such a massive foe. Sararish warned that while maintaining the absolute barrier consumes less magic than casting it, it will collapse instantly if Kenjin's concentration fails. The elf says the wise ones advise not to underestimate abilities of the sage. She continued while confidently comparing the situation to enduring a marathon gaming session, claiming Kenjin can hold out at least 5 days. She says it might be possible even for even says, but this just makes Kurlanswell question her intelligence. Now, even though this isn't something clear, the general knows they are racing against time after all. Sararish explains that the national army has been put under command of the general, and apart from that, messengers have been sent to all adventurer guilds asking for help, out of which Iceroot, the sword saint, has already answered. Just then, the door opens and a church representative walks into the room and announces that the church has decided to pour in all of their strength into this war for the sake of humanity. Surprisingly, this woman is none other than Nene. Later during the strategy meeting, chaos erupts as the national army. The adventurers and the church refuse to work as per others' plan out of ego, and Takumi realizes it's not that easy to bring formidable forces to a single page after all. The noise is abruptly silenced when Iceroot slams her hand on the table, scolding them for childish pride and declaring she will take charge if they cannot decide. Kurlanswell bristles, demanding to know by what authority the sword saint speaks, only for her to mockingly remind him of his humiliating rookie days during a past Z-rank hunt. His composure cracks under the public embarrassment. Seizing control, she dramatically presents Takumi to the room, proclaiming him a divine apostle. Hearing this, Takumi freezes in disbelief as she casually endorses the lie with a smug gesture, while Takumi can't believe what he has been thrown into out of nowhere. Takumi claims to be a humble servant of the divine, while Kurlanswell openly challenges the claim, and the church officials even throw blasphemy accusations. Nene-san, however, steps forward, formally blesses Takumi in the name of the saint, leaving all the church officials completely baffled. Then suddenly, the church officials bow down to acknowledge the authority of Takumi as the team apostle of the divine itself. Though unnerved by how quickly opinions change, Isrikun plays along. Kurlanswell remain unconvinced and demand proof. The church officials try accusing him if questioning the church's authority, yet he continues, insisting he trusts only what he can see. Immediately, Iceroot steps forward and throws an axe at the baldy. Kurlanswell catches the weapon and realizes it's made of mithril. Iceroot smiles, saying it's one of the most badass pieces from her collection, and Kurlanswell smirks, saying they should take it to the training ground to test it out already. Even Takumi agrees to take things to the training ground, as he thinks mutual trust is extremely important in such situations. Later at the training ground, while facing Takumi, just as the challenge begins, Kurlanswell unleashes his ultimate technique, 5-point mountain shatter, striking from 5 directions at once, confident it is unstoppable. Takumi intercepts every blow barehanded. His speed throws the bald pig into despair, and the weapon begins to crack under his grip. From behind, Iceroot watches in horror as her prized weapon is ruined, for which Takumi immediately apologizes while Kurlanswell stands stunned at the failure of his trump card. The next scene opens in the strategy room hums with restless energy as leaders, soldiers, and messengers exchange reports and shuffle documents, creating an atmosphere thick with urgency. Amid this controlled chaos, Takumi sits alone on a wooden chair, quietly gathering his thoughts while the others continue working even during what is supposed to be a short break. He recognizes with mild stress that, by force of circumstance, he has been pushed into the role of commander and cannot afford to remain idle for long. Turning inward, he analyzes his own combat capabilities, identifying his greatest assets as the skill creation of all things and his overwhelming physical parameters. While the imagined weapons produced by his creation skill offer immense destructive power, he concludes that unleashing such attacks in a battlefield where allies and enemies are intermingled would be too dangerous, risking heavy collateral damage. Relying only on physical strength to cut down a massive army one enemy at a time would also be inefficient. This leads him to consider holy magic as the most logical solution, reasoning that as a divine being he should be able to wield it freely and effectively. That confidence quickly deflates when he admits to himself that his actual proficiency in divine magic is extremely limited, consisting only of basic spells like Holy Light and Standard Healing. His gaze drifts toward Nene-san, the saint nearby, and he briefly wonders whether her current attire is her formal vestments, noting that it suits her perfectly. He considers asking her for guidance, but immediately worries that it would be suspicious for an apostle to seek basic instruction from a saint, imagining the chaos that might ensue if his inexperience as well his real identity were exposed. Before he can fully retreat into his thoughts of trying his best to avoid all sorts of chaos, Nene-san leans into view with a gentle smile and asks if something is troubling him. Startled, he nearly jumps out of his seat, asking what brings her here while he refers to her as Holy Maiden. Nene says she spotted him staring at her, so she wondered if he needed something. Takumi realized he was deep into his thoughts. He immediately said he was fine and needed nothing. Internally panicking, he realizes this is actually the perfect chance to learn about holy magic, yet he doesn't want to say anything that will raise suspicions and cause chaos. Suddenly, Nene asks if he is interested in holy magic, and he says yes, asking how she knows it. Nene reveals he just said that out loud, and he starts wondering if he was talking to himself. After a moment of silence, Takumi decides to speak up. He shares to Nene that he lacks in the realm of holy magic, and since it seems super important to tackle the upcoming situation, he wants to know if Nene can help him at all. Nene smiles, saying she would love to help as much as she can, and Takumi finally takes a sigh of relief. Nene reveals she also didn't know much about magic when she was summoned, and Takumi asks her if she knows any offensive spells. Nene ponders out loud, noting that while offensive holy spells are rare, one specific high-level technique comes to mind. With a look of realization, she identifies it as Saint Nova. She explains that Saint Nova is the highest tier of sacred magic, specifically designed for the extermination of evil. The spell works by trapping a monster within an indestructible sphere and then obliterating it with holy lightning. Takumi listens intently, intrigued by the sheer power of the magic. Nene admits there is a significant catch. The spell consumes a massive amount of mana points. Then, Sararish approaches and asks if they are ready to resume the meeting. When they seem caught off guard, she clarifies that she simply wanted to share some crucial information with them before the formal proceedings begin. Sararish introduces Galyut, an E-rank adventurer from the Inferno Brigade, noting that he possesses the rare skill of telepathy. She explains that this mental communication skill allows one to converse with someone far away, though it is usually one-sided unless the recipient also possesses the same skill. Fortunately, the guild's secretary, Hazel, has taken refuge in the royal castle and also possesses the telepathy skill, which Sararish notes will allow for two-way communication. Takumi is impressed by the existence of such a handy tool, and Galyut agrees to dive right in. Galyut concentrates and activates his ability, though Takumi thinks to himself that the man looks like a rookie salesman nervously dialing up a client. Once the connection is made, Galyut contacts Director Hazel and reports that the residents in the royal castle have not suffered any new harm, and the monster horde is at a standstill thanks to a barrier established by the sage. The mood shifts when Galyut relays the words of the sage as heard by Director Hazel. He repeats the sage's complaints about awful lag, potato gameplay, and a debuff that is making them fall over. Kurlanswell and Sararish are completely confused, wondering if these words are a secret code or an unfamiliar magical incantation. Nene realizes that these words resonate only in another world and understands that the person is likely just venting frustrations while drifting off to sleep. Noting that they don't have much time, Sararish asks Galyut to coordinate with Director Hazel. After Galyut begins his telepathic link, Nene tells Takumi that there is one more sacred spell she absolutely wants him to remember, referring to him as the Apostle. Takumi asks what kind of spell it is, and Nene explains that it is a healing spell called Area Heal. She describes it as a magic that mends wounds and restores lost vitality. Takumi holds up a finger and suggests that she might be referring to standard healing, noting that he can already use that. Nene clarifies that while regular healing is intended for single targets, Area Heal is unique because it rejuvenates an entire area at once. She further explains that in the heat of battle, this healing magic can only be cast on allies. Takumi is impressed by the existence of such a fantastic and handy tool. Nene then poses the real question of just how far the effects of the spell can reach. She mentions that typically its range spans just a few dozen meters. Intrigued, Takumi decides to give it a whirl right then and there to see what happens. When he asks if it is okay to use it in their current setting, Nene looks around and agrees that she doesn't see any issue with it. Takumi raises his arm high and calls out the spell name, Area Heal, releasing a massive dome of light that erupts from the room and covers the entire castle and fortress. People inside the fortress are stunned. One guard remarks that his body suddenly feels light, while another person exclaims that their chronic shoulder pain has completely vanished. Seeing the success, Takumi notes that it seems they have actually succeeded. Nene rushes to the window, excitedly pointing out that even those outside the gates are reacting to the spell. She tells Takumi that his influence as an apostle stretches incredibly wide, and that the effect has spread throughout the entire Zafstan fortress. Just then, Galyut shouts to the guild master that an urgent message has come in from Director Hazel. Everyone turns in surprise as Galyut explains the baffling phenomenon where the castle's residents are recovering one after another. Takumi looks out at the distant castle towers and realizes that his area heal extends far beyond a simple battlefield, covering the entire surrounding area with ease. He concludes that this power feels like it could be incredibly useful for their journey.